What up, guys? Gangsprings are back with a brand new episode of my monthly figure pickups. Today we are here for the month of December 2023, here for the final episode of the year, and I think we got quite a bit of a banger this episode. I'm going to be honest, it's not going to top last episode, because last episode we did get 3 Holy Grail items. In case you missed it, go check out the last episode. I'll have a link to it in the description. So no Holy Grail items for this episode, but there are still a lot of cool items that I did pick up. And I went a little crazy because, it was Christmas. I'm making the same excuse that I did last month where it's like, oh, it's my birthday, I'm going to treat myself. And then it's like, oh, it's Christmas, I'm going to treat myself. And then in January, I'll be like, oh, it's Chinese New Year, I'm going to treat myself. Any way I can justify it, I will definitely take advantage of that. In terms of this episode, we have some cool stuff. We have some Black Friday stuff that finally came in. Some of the later packages, like the late month stuff ordered from November, finally came in stock. Or not in stock, but, arrived to me. And then I also picked up a couple things for Boxing Day, which I don't think a lot of people are familiar with. Basically, Boxing Day is just like Canada's Black Friday. Now, Canada does celebrate Black Friday because obviously I wouldn't say it's celebrate, it's like just a retail thing. But in Canada, we have a thing called Boxing Day, and it's the day after Christmas. And it's kind of the equivalent to Black Friday in terms of sales and all these deal type of things. So we get to kind of double dip. We get the Black Friday stuff, and we also get the Boxing Day stuff. So I got a little bit of both this episode, so can't wait to show off that stuff as well. I didn't go too crazy with the Boxing Day sales just because I did spend a little more than I wanted to during Black Friday. So I dialed it back a little bit for Boxing Day, but I did want to take advantage of some of the deals. So I'll show off what I got for that. But yeah, in terms of today's episode, we got some cool things. We got an edition for every collection, which is pretty cool. And speaking of collections, in case you're not familiar with what I collect or what you can expect to see, good segue there, right? I play this video in the beginning of every episode just to kind of inform people, because I just assume every episode there's always going to be some new viewer, and I want them to be in the loop of things in terms of what is going on around here. So in case you're new, there will be this pre-recorded video, breaks down everything I collect. In case you're not new to the series, this might be your second, third, maybe you've watched every episode, you know that you can kind of skip towards whatever you want to view. In the description, I got all the timestamps, so if you just want to kind of skip around to whatever you want to watch, by all means, go ahead. But before we do start showing off stuff, we're going to queue up that video. So we're going to queue it up right now, and then we'll get into what I picked up for the month. Before I show off what I got for the month, I'm going to quickly go through what I'm collecting and what you can expect in this series. And it breaks down to 8 different collections. First one, we got Marvel Legends. For this, I mainly collect Spider-Man and X-Men, mainly anything that comes in those lines. I've broken down and basically started collecting one of each character. I don't collect everybody per se. There are characters where I will shy away from. Characters who I'm very not familiar with, I will stay away from. Unless they're on clearance and they're a good deal, I might snag them up. But I tend to just stick with characters that I'm familiar with or I know somewhat. And with Marvel Legends, I don't collect any MCU figures. I mainly just do comic, video game, or animated show design characters. Next, I collect McFarlane's DC Multiverse. For this, I mainly just do Batman, his allies, his villains, just kind of get one of each. I am starting to build out some other collections like Flash and Green Lantern. Now I'm kind of looking to collect one of each major character. Major villains, major heroes, kind of do like a Legion of Doom and a Justice League kind of setup. For this as well, no movie figures, strictly video game or comic inspired designs. Next, I collect Transformers. For my Transformers collection, I only collect Beast Wars figures or animal characters, whatever you'd like to say. With this, I started collecting with the Kingdom line, and that has transitioned to the Transformers Legacy line, so that's what I'm collecting now. I also collect the retro Beast Wars figures, and for this, I'm just kind of looking to collect one of each, Predacons, Maximals, stuff like that. Next, I collect Dragon Ball SH Figuarts. For this collection, I'm just looking to collect one of each character. Now, each character does have multiple forms, like Goku, for example, has 7 different Saiyan forms. I might collect those all eventually, but my main priority is just getting one of each character. Next, I collect Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. With this one, it's a little weird. I like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I respect them more than I like them. I grew up somewhat with them. but I'm not crazy about them. But I like them enough to where I want some representation of them in my collection. So that's why I've decided to collect the Loyal Subjects Best Action line. For this, I just really want the Turtles and Shredder. They are creating other characters, but for me, I want to collect all 4 Turtles and Shredder. And once I have that, I'll start to collect some of the other figures. But if they decide to end the line eventually, I'll be happy with having the Turtles and having Shredder. Next, I collect video game characters. For this, I mainly collect characters from video games that kind of mean something to me, my favorite games. I also collect some figures of characters from other games, kind of, bigger games, Sonic, Mario, stuff like that. But I tend to just pick characters from games that I really care about. Next, I collect Power Rangers. For this, I collect Hasbro's Power Rangers Lightning Collection. With this, I'm looking to collect one of each Ranger, each villain, just one of each. There's also a couple different items in the Lightning Collection. They're starting to do the Zords, and they do some roleplay items. For me, I do plan on collecting the Zord Ascension Project as they release more of that. In terms of roleplay items, not for me. I'm just about the figures. And then last but not least, I collect wrestling figures. For this, I collect mainly WWE Elite Style or AEW Unrivaled Unmatched. I collect both those lines. I'm just looking to collect one of each wrestler. And fun fact about this collection in particular, it is the only collection of mine that I take out of box for whatever reason. Everything else stays in the box, and I display it as such. So now that you know what I collect, let's see what additions are going to be coming to my collection this month. All right, there you have it. It breaks down to 8 different collections. And like I mentioned earlier, we got an edition for all of them. Before we do get into the figure stuff, we're going to show off a couple books that I picked up. And honestly, I'm probably going to chill on the books for a little bit in the upcoming episodes. I might still grab 1 or 2, but I'm really behind on reading stuff that I've purchased in the past few episodes. And even the stuff I picked up for this episode, I haven't touched at all. So there might not be many pickups in the next episode or 2. We'll have to wait to see. But yeah, I just need to sit down and find some time to read. I'm going to be honest, the only time I really read is when I'm taking a dump. That's kind of like my quiet space. That's my library, to be honest. But I find I've typically just been on my phone, like looking at Instagram or something while I'm taking a dump. But we don't need to go any further into my dump habits, so we'll just kind of get into things. So like I mentioned, we're going to start off with the graphic novels. I picked up 3 graphic novels. My local comic shop was having some Boxing Day sales, and I'm like, I kind of want to jump in on that and take advantage of some stuff. In terms of figures, I didn't really want to pick up anything. I specifically went just to pick up books. And I'm happy to say I did walk away with 3 books, and 3 pretty interesting books. They were all just kind of random. There's no big like Marvel or DC event or anything like that. Everything's kind of really like low key, just like small story kind of things. The first one I picked up actually kind of plays into the last episode in the pre-order section. This character I'm about to show off, they had a figure announced in the October episode, and then in the November episode, I ended up pre-ordering her. And in this episode, I stumbled upon a book about her, and I'm like, you know what? I guess it's kind of the perfect time to kind of learn more about this character, because when they announced the figure, it's a Marvel Legends figure, I was like, oh, that character looks kind of cool, but I don't know anything about her. And let's just introduce the book real quick. Coming in from the Spider-Man world of things, this is one of his newer villains, and the character I am talking about is Hollow's Eve. It's weird how things work out, just a couple months ago, her figure was announced, and then I pre-ordered it in the last episode, and then when I was looking through all the different shelves of the comic shop for the graphic novel section, I didn't really have any expectations of what I wanted to pick up. Like last time, I was like, oh, I want to pick up a Batman book, a Spider-Man book, an X-Men book, and, whatever else may interest me. When I went in this time, I was just kind of like, you know what, I'm just going to freeball it. I'm just going to kind of see what they have on the shelves, and if anything kind of speaks to me, I'm going to pick it up. And when I was going through all the books, I saw this one, and I'm like, holy shit, how timely. Last episode just ended up pre-ordering her, and just pre-ordered her off the strength of her being a Spider-Man villain and me wanting to add her to my collection. And then when I saw this book on the shelf, I'm like, yeah, it only makes sense for me to pick this up. Figure's pre-ordered. I don't know anything about her. Let me learn something about her. So I found this little, this is a short story, a compilation of, I believe, 5 issues. We can kind of take a look on the back. Hallows Eve 1 through 5. The mass sensation Hallows Eve gets her own series. Spinning out of Amazing Spider-Man and the epic Dark Web storyline, Janine Godby has a bag of superpowered disguises and a chip on her shoulder. Each mask gives her different monstrous powers: ghosts, vampires, werewolves, and so many more. But is she a monster herself? Or is she just misunderstood? Janine soon finds herself on the run from the police, but someone else is after her too. Because like most of her life, every step forward for Hallows Eve leads to 5 steps back. And waiting there is Spider-Man. Janine must return to the place where it all began, the Beyond Corporation, and Maxine Danger will put her in her toughest spot yet. Can Hallows Eve survive to rescue her love, Ben Reilly, aka Chasm, from his prison cell? And here we see a nice shot of Spider-Man. We kind of see his spider senses kicking in, knowing that something is going to ambush him or he's in some sort of danger. Actually, looking at his suit, what the fuck? I just noticed that he's got these kind of glowing orbs on him. At first, I thought it was just kind of like a lighting effect because you can see his eyes and the spider on the chest have like an orangey light to it. And then I had my thumb here and I'm like, wait, what the hell is that? And I see these orange little bumps on him and you can see it on this arm too. So I'm not sure if it's to counteract Hallows Eve's abilities. Like I said, I have not read this, so I'm not too sure what happens in the book. We'll kind of skip through the book. That is the cover of the book in red. And it actually looks nice in red. I like that. Here we can see some of her masks and I guess the different abilities that she inherits. I guess she can possibly become Mephisto or something like that. Like, what can she do with the devil mask? I'm assuming this is her just walking through New York. Not really what I expect. I guess I don't know what I was expecting her to look like. I guess I was expecting her to look like that all the time. But not really what I was expecting her to look like. Whatever. Pretty interesting power with her just being able to put on a mask and then, adapt to whatever. Like, here's her as a werewolf. Here's her fighting Spidey, and he's got the glowing things on him. As you can see, let me get a close-up. He's also got some different stuff on his suit. We've got these blue things here. It kind of looks backpacky, which is not displayed on the back, but weird. I thought it would have been exactly what we see in the book, but it does look like he has a backpack on of some sort. Maybe it's to kind of power up those orbs. I'm looking forward to reading this and learning more about the character, because then I can be more excited when the figure comes. So there is Hallows Eve. Honestly, not too much to say because I did not get a chance to read it, but I am pretty excited to check it out. Next book I got is coming in from somewhat of the Spider-Man side of things. It's got to do with one of Spider-Man's villains, sometimes ally, depending what is needed for the story, but is a character that a lot of people like, and the character I'm talking about is Venom. And the book that I am talking about is something that I've heard a little bit about, and I read one of the books. I don't remember which one, but let me just introduce it real quick. I am talking about the Edge of the Venom-verse. And here is the Edge of the Venom-verse alongside some symbiote characters. Of course, we got Venom here on the left, and we got symbiote Spider-Man here. This Venom-verse has to do with different Marvel characters getting Venom abilities. As you can see here, we got Deadpool, Iron Man, this is X-23, we got Wolverine here. Not sure about anybody else. Did I say Ghost Rider? I don't think I said Ghost Rider. That's Ghost Rider. But in terms of these characters here, not sure who they are supposed to be. And then obviously we got Venom dead center. But yeah, in terms of the Venom-verse, I've read one of the books. I don't remember which one, because there's the Venom-verse, which is like the main series. And then there was this, the Edge of the Venom-verse. And then they did a couple offshoots stemming from the Venom-verse. Obviously this being one of them. I believe this is actually a prequel to the Venom-verse. We'll find out when we read the back, but I believe it is. And I believe it was the Venom-verse I read. The actual Venom-verse. I owned it digitally through Comixology, and I read it on my phone. And I enjoyed what I read from what I can remember. And, I was going through all the shelves and I saw the Edge of the Venom-verse and I'm like, this could be a fun one. Having different Marvel characters interact with the Venom symbiote, I think could make for a pretty fun time. So that's honestly one of the reasons why I ended up picking this up. And again, I have not had a chance to read any of the books. I know I've said it with the Hallows Eve book, but I'm going to stress it for every book that I'm going to show off. There's only 3 of them. This is the second one that I have not had a chance to read it, so I don't know if it's any good. This review on the front makes it seem pretty good. The perfect book for fans of darkly humorous comics from comicverse.com. But let's actually read the back and learn more about the Venomverse. So, a promising start to what will surely be an epic event. So, this is a prequel, I was right. But a nice shot of X-23 here. We see her 2 claws in the hand and her 1 in her foot. A lot more yellow than I would have expected for X-23. I don't know, I kind of associate like black or purple to her. Not really so much yellow, but I know that in more recently, probably in the last few years, that she's really adopted her own Wolverine type costume. So that might be what the Venom suit merged with, because yeah, I don't typically associate yellow with her. Let's read the description before Venomverse. There is Edge of Venomverse. It's a symbiotic smorgasbord. I don't think I've ever seen that typed out, but I thought there was a lot more H's in a smorgasbord. Oh, you learn something new every day. It's a symbiotic smorgasbord of stories, each featuring a major character becoming venomized, all destined to feed into the main event itself. When the young mutant clone designated X-23 bonds with an alien parasite, can she hold it together, or is she doomed to give into the bloodlust? It's a nightmare in pink when Gwenpool turns into a sword-slinging, web-swinging master of disaster. Robbie Reyes becomes the symbiotic spirit of vengeance, the Host Rider. Years in the future, meet the lethal Wolvenom in a terrifying tale set after the epic events of the original Old Man Logan. Honestly, that right there, you got me. And when Deadpool bonds with Venom, just call him the symbiote with the slobber. Plus, war stories featuring venomized versions of Punisher, Rocket Raccoon, and more. Holy shit, that one got me too. Punisher with the symbiote, that should be sick. Rocket Raccoon, very random, but that should be cool. And as mentioned above, collecting Venomverse, Edge of Venomverse 1 through 5, and Venomverse War Stories number 1. The only downside I would say with this, just reading the description, is there's so many of the same character. Like, why are you going to do an X-23 story and a Wolverine story, and then have a Deadpool story and Gwenpool story? Like, I know they're all different characters, but they're kind of like the same type of character. Because if we look on the front, I can see, Iron Man here. Now, maybe Iron Man is involved more in the War Stories portion, which is potentially what it might be, but I think it would have been cool for Iron Man to get his own story in the Edge of Venomverse. Anyways, let's kind of skip through the book a little bit. Here we can see the Venomverse, and yeah, I did read the Venomverse because I recognize that cover. Who do we got here that's venomized? Not sure who that is in the top left. There's Rocket Raccoon, looking really cool. We got Black Panther with the Venom symbiote. We got Captain America. That is Wolverine, but it looks like Sabretooth, especially the head portion. Gives me big Sabretooth vibes, but as we can tell by the claws, clearly it is Wolverine. Actually, that might even be Old Man Wolverine, because he's got the gray hair. I don't know if it's gray because it is Old Man Logan, or if it's gray because, the symbiote suit. Then we got Deadpool there, looking pretty cool, venomized, kind of giving me some Spawn vibes, to be honest. That looks like Rocket Raccoon, looks more like a wild coyote in my opinion, but looking very, very vicious. And then we got Ghost Rider Venom. That's going to be a really cool one, especially with the car, because in case you're not familiar, Robbie Reyes is Ghost Rider. He's the one that has the Hell Charger. So that venomized? Holy shit, that sounds awesome. And then here we got the Punisher as the symbiote. That actually looks pretty cool. He's still got the trench coat look, and it's got the Venom spider legs attached with the the Punisher logo. Looks really, really cool. Yeah, there's a lot of fun stuff they can do with this and other characters. Here's X-23 eating some French fries before she gets venomized. Pretty cool. Just going to kind of skip through everything else. There's Captain America. Looking that. It looks like Judge Dredd there a little bit. I haven't actually heard too much about Gwenpool lately. For a while, I would say she was kind of a fan favorite. I heard a lot of people talk about her. Oh, we see an appearance from Daredevil. Oh, that's fun. Can't wait for that. Maybe he gets his own Venom suit. That'd be cool. Here we got the Venom Hell Charger. Ooh, is that what it looks like? What the fuck? You got monkeys coming out of the front of the mouth? What the fuck? And here we have the cover for the Old Man Logan. If you didn't read the Old Man Logan story, there is a T-Rex that has the Venom symbiote, which is a pretty cool part in the story. And then here is the War Stories one. Actually, I want to see who this is, because I really can't tell. Part of me wants to say Moon Knight, part of me wants to say Doctor Strange, but I don't think it's either of them. I think it is Doctor Strange. Literally the first page we flip. Here we can see Strange. Okay, so that is Doctor Strange. Oh my god, here's Punisher with venomized guns, too. Look at that. That looks pretty cool. Yeah, not bad. Pretty cool. And then here are just some more Venom comics. I'm actually pretty excited to read this one. Different from Hollow Z, because I just want to learn more about the character. With this one, it just looks like it'll be like a fun read with fun characters, so pretty excited about this one. And the last book I picked up during Boxing Day was in the X-Men World of Things. I wanted to venture out a little bit. I didn't want it to all be Spider-Man related. Definitely wanted to pick up an X-Men comic, because if you watch the last episode, I picked up Schism, and I talked about how much I enjoyed reading that, and I was like, man, I kind of want to read some more X-Men. I really enjoyed Schism that much, so I found a X-Men book that, honestly, looked pretty weird. I looked through a bunch of X-Men books, and a lot of them were like collecting weird issues, like collecting X-Men issue 201 to like 206. And for me, it's just like I want like a really self-contained story. So I looked through a bunch of X-Men comics, and then I finally found one that kind of fit what I was looking for. And the book that I am talking about is X-Men To Serve and Protect. And I brought in a few X-Men friends to kind of display the background with. I picked out characters that were on the cover. So here we see X-23. So I brought in X-23, Emma Frost, boom, and Iceman right there. Originally, I picked out two other X-Men. I picked out Iceman and two other figures that were X-Men characters, but I'm like, I guess it makes more sense if I put people that are actually on the cover. So, unfortunately, those people got replaced. It was Bishop and Psylocke. Maybe next time. But to X-Men To Serve and Protect. So like I mentioned, I wanted a more of a contained X-Men story. I didn't want like volume 10 of a story that was currently going on. That was not what I was looking for. I wanted something that I can kind of read, and it's kind of its own thing. And I don't have to like look up stuff that came up previously or stuff that came out after. I just kind of want to read it, enjoy it, and be done with it. And that's when I came across To Serve and Protect. Once I looked at the cover, it's what kind of sold me on the book. I'm like, oh, all these X-Men characters appear? I think we're in for a good time. You got a lot of cool X-Men here. You got Angel, Rogue, Colossus, Magneto, Emma Frost, Cyclops, Cannonball, Magic, Iceman. Namor, I'm not a big fan of being here. I'm not a big fan of him being considered a mutant and him being with the X-Men, but that's something different. And I was like, oh, this cover honestly seems pretty fun. I'm like, a story with all these characters involved, I'm kind of sold. That's kind of what I'm looking for. I just want a nice X-Men story with a lot of X-Men characters in, and a good story. Those are the few things I look for when I'm looking for a book. I didn't read the little synopsis. I just saw that it collects Serve and Protect 1 through 4. I did see this picture, and I was like, why is Thor involved? Why is Storm dressed like Thor? Like, what the fuck is going on here? Or is this Jane Foster? Maybe it's not even Storm. I'm assuming it's Storm, just based on the electricity and the whited out eyes here. And I was like, okay, interesting cover. Collects issues 1 through 4. Short little series. And then I saw this and I was like, I'm kind of sold. Let's see what this is about. So, like I said, I did not read this. We're going to read this in a second. Let's read the little thing up the top here. We're knee deep in the heroic age, and the X-Men are smack dab in the center of the Marvel Universe. Doesn't really tell you too much, but in San Francisco, 2 X-Men have donned masks and taken to the streets as the new vigilante protectors of the people against a huge Spider-Man villain. Who are these X-Men, and why are they disguising themselves? Meanwhile, elsewhere in the Marvel U, Phantom X and Batroc fight over a stolen diamond. Spider-Man and the Stepford Cuckoos dance their cares away. That sounds really weird. And a visit from Thor to Wakanda ends with Storm becoming a true goddess of the weather. A new contest of champions is held. Friends become lovers, lovers become enemies. The sky will fall, so do not miss this epic anthology. I was not expecting to see that a huge Spider-Man villain is involved here. Who are the two people donning masks? It seems like a very Iceman thing to do, or even Nightcrawler, because Nightcrawler can't go out looking like he does, so he kind of conceals himself. So potentially, I can see that being Iceman and Nightcrawler, even though Nightcrawler's not on the front, but there's characters that were mentioned on the back that aren't shown here. No Storm's not pictured here. Phantom X is not pictured here. The Stepford Cuckoos, they're not here. The weird one here, honestly, is Spider-Man and the Stepford Cuckoos dance their cares away. That is a weird one. Now, something I'm interested in is if this is all individual stories where this is one, Phantom X is one, Spider-Man's one, and then Thor. I think that's what it might be because there are 4 issues, so I think each one kind of focuses on a story. But I can kind of see them interacting, especially if you got a Spider-Man villain introduced here in the first story, and then Spider-Man plays a part later on. Maybe the stories are all kind of interconnected. I kind of want to flip through the book, but I don't want to be spoiled. Let's take a look. Let's look in the book. Let's see what we're potentially going to see. So we'll just kind of skip through a little bit. We've got the X-Dudes. And I think this is the first story that they were talking about with the dudes in masks. And if that's the case, I have no idea who these guys are. That's definitely not Colossus. And that is definitely not Nightcrawler. So I'm guessing there's got to be 2 new X-Men that want to make a name for themselves. So they're going, oh, Mr. Negative. Interesting. They said big Spider-Man villain, a huge Spider-Man villain. I wouldn't consider Mr. Negative a huge Spider-Man villain, in my opinion. I kind of want to see the Stepford Cuckoos and, hold on. Go back here. We got the Serpent Society. That's pretty cool. I like that Mr. Negative is getting some shine, but I really wouldn't consider him a big villain. And here we got a couple X-Men coming to save the day. We got Psylocke, Colossus, Cyclops, Storm, and Northstar. Actually, I'm interested to know if this takes place before or after the Schism events. Because it could potentially... What the fuck is this creature here? This is Mandrill. Holy shit. Is he a mutant? What is he? Supervillain? We got Emma Frost here. But he looks fucking crazy. I don't remember what I was talking about. The Mandrill kind of freaked me the hell out. I was like, what the hell is that thing? Oh, I was talking about Schism. Yeah, I wonder if this takes place before or after Schism. Yeah, this is Batroc the Leaper. Interesting. Why didn't they just say that on the back? Well, I guess there's only one Batroc potentially. I don't know. There's Phantom X. Looking kind of weird. I kind of associate him with more black on his costume. It's weird seeing him all white. There are the Stepford Cuckoos. And there is Spider-Man. Where do they dance? I need to see this dance sequence. Oh, shit. We get Colossus versus Iron Man. Interesting. That was not mentioned on the back. You giving me surprise stories there? What the fuck? We got Ghost Rider, too. Is that X-23? It is. It's kind of weird. I couldn't really tell right off the rip there. Just looks like some moody teenager. We got Ghost Rider making an appearance. It seems like there's not even a lot of X-Men in these stories. It's more like everybody else. Just a lot of Marvel characters. Jesus Christ, you even have Hercules here? Holy shit, they really did use everybody. Oh my god, you even have fucking MODOK? What the fuck? Dude, everybody is in this book. That's insane. I like it and I hate it. I like that, it seems like a bunch of small stories, but I wish it just kind of focused on the X-Men, because that's really why I bought the X-Men book, X-Men to serve and protect. I didn't want X-Men and friends, I just wanted, just X-Men. I wanted all these characters to play a role in the book, even some that weren't possibly even listed here. But it seems like a fun read. I gotta be honest, out of all these books, if I were to pick one to read next, it would probably be in this order. I'd probably start with the edge of the Venomverse, then move my way into the X-Men, and then with Hallows' Eve, I'm not too much in a hurry to read that because I'm waiting for the figure to be released, which is, I think it's got a May release date. So I'm not in a hurry to read Hallows' Eve, but the other ones seem like fun, kind of one-off stories. I mean, the edge of the Venomverse, not so much, because obviously it plays a role where they're all connected, and then it plays a role into the Venomverse and whatever else comes out of that. But yeah, some fun books. Hopefully I'll have one read by the next episode or something like that. But I got some good reading material that I need to catch up on, and this is just adding upon that. So yeah, here are the books that I got for the month. And now let's see what I got figure-wise. So let's jump into, I believe we're going to start out with Beast Wars. I could be wrong. If it's wrong, edit this part out. Next, we are going to be jumping into my Transformers Beast Wars collection, and I've got one edition this month. And if you watched the last episode, it's going to be very similar. So in case you missed it, in the last episode, I got this edition here, which is Nemesis Leo Prime. And in that video, I was pretty negative due to the fact that it's basically a repaint of this figure here, which is the regular Leo Prime. Straight up repaint, just all in black instead of the, white and blonde look that the regular Leo Prime has. Well, what have I told you that we have the exact same scenario again? They are different characters, but it's basically one character that's been repainted black, and we'll talk about who it is in a second. But it's just funny how things work out. So I guess without further ado, let's introduce that character right now. And the character that I am talking about is the Beast Wars character known as Aunt Agony. And I've got to say, I fucking hate this box with a passion. Before we even get into kind of shitting on the figure for it being basically a recolor, I do want to talk about this box that I did not know that it was going to come in this hideous cardboard box. I hate this so much. I cannot explain to you how much I hate this. This does not match with anything in my collection. Like, here is what the box looks like. Just cardboard box, and then most of my collection is like, Transformers Legacy style, or like the retro card like this one here, and this right here, it just sticks out like such a sore thumb. Oh my god, it makes me infuriated. When I opened it up, because I ordered it off Big Bad Toy Store, I expected it to come in a box like this, because that's basically what all the figures in the Transformers Legacy line have been coming out in. And when I saw this, my jaw dropped. I was like, is this a troll? Like, is this a joke? Because if this is a joke, it's not funny. I'm not having it at all. But I was like, no, this is actually the box that it comes in, and it's so ugly. Now, I do have a box that's kind of similar to this, similar style. Not this style particularly, but kind of the rectangular box. Let me just get that real quick while I clear the board. Back when Transformers was doing the Kingdom line, or the War for Cybertron line, which was based on like a Netflix show, they did a special release, kind of similar to this. It was cooler packaging, in my opinion. And the figure that I brought in to kind of showcase that was Pterosaur. So as you can see, very similar box in terms of the style, not art style, but the square box compared to like the other ones. But with the front, there's 4 in total, and each one builds a thing. So, like, there's another one here, there's one at the bottom, and then there's one here, and then builds, like, this huge coin. It's actually pretty cool. I've seen it built out. As you can see here, there's the Golden Disc Collection. And I've got 2 figures like this from the Kingdom line that are in this style. And it's kind of a sore thumb because, like I said, it doesn't really match with this or this, but I can kind of put it like this, and then it kind of like blends in. I don't have it displayed like this because I don't know who the hell would be in the box, or on the side there's nothing to display it, so I kind of display it like this, and it's kind of grown on me. I'll put it here so you can see, because I want to hide that hideous box. So I display it like this, and I can kind of see who's in the box, and it kind of fits somewhat with the rest of the figures. As you can see here, you can see the animal that's inside, but with this box here, it bugs me, no pun intended, bugs me so much. So I just had to get that rant off because, yeah, I hate this box with a passion. I really wish it came in that stylish, like, purplish box that, or the greenish bluish box that the Transformers Legacy Evolution line comes in. But, you know, I'm just kind of accept it and we'll kind of move on. But first, right off the bat, I hate this box. Speaking of the box, if you look closely on the box, you can see a character here. This is the character that's in the box by the name of Agony. That's the name of it. It's a Voyager class. And this character here might look like another Beast Wars character that you're quite familiar with. And if you're not, well, it is the character known as Inferno, the Fire Ants. The exact same thing. But just like the Nemesis Leo Prime and regular Leo Prime, one is regular, and then the other one, they did a black version. Now, with this one, it is a different character, like I said, Agony, and something that they did include with this figure, which I really like. I'll show it when we get there, to kind of differentiate the character, I thought was a very cool touch. But like I said, we'll get to that when we open it. I do want to open it because I do want to make sure that it's in the box, and I don't like all the kind of... that sound right there, that loose sound. I don't know what's loose in there. I don't know what's tied down. So I want to see what's in the box. So we're going to be opening this up. We'll show off this hideous box. So here we can see Agony on the front here. Transformers Legacy Evolution. On top, Transformers Legacy Evolution again. On the bottom, you can see some information on what's in the box. Like I said, Voyager class, Agony, that's the character that you get. And then there's some other boring stuff. On the left side, you can see the Predacon logo, so you know that he is a bad guy, which they've kind of fitted on the front somewhere. Just, I don't know, I feel like it's kind of important to know that he is an evil person, but whatever, it's on the side, so you get to know that he's evil. On the right side, we have some boring stuff. They have boring stuff on the bottom and on the right, and here you can see plastic-free packaging. Ugh! Bring back plastic. Plastic's awesome. And here is the back of the box being absolutely gross and devoid of anything. Not only does it stick out like an eyesore, but, you know, the rest of the box isn't that interesting altogether. So, without further ado, we are going to cut open this box. There's only one way to cut it, and it is from down here. You can see the dotted line here where you cut. Hopefully, my little knife here is able to cut. It is, wow, that is like butter. Let's see what was shaking, rattling, and rolling in here. And here we see the figure. Any cool design inside the box? Not really. Here we can see our buddy Agony. Let's take him out of here. And I will say, even though it is a repaint, I do like the black and purple. I think it does look cool. I still like the original more because I think it looks cool in red, and he is a Fire Ants. But I will say the black and purple looks pretty good. Here we got the instructions. In the box, it is empty. Take a look at the instructions real quick. I will not be taking him out and building him and, you know, turning him into an ant or, well, I was going to say into his robot form, but he's already in his robot form. We're going to leave him the way he is, but I do still want to inspect the figure and make sure it's all good. And there it is, Agony. Cool name, I will say, Agony. Not bad. Not bad at all. Let's take a look at the figure. So here we can see him in a cardboard prison, but he does have like a book style. And here he is. Or her? I think it might be a female. I'll just say her, because Inferno's a dude, so we'll just go with his female counterpart here. And we'll get a close-up of the face there. Like I said, looks good in purple. I have no issues there. And I guess it does make sense if, you know, Inferno is a Fire Ant. This would just be a regular ant. So we can see him tied up there because he is evil, and if he is unleashed, well, he'll get in your picnic basket, so we're going to keep him the way he is. On the right here, we see a gun, and it is loose. So here is his little weapon, his little chain gun of sorts. Pretty cool. I like the translucent plastic that they got going on, the purple translucent. Let me put this away so the camera will focus on the gun. Yeah, it looks pretty cool. No issues there. And then the other thing, the other accessory, I don't know if anybody saw, in the bottom right is the accessory that I was talking about. Can I take this out and then possibly put it back in? It's pretty tied down in there. Oh no, they put tape over it too. Oh, they really did not want anyone getting to this. Hold on. I wanted to take out the head because that's the whole thing I wanted to talk about. So one of the things that I think is pretty cool about this figure to kind of differentiate it from Inferno is that you get a different head. You can replace it with this. I'm assuming this just kind of pulls off. Maybe I should read the instructions before I pull it off, but let's just... Okay, that wasn't that bad. That was actually pretty easy. Here we can actually take a close look at Inferno. He's got that mouth articulation. And he's got some translucent plastic, red plastic in the back there. Looks pretty cool. Do a close-up with the original Inferno. So here's the original Inferno, kind of like a steel look going on there. And then here is the purple version, Antagony version. I like the purple version quite a bit. The purple, the red, and the black, I don't know, it just kind of all fits together. I like it quite a bit. We'll bring him back, but, you know, from time to time we'll kind of show him off. So here is the Inferno head. And now, let's see what he looks like. Actually, we'll take a look at the Antagony head. I don't know if this is an original design or what this Antagony character actually looks like. I'm not too sure about that. Not too familiar with this character. I remember when they announced it on a, I believe it was a Transformers fan stream. And they're like, oh yeah, we're doing Antagony. And I'm like, who are you fooling? That's Inferno in black. And then I actually Googled Antagony. I'm like, wow, it's actually a different character from Inferno. Just uses the same body mold. And when they announced that they're going to be including a new head, I was like, okay, you know what? You sold me. I kind of dig it. It's not a complete repaint. I don't mind the reusing of different parts or even the same body to kind of create a different character. But, like, give me something different to kind of differentiate this. And I really like the fact that they gave this head. So we'll do a little... Got a huge screw in the back of his head. Kind of off-putting. Wasn't really expecting that. But, yeah, he's got two big horns. Got 3 little dots on his forehead. Love the evil smile. Looks great. And just a little peg hole. And let's put it on. This is kind of awkward because... It's, oh, I think I got it. It's just awkward with the cardboard and stuff, but there it is with the head. I don't know if it's me, but it kind of looks a little small on the body. Looks a little awkward and small, in my opinion. Let me grab the Inferno head. I don't know, I wouldn't say the Inferno head's much bigger, but, I don't know, there's just something about this that just, it looks a little small, in my opinion. Like, just... If it was a little bit bigger, I think it'd be perfect. But I think it is a little too tiny for the body, in my opinion. But yeah, I think that head looks really solid, to be honest. It makes me forget about the fact that this is reused. I'm like, oh shit, he's, you know, just a regular ant. And he's a completely different character. And here we'll bring an Inferno. Fire Ant Inferno. And regular Ant Inferno. I will say overall, I probably was a little hard on it, being, you know, a repaint and stuff. But honestly, that head really sells it for me. It's something I wish, like I said earlier, I wish they would do that more. I don't mind reusing bodies. You know, we showed it off in a couple episodes ago that they reused the Cheetor body to make like 3 or 4 other characters. And it's like, yeah, that's fine. Just use a different head. Don't make me think I'm buying the same figure so many different times. I find that that's annoying to me. Just a small thing. The addition of the head, I think, just kind of brings a whole new flavor to it. So I think the figure actually looks pretty good, especially with the head. The packaging I still think is absolutely atrocious. Just the cardboard type box for it. No color on it. It's just black and brown. It's so gross compared to the regular Legacy line. I really like these boxes, or even the Inferno one, because that was a different color scheme. You can see purple and then blue and greenish and stuff. Very cool, very eye-popping designs. Look at that. And then with this, it's just... God, it's so ugly. Why? Why did you do this? I really would love to know why they put this one in a special package. I don't know if it was a special release. It didn't seem like it when I bought it off Big Bad Toy Store. They just made it seem like a regular Transformers release. But obviously you can tell with the different packaging, it's supposed to be something special. But, yeah, this ain't it, Chief. Hopefully there are not many more of these coming in the future. Maybe do it for the regular Transformers figures, the ones that I don't collect, all the vehicles and stuff. But in terms of my Beast Wars figures, please, please, please do not put them in this ugly ass cardboard box. It's hideous. But the figure is cool. Shout out to the figure. I actually like it a lot more than I thought it would. Package brings it down a little bit. But package aside, I think you got a solid figure here. I like it quite a bit. Next, we are going to be jumping into my Dragon Ball SH Figuarts collection, and I got one edition this month. And it's a pretty interesting character, in my opinion. It's a character I know very little about. I had an opportunity to pick him up, so I did. I think he looks pretty cool. But in terms of actually knowing stuff about this character, I'm going to be honest, I've only seen him in one thing, and that was a movie. I don't believe this character ever appeared in the show, and if he did, I really do not remember that episode. But the character that I am referring to is none other than Goku and Raditz' father. We got Bardock. Don't believe he has ever appeared in an episode of Dragon Ball Z. Maybe one, but he never played like a substantial role in the story. He might have appeared in like a flashback sequence where like Goku's kind of remembering himself as a kid. Even that I don't believe happened. I think Bardock has always been kind of left for the movies. And speaking of the only time I actually watched something with Bardock in it was the Dragon Ball Super. Actually, it says Dragon Ball Z there, which is pretty interesting. Makes me think he actually did appear in the show. But if he did, I don't recall. But the one thing I watched him in was the Dragon Ball Super Broly movie. He's in it for about the first 10 minutes, maybe a little bit less, but roughly that. He's just in like the beginning portion. And actually, I've had a Bardock figure before. When I was young, I had these small, like 2-inch Dragon Ball figures, and it ranged from a bunch of different characters. Basically, you would get a card. It'd be on a regular card. There would be the blister pack, the packaging. Inside would be, I think it was 6 Dragon Ball characters inside each one, and they were all sets. And basically, in like one package, you might get like a Majin Buu, you might get a Hercule, and one of those packages I had a Bardock figure, and it was actually pretty weird. So the figure, I'll try and find a picture of it and put it on the screen, but he was in a flying position. Because he was flying, his hair was kind of, I would say, like a Super Saiyan style, but it was just the regular black hair, and he had some of his armor missing because he was in battle with whatever, I don't know. And that's kind of the only thing of Bardock that I was kind of familiar with, that, and then watching him in the movie. Other than that, I really don't know too much about him, besides he is the father of Goku and Raditz. I mean, you could tell he's the father of Goku. My god, he's a spitting image of him. I wish he looked a little bit different, but, whatever. Like father, like son. I mean, Gohan doesn't look anything like Goku. Maybe a little bit of a resemblance, but this, if I were to show this to somebody, it would be like, yo, why is Goku in that cool Saiyan armor? What's going on there? They wouldn't be like, oh, that's Bardock. But when I saw that they were doing a figure of him in the SH Figuarts style, I was kind of interested. I'm like, man, even though I'm not too familiar with him, I think he'll be a great addition to my collection, that kind of Saiyan collection, or Saiyan, group of Saiyan characters. I think he'd make a pretty cool addition. We'll do a little group shot later. But actually, let's look at the box first, and that's something I actually like quite a bit, is the color of the box. This kind of like burgundy, dark crimson red is pretty unique. Most of the Dragon Ball SH Figuarts that I own have all been kind of a similar color scheme. It's usually like yellow, purple, or orange. Those are really the 3 most dominant ones that I have. And for it to be in a red, it really pops. I actually really like it quite a bit. The red background and the red on the box. It's actually more brownish in person. I'm looking at it through the camera, and it does look quite red. But I will say in person, this definitely looks more brown than anything. So that is something I do like quite a bit. I do like the different color packaging, makes them stand out, be a little bit more unique. We will take a look at the figure in a second. Let's take a look at the box. So here we see a nice shot of Bardock here with a little orb, a little fireball move that he can do. I'm not sure what it's called because, like I said, I'm not too familiar with the character, but we can see that the orb is right there. But like I said, we'll break the inside contents later. On the bottom, we see Bardock there, looking pretty cool with his scouter. On top, we got a little window and a nice little shot of Bardock without the scouter. On the left side, little window with Bardock's name. On the right side, we've got a couple little action shots of Bardock, looking pretty cool. And on the back, we've got a bunch of different things that you can do with him. So here's what he looks like, just straight out of the packaging, no scouter. I do like the fact that he does come with a scouter, but he looks pretty badass without it. Here are a couple different shots of him here. Just judging on his kind of facials, he seems like a pretty cocky character. I didn't really get that when I watched the Dragon Ball Super Broly movie. He seemed like a pretty caring person. I would say that these shots here are probably more in line of what I think of when I think of the character, just based on the movie. But just judging here, he's got a real like Vegeta vibe to him where he just kind of, he seems like he's better than everybody, especially this pose here with the hands behind the head. Just a very cocky thing there. I don't know if he has the moves to back it up like his child and his grandchildren, but he looks pretty confident there. And now let's take a look at inside the box. So here we get 3 different face plates, and he has a scar. Similar to Yamcha, got a little scar there on the face. We got a smirking face there. We got a grunting, actually it's kind of a maniacal smile there. And at the bottom there, definitely firing off whatever this blast maneuver is. And like I said, speaking of blast maneuver, there it is. It definitely looks a lot more blue here, where in the box it's got more of a grayish color to it. Let's see, on top, I don't see much blue there, but I don't know, maybe the blue is all on the other side. Who knows? And here is a nice shot of Bardock here with the scouter. He's got his little Saiyan tail wrapped around his waist there. I really like his armor, it really stands out. I like the black and green, just looks really cool. And he's got some red kind of things, kind of gauntlets on his hands, and he's got them on his legs there. We can actually see a better shot of it here. I don't know if that's part of the boot. It doesn't seem to be. It just kind of seems like it's like a leg warmer type thing. That's kind of what I think of when I look at it. But yeah, interesting addition to the design. And then I believe there's just hands down over here. Actually, I see some hair. This thing right here is extra hair or something, maybe. Is there any hair difference? They all look the same. I don't know. But yeah, there is an extra hair piece right there. You can see it right there. There it is. I can't really tell like the style of it because it's on a weird angle, but that's cool. You get, you know, hair and face plates. Pretty cool. And I believe there's hands on this side. Judging by that shake, that does sound like to be quite a bit of hands there, but unfortunately we can't see which hands are in there or how many of them there are. But yeah, this is tripping me out here. This little logo here, the Dragon Ball Z logo. I guess maybe he did appear in the movies, because if he did appear in the Dragon Ball Z movies, then it would make sense to put this logo here, because technically it is Dragon Ball Z. But now I got to do some research to see if he appeared in the show, because I don't think he did, but this is putting doubt in my head. Now let's do some group shots with Bardock here. This first character I have doesn't really make too much sense when you see them together, but in the context that I was talking about earlier, it does make sense. But the character that I'm talking about is from the Dragon Ball Super Broly movie. It is Broly himself. Now, unfortunately, Bardock never got to see this version of Broly. He saw Broly more of him. I think he saw Broly when he was a kid. I know Broly was definitely like, a little baby at that time. If I remember correctly, and it's pretty foggy because it's been a little bit since I watched the movie, but I believe Broly was set to be destroyed because he was more powerful than Vegeta, and Vegeta was supposed to be like the leader of the Saiyans. Anyways, that has nothing to do with Bardock, but like I said, I first saw Bardock in the Broly movie, as we can see right here, Dragon Ball Super Broly. I don't know why that logo is not on Bardock's box, but like I said, I got to do a little bit of research regarding Bardock to see if he did actually appear in the show. And if so, when? Because I like to think I have a pretty decent recollection of like the chronological order of stuff in Dragon Ball, and I really do not recall Bardock ever appearing. But yeah, like I said, I saw him in the movie, the Broly movie, so I just thought I'd bring Broly in, even though, like I said, this really doesn't make too much sense because he never saw Broly like this. Next person I got is someone that definitely has a hatred for Saiyans, not Bardock in particular, but just Saiyans as a whole, and he viewed them as animals and basically slaves. And the person I am talking about is none other than Frieza. Frieza is another character that does play a big role in the Broly movie because Frieza is actually the one who kills Bardock. He kills the whole planet. He blows up the whole Saiyan planet. A little bit of a spoiler, but it literally happens in the first few minutes. So it's not that big of a spoiler. But yeah, I just thought this would be a fun one to bring together. Similar to Broly, he never saw this version of this character, but I don't have a young version of this character, so I'm going to bring in this one, and it is Super Saiyan Vegeta. Bardock, the father of Vegeta's longtime rival Goku. Like I was mentioning earlier, my Saiyan collection kind of grows with the addition of Bardock, so these two characters look pretty cool together. And let's have a little father-son bonding time. Let's have them reconnect and see Bardock being super proud of his child, Goku being an actual Super Saiyan. The urban legend of the Super Saiyan was quite a wild one, where the Saiyans were supposed to be like these warriors, but no one really ever ascended to this level, the Super Saiyan level, and Goku being the first person to turn Super Saiyan, unless that happened somewhere along the lines. I'm sure there's some other character that they kind of retcon to be like the first Super Saiyan, but in terms of the show, Goku is the first Super Saiyan, so a nice father-son moment here. Unfortunately, I don't have a Gohan to have the whole family, but, this one's cool here. Unfortunately, I don't have a Raditz figure, which honestly would have been pretty cool to have father and his two sons, but I'm going to have Vegeta here because, one, he's a Saiyan, and two, that's actually honestly the only reason. He's a Saiyan, so I thought this would be pretty cool. A little Saiyan collection that I got going on. I'm not sure if Bardock has ever turned Super Saiyan. I'm going to assume... Actually, no, I don't know if he would have, because at least in the Super world, the Dragon Ball Super timeline, I don't know if it's a different timeline or... I don't know. I'm not sure about all that. I really just know, like, DBZ. But in Dragon Ball Super, he wouldn't have had a chance to transform into a Super Saiyan because obviously he dies in the movie. Maybe he turned Super Saiyan in one of the movies if he did appear in one. Not too sure, but I think that would be pretty interesting if they do another Bardock figure in the future. Super Saiyan version. Like I said, I don't know if it'd be canon because I don't know if it happened, but it'd be cool to kind of add to this whole Super Saiyan collection. But yeah, all in all, Bardock here is a pretty cool character. I gotta say, I like his look. Like I said, I like the packaging. I like the red. Really stands out amongst all the boxes that I have, my SH Figuarts. And I definitely got to do some research because this right here, it's really like mind-fucking me because I'm like, did he appear? I'm really trying to rack my brain. And then it kind of makes more sense because, like, why else would he have... like going back to those small Dragon Ball figures that I was talking about, why else would he have a figure in those Dragon Ball figures if he didn't appear? He had to have appeared at some point. But honestly, there was a couple characters that I had figures for that I don't think I ever saw in the show. I can't recall any others off the top of my head right now, but I know there was definitely some figures in my Dragon Ball collection where I'm like, man, I'm waiting for this character to appear on the show. When's he going to appear? And he just never appears. So yeah, now I got to go look back at those figures as well. I'm going to go do a deep dive. I'm going to do a deep dive on Bardock and his history in Dragon Ball Z to see if he actually appeared or if he did appear in one of the movies. And I'm going to go and look at some of those old Dragon Ball figures. I think I might have them somewhere in my house, but they're probably in a box that's like tucked away and buried under a bunch of shit. But I love those little Dragon Ball figures. They were really cool. It sucked because like you really couldn't do anything with them. And like, for example, the Bardock one, you know, he's stuck in a flying position, he's battle damaged, so there's really only so much you can do with him. I think when I was playing with him, I think I made him a villain, but I still remember that figure, that little 2-inch figure. But now I have a nice, I think it's 5.5 inches tall, probably something like that. But a nice articulated version of Bardock here, no battle damage here. And I gotta say, I really like this figure, and it's a nice addition to my collection. I actually like this one way more than I was expecting. Alright, next we're going to be jumping into my McFarlane DC Multiverse collection. And this month, I only got one edition, but it is a pretty relevant edition because this character is actually going to be appearing in a movie that is going to be releasing. Actually, by the time you see this, it will have already released. The Aquaman 2 movie. I think it's called The Lost Kingdom. I know Kingdom's in the title. I'm not sure if it's lost or found or underwater. I'm not too sure. But let's introduce this character. This is a character I've had my eye on for quite a bit, ever since they announced this version of him. I was like, man, I think I need to pick this up. There was one thing that was kind of holding me back from it. I'll talk about it when I introduce him. But without further ado, the character I am referring to is Aquaman's nemesis, his main nemesis, the Joker to his Batman. It is the Black Manta. Coming in the Page Punchers line, which is a little sub-line from the DC Multiverse figures, where with this figure, it comes with a little book, as you can kind of see in the background there. That is a comic. Actually, you can even see there, includes exclusive comic book, English language. And they do this from time to time. I'd actually like to see them do it more, because I do like the Page Punchers that they've put out so far. I think they've done some pretty interesting ones, and they've done some cool characters in there. Like, there hasn't really been a Black Manta figure released on its own, so to have a Black Manta figure as part of the Page Punchers was a cool way to get Black Manta. But yeah, he will be appearing in Aquaman 2. He also appeared in Aquaman 1, and that's actually something I actually like about the character, where I don't know if this has ever happened in any other superhero movies. Actually, I just thought of one that counteracts what I was going to say was, you know, a lot of movies, a lot of superhero movies, like, for example, we'll take the original Spider-Man trilogy, right? Specifically the first one, with Tobey Maguire as Spider-Man, Willem Dafoe as Green Goblin. And what a lot of movies do is they kind of like kill off the villain, which I think is just super frustrating. Because like if you look at the comics, there's always like stories being told with those characters. You know, there's so many stories involving Joker or Magneto or Green Goblin, or, you know, pick a villain, but they appear constantly throughout the comics. And then with the movies, it's always like, oh no, we got to kill the villain at the end, and then you can never reuse them. They can never appear again in a sequel. It's really frustrating. And I was thinking about this with Black Manta. I'm like, man, he's one of the few villains. I was going to say one of the only villains that has really like appeared in one movie and then appeared in the next one. Immediately, I thought of another villain that has appeared across multiple movies, and that's Magneto from the X-Men movies. But honestly, if you think about like other superhero movies, like I said with Green Goblin and Spider-Man, dies at the end of the first movie. He does come back in No Way Home, but that's, you know, due to shenanigans. But if we were to continue down that route of like getting more Tobey Maguire Spider-Man movies, we could never go back to Green Goblin because he's dead. Same thing with Doc Ock. Dies in the second movie. Original Batman movie with Michael Keaton. Joker dies at the end. Actually, another villain that I just thought about that appears across multiple movies, low-key, Thanos. Thanos, he's kind of in a different category I would say, over like some of the villains that I mentioned, because he's more of a villain for the Avengers as a whole, not a specific villain for like Iron Man or Captain America. He's kind of like, he's that final boss, everyone's got to kind of come together. But I like the fact that they had Black Manta appear not only in the first movie, but they're going to have him appear in the second movie as well. Personally, I'm not very excited to see the second movie. Honestly, who really gives a shit about DC movies at this point? Everyone's just waiting for the whole reboot and then their new kind of cinematic universe that they're pumping out. So yeah, the Aquaman 2 is kind of dead in the waters. I don't think anyone really gives a shit about it. Rightfully so. But I will say that the first one was actually pretty good. I watched it early this year. I had low expectations going in. Even though people talked it up and said it was a pretty good movie, I still had my reservations. But I'm happy to say when I watched Aquaman 1, it was way better than what I was expecting. Anyways, enough about all that. Let's talk about Black Manta here. Looking really cool in the black and the red. Before we actually take a look at the figure, we'll take a look at the box. So here we have a nice shot of the front. DC Black Manta, the comic book there. DC Direct. McFarlane Toys. On the side, we see Black Manta, and this is the Aquaman comic, the Page Punchers. On top, we've got a little window that McFarlane typically does for their figures. On this side, another little side window, and again, we see Page Punchers and DC Direct and McFarlane there. On the bottom, we got some boring stuff. And on the back, we see a nice shot of not only the Black Manta figure and all his accessories, which we'll be talking about in a second, but we see a nice shot of the comic. Speaking of comic, the one thing I'm not sure about these Page Punchers comics, because I've never opened one, is for the Page Punchers, usually it's a wave of 4. In this wave specifically, it's Black Manta, Aquaman, Aqualad, who I definitely want to pick up to add to my Teen Titans collection, but anyways, and Ocean Master. That's the 4th one. So those are the 4 that are in this wave. And each person has their own comic, and I think they're whichever character you buy, that's going to be the person on the comic. But the thing is, I'm not sure if it's like a one-shot involving this character, or if it's like a short story told across all 4 comics, or is it the same comic in each figure box? That I'm not too sure. I really want to get some clarification on that, because if it's a whole story and you have to buy all 4 figures to kind of complete it, I think that's pretty cool. If it's the same comic story in each box, that's kind of lame. I want to think it's more the first one, where each, it's a story across 4 different parts, and if you get all 4 figures, and you can read the whole story consecutively. But yeah, that's one thing I'm not 100% sure on when it comes to the comics that come in these Page Punchers. But now let's take a look at the figure here. He is looking pretty nice. He's got his big goofy helmet. As goofy as it is, it also still looks pretty cool. I like his black suit, kind of like a tactical scuba suit of sorts. Actually, we also get a card in the back. I don't believe they did not mention that on the back. Me personally, don't care for the cards, but they're a cool addition for people that like them. And we've got a very nice kind of, I want to say trident, but it's not a trident. It's like this staff / battle axe / scythe, spear kind of weapon. It's like everything combined. And it just looks so freaking cool. I really, really like the design of this weapon. It looks very futuristic, a lot of different things you can do with it. And then the one thing, and this is actually one of the reasons why I was kind of hesitant on this figure, and I know it's going to sound dumb once I explain it, but so the one reservation that I had in regards to this figure is these 2 pieces right here, the 2 blades that are in his hand, or in his arm, his forearms, as we can see here. I wanted to know if they were removable. Now, if you know me and my DC Multiverse collection, I don't open any of these figures. Well, with the exception of the last episode, but that was a special figure. That was a holy grail. In case you missed it, go check it out. We got the Batman 1989 Michael Keaton Batman with Batmobile. Really, really cool piece. But that's the only McFarlane figure I've ever opened. And I don't open any of my other ones. But for some reason, if these were not removable, I was less interested in it. And I know that sounds so fucking ridiculous, because I know there's going to be people saying, hey, if you're not going to open it, what does it matter if the blades are attached or not? It doesn't matter. I know it doesn't matter, but I needed to know that they were removable. And if they were stuck in there, I'm not a fan of that. I like having the option where if I want it in there, I can have it in there and it can be displayed as such. Or if I want, I can pull him out and he can just kind of look regular, like he does here in the comics. Or on the cover, he doesn't have the blades coming out of the forearms. And I actually watched a YouTube video. Someone did a review of the figure, and once I saw that you were able to pull off the blades from the forearms, I was like, all right, thank you. I have that peace of mind now. Even though I'm not going to open the figure, I know if I ever do, I have the option to remove them if I wanted to. And I know that all sounds ridiculous, but it's just me. It's my collecting brain. I don't like being forced to, have these in there when, I really don't want them. So yeah, I'm happy to say that they are removable if you do buy it and remove it from the box. And you've had that question, I am here to answer it. They are removable. I've had one in my collection for a little bit, and now I can finally have his adversary, his, like I said, Joker to Batman. This person's main villain, it is Aquaman. And we now have a Black Manta for him to go up against, which is pretty cool. I was mentioning earlier that there is a Aquaman in this wave. Personally, I'm not really a fan of it. I do like this one a lot more. This is from the Endless Winter. I actually forgot because he doesn't come with a Build-A-Figure piece. Because everyone else in the wave, I believe, comes with a Build-A-Figure, but he does not. But yeah, this is the Aquaman I have in my collection. Kind of looks like Chris Hemsworth now that I look at it. Kind of looks like Thor when he was the out-of-shape Thor. Kind of looks like that a little bit with the beard and the long hair. To me, personally, I think this is probably the best Aquaman that they've released so far. The one that they did in the Page Punchers looks pretty good, but for me, personally, I'm pretty happy with this version. This is what I think of when I think of Aquaman, so I'm pretty happy with it. Let's bring the other villain from the Aquaman movie. We got Ocean Master. Again, like I just mentioned with Aquaman, Ocean Master also comes in this wave, and I gotta say, if I didn't own this one, I would probably pick up the one in this Page Punchers wave. I really like how it looks with the black, the gold, and the red. Unfortunately, I already had this one in my collection. Not to say it's bad or anything. I do like this one quite a bit. But part of me for a little bit thought, hey, maybe, I replace this one with the Page Punchers one. But, I'm probably going to stick with this one. I think it looks pretty cool. But I will say, if you don't have an Ocean Master in your collection, I would say the Page Punchers one is a pretty solid one that would make a good addition to your collection. And here's just a nice group shot of Aquaman and two of his main antagonists, Ocean Master and Black Manta, looking pretty cool. But actually, speaking of cool, I got one more cool group shot that I want to do. It involves Black Manta, so let me clear the board here real quick. We know that for DC, their main hero group is called the Justice League, but they also have a evil version, the Injustice League. I believe that's what it's called, or Legion of Doom, something along those lines. Black Manta is one of the characters that is a part of that, and now he will go great with Reverse Flash. I'm going to try and display them all as I can. Joker, actually, hold on. Tried my best to squeeze them all in, but here we have a nice little group of the Injustice League. We got pretty much all the main villains of some of our DC characters. Obviously, we got Reverse Flash, main antagonist for Flash, Joker for Batman, Lex Luthor for Superman, Black Adam for Shazam, and now we got Black Manta for Aquaman. That was honestly something I was more excited about when I got Black Manta. I'm like, ooh, shit, I got Luthor, Joker, Reverse Flash, and Black Adam. Black Manta's gonna go sick with those guys. Obviously on top of, him looking pretty cool with the Aquaman and Ocean Master. But this is more what I kind of thought about when I thought about picking up this figure. I'm like, ooh, shit, he is going to look so cool with these guys. And I gotta say, the 5 of these guys together look pretty sweet. But all in all, I gotta say that Black Manta here is a great addition to my DC Multiverse collection, especially my collection of villains. I like the special packaging for the Page Punchers edition. Most of my DC Multiverse collection is in this style box. And it's nice to get, the page punchers because they kind of break up the monotony of the rest of my DC Multiverse collection because it kind of just all looks the same. It's such a uniform box. But with the page punchers one, it's different. It really sticks out. So I like this one quite a bit. And the figure's cool. Packaging's cool. You get a cool comic. I think it's a pretty complete package in my opinion, and also for a pretty good price. You can probably find this on Amazon or somewhere for a pretty good price. I believe they had this discounted because of the Aquaman movie, just to kind of have like a sale in correlation with it. So I picked it up then, but I'm sure you can find it for pretty cheap if you're interested. So cool figure, and it makes a great addition to my DC Multiverse collection. Next, we are going to be jumping into my video game collection, and we've got 2 editions this month, and they just so happen to be from the same video game, which doesn't happen too often. I just happened to walk into a Walmart, and I believe they just restocked this particular game's figures, so I kind of lucked out. There was 2 characters that definitely were speaking to me, and the video game that we're going to be adding some figures for is in the realm of Sonic. Some Sonic characters I've been wanting to add for quite some bit, and the figures we're going to be adding to my Sonic collection is Shadow the Hedgehog and Knuckles the Echidna. I'm actually surprised how successful these Sonic figures are. I didn't know there was that much of a fan base, but every time I walk into a Walmart and, I look at the figure section, and I usually start at the wrestling stuff. That's usually where my eyes go to first, and then I'll check out like Marvel Legends and DC and see stuff that's been sitting there for like months and months and it's never going to go away. And then slowly, as I walk down that same aisle, then I walk into like the video game stuff, the Minecraft, the Mario, the Sonic. I don't know if I should be surprised or not, but I feel like the Sonic figures are selling quite frequently. The shelves are always somewhat empty. On this particular day when I walked in there, they just restocked, and I just happened to grab these 2. Been wanting a Knuckles for quite some time. Shadow, yes and no. Like, I did want to get a Shadow eventually, but he was kind of like lower on the tier list of characters from Sonic that I wanted to get. Knuckles was like top 2, like him and Tails. Those are the 2 like I want really badly. And then Shadow, I would say he's probably, Amy is probably 3rd. I would say he'd probably be a 4th on the list. Actually, maybe 5th. There's this cool like purple character called Espio or something like that. He's like a chameleon. I've seen him once in store. For some reason, I didn't pick it up. I think something was wrong with the box, so I just left it there. But I think he's pretty cool. He's pretty eye-catching, that purplish pink. It's more purple than anything, but he looks pretty cool. I'd put Shadow at a solid 5. I won't bump him down anymore. He's definitely on the list of someone that I wanted to get. But, like I said, Knuckles, Tails, that kind of, the group of good guys. That's kind of what I wanted to pick up first. But, hey, you know what? You kind of got to pick up what you can get when you can get it. We're going to start out with Shadow here. We're going to save, I was going to say Sonic. Just keep seeing Sonic here, so that's tricking my brain. But we'll save Knuckles for last, but here is Shadow. And I think it looks pretty cool. I believe it is the exact same mold, actually. I think not. I was going to say, I think it's the exact same mold as Sonic. We will do some comparisons later, but I was like, no, the head's different. He's got the chest hair, Sonic doesn't. I think they have different shoes and arms and wrists and stuff, so I thought it was going to be reused, but honestly, it is not. So here's a nice shot of Shadow the Hedgehog coming with a couple different rings there. I don't know why I said couple different rings. They're all the same, but he comes with 3 of them. We'll talk about the figure here in just a second. We'll show off the rest of the box. Made by Jakks Pacific. On the bottom of the box, we see really nothing. One thing that I really don't like about these Sonic figures, and I've talked about it in like previous episodes, there's just so much empty space in here. I feel like they can condense the packaging quite a bit. Like, look at all this space in here. On the bottom, like, there's so much space in this bottom that they could just condense into a smaller box or fill it, something. But, yeah, I hate how much empty space is in this box. It's honestly fucking disgusting. Almost half the box is like worthless because the figure's just floating in there at the top, and this whole bottom half, nothing. There's nothing in there. So yeah, I don't know if they plan on changing that, but I find it so weird whenever I look at these figures in the box. Just like, why is there so much empty space? But yeah, there we did a little tour of the box. Not much to show off with a card like this. But here is the back of the box. Here we can see that Shadow has 11 points of articulation. That's pretty much standard for all the Sonic figures and the Mario figures too, because they're also made by Jakks Pacific. And as you can see, Shadow and Knuckles are from the same wave. Like I said, I just lucked out with them being on the shelf. So yeah, we'll show off Knuckles here in a little bit. But here's the rest of the wave. Sonic, we already got. Blaze, I'm not too familiar with that character. I feel like I've seen her before, but I know nothing about her. Speaking about knowing stuff about the person, let's read this little description up here for Shadow the Hedgehog. With his amazing speed and raw power, Shadow the Hedgehog can control time and space with Chaos Control, or unleash a powerful explosion with his special Chaos Blast ability. And now let's take a look at the figure, and I think it looks pretty good. I'm going to be honest, I don't really have too much history with Shadow. I don't think I've ever played a Sonic game with him in it. But honestly, I haven't played too many Sonic games. I'm not the biggest Sonic fan. I respect the character, but I don't know. I've never found myself really like wanting to play Sonic. Like I'll play like a couple levels. I don't know. I get tired of it, and then just sometimes you get frustrated. You're going so fast, you get hit by like some stupid spikes or some enemy that just flies out of nowheres, and you lose all your rings, and then you're going to fight Egghead, and it can be frustrating at times. But yeah, I don't think I've ever seen a game with Shadow in it, or I don't think I've ever played a game with Shadow in it. But I'm pretty excited to see our little hedgehog friend here be the villain of the third Sonic movie, which is gonna be, I don't know if it's coming out in 2024 or 2025. I'm not sure, because I remember Jim Carrey said he was going to, like, retire after the second one, but, like, if you watch the second one at the end, they tease Shadow. Spoilers, I apologize. But there is a third Sonic movie in the works, but, like, I don't know if Jim Carrey's coming back, if it's all going to be, like, Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles versus Shadow. Like, I don't know what's going to go on with that. I hope Jim Carrey returns. I think he's probably one of the most entertaining parts of those movies. But anyways, Shadow here, I think he looks pretty good. Like I said, I don't really have a vision of him, of what I think he looks like, but I think this is pretty accurate. I don't think he changes up his look too much in games, so pretty happy with it. We'll do some comparisons later after we get through Knuckles. Speaking of Knuckles, let's take a look at him next. One of the coolest characters from the Sonic franchise. And when I think of Knuckles, I think of Zero from Mega Man. Both similar color schemes, Mega Man and Sonic, both blue, and then, their partners, Knuckles and Zero, are both in red. And it's always so much cooler to play as Knuckles and Zero than it is like Mega Man and Sonic. Plus, I know it's a very offensive meme, but I loved Ugandan Knuckles. That is probably one of my favorite memes ever. I know it's super offensive. I fully accept it that it's like problematic, but I just find it so funny. Take me to your queen. The way, like, oh my god, that like brief moment where it was like a huge meme, I absolutely loved it. I would love a Ugandan Knuckles figure. It's never gonna happen, but yeah, I love how derpy he looks. I love everything about it. And like I said, he's just kind of the cooler character. You play as Sonic, he's fast, yeah, that's cool and all, but it kind of gets boring. He gets hit by anything and, fucking his rings just go all over the place. But Knuckles, he's the badass. Look at his knuckles here. He's got some spikes on them. I think his look is just cool. He's got the hair down. He's just the cooler character of the two. We'll do a brief look at the box real quick. Very similar to Shadow's box, where just a lot of empty space in this packaging. I feel like Knuckles fills it out more because his figure is a little bit bigger, I believe. Definitely looks a little bit bulkier than Shadow. There is still quite a bit of empty space in there, unfortunately. And if we look on the back of the box, it's going to be very similar to Shadows. We see the same figures in the wave because they are from the same wave. Same points of articulation. And now let's read his little description. Knuckles is a red echidna and the last of his tribe. He can use his immense strength and spikes on his fists to smash enemies, climb walls, and even destroy solid rock. And he can even show you the way. So pretty cool figure. I think looks really solid. Comes with a nice little bounce pad accessory, which is kind of cool. Here's a nice close look of Knuckles here. I find it kind of weird, the mouth to the side here. Because like if you look at it like this, like you really kind of block it out. He looks so weird. You feel like his mouth should be here, but it's all tucked away on the side. I don't know. I wish his mouth was more here. I don't know. I guess it kind of works with him. You know, it kind of fits his demeanor and stuff. I don't know. Part of me likes it, part of me doesn't like it. But if I had to pick one, yeah, it's fine. Very cool looking shoes. Honestly, when I first saw them, I'm like, he's got Lego bricks for shoes? And the top do look like Lego bricks. But he's just got some regular sneakers there. Some red and yellow and green sneakers. Not much to say about these figures. Pretty basic, you know, especially when it comes to articulation and detail. They're cool, but, you know, there's not really much to them. They're very basic. You know, these are kids' toys, as you can see here, 3+. Better if I get it on camera, 3+. Like, these are meant to be given to kids and played with, but honestly, I think it's still a good collector's item, in my opinion, especially if you're a Sonic fan. I think if you were to give this to a Sonic fan, they would be, you know, appreciative. They'd be like, wow, that actually looks pretty cool. Thank you. So, yeah, basic, but effective, I would say. And now let's do some comparisons / group shots. So here we got Shadow the Hedgehog, and we've got his best friends. I don't know their relationship, but, you know, they work together to make Sonic's life miserable, so I'm just going to consider them best friends. But, yeah, here we have Dr. Eggman and Shadow the Hedgehog. Looking quite nice there. I really like this Eggman figure. It's so weird. He's just a quirky character, so just having him in figure form is just pretty cool. And then here we have Sonic the Hedgehog, his rival. I don't know where I was going with that sentence, but yeah, here they are, both hedgehogs. One fights for good, one fights for evil. Whose side are you on? This character I'm about to bring out, I'm not sure if it has any connection to do with Knuckles, but, you know, he's also part of the Sonic world, and I remember when I bought him, I just bought him because I thought he looked cool, but I'm just going to bring him out anyways. It is the character known as Vector. I don't know why, but I feel like these two guys just kind of go together. Like, they're just a team of brawlers that just go around beating people up. Like I said, I don't know if they have much interaction in the shows or movies. Well, not movies, because there's only the two. Shows, video games, I'm not too sure. But, I don't know. I just thought these guys would go well together. And you know what? I kind of like them together. I think they do look good. And then we'll bring in Dr. Eggman, who has definitely had some run-ins with Knuckles. You know, in the second movie, they're teaming up together. And then Knuckles, I was going to say betrays Eggman, but Eggman betrays him. And then, you know, helps Sonic defeat the evil Eggman. So, yeah, pretty cool to see these two guys together. And then the two characters I really wanted to see together is Sonic and Knuckles. All I need is a Tails, and I got the trio complete, but unfortunately I don't have a Tails figure yet. Hopefully one of these Walmart stocks up on a Tails figures. That would be really cool. I'd love to get a Tails figure, add that to my collection. But until then, I think Sonic and Knuckles definitely hold down the fort, so very happy with that. And then here's a little group shot. I can't really fit everyone in here nicely, so yeah, we got Knuckles, Sonic, Eggman, Vector, and then Shadow the Hedgehog here. And yeah, this is my Sonic collection so far. There's a couple more people I want to pick up before I'm kind of putting this away, but my collection for Sonic is growing. I was going to say Sega, but I don't know if I have much of a Sega collection. I don't know any other games in my collection that are from Sega. I'm sure there's probably like one or something, but yeah, in terms of my Sonic collection, I think it's coming together pretty nicely. So 2 solid additions for my Sonic collection and just my video game collection overall. Definitely happy to get Knuckles. Like I said, been eyeing him for quite a bit. And happy to get Shadow too. I don't have too many villains in my video game collection, so I'm happy to add another one to it. 2 solid additions to my video game figure collection. Next, we are going to be jumping into my Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle Best Action collection, and I've got 2 figures that I'm going to be adding to my collection. In case you missed last episode, here is a small recap. I added the following 2 figures to my collection, Donatello and Raphael. These are the IDW versions of the Turtles, replacing my other versions of the Turtles based on the cartoons. And if you watched the last episode, you know that these are definitely upgrades from the previous thing. I highly recommend checking out the last episode to see how different these figures are from what I had before. But yeah, very happy with this upgrade, I'll say. And, the last episode, we introduced Raphael and Donatello, and now it is time to add the other 2 turtles. So let's take away Donatello and Raph and bring in Leonardo and Michelangelo. So the team is now complete. I now have upgrades for every turtle. Now we will be showing off what the turtles look like in my collection already and how different these are. And I want to stress how much of an improvement these are, because I just think these figures look so sick. We'll do complete breakdowns of both of these. We'll start out with Leonardo. I'm going to save Michelangelo for last because he's definitely one of my favorite turtles. But here is Leonardo. Here is the IDW version. And here is the version that he is replacing. It is the Leonardo figure from the cartoons. And as you can tell, it's night and day. Those are the only words I can use to describe this and this. This is what my collection consisted of. And now they are getting replaced by the IDW version and the, I would say, overall better, awesome, like so many words I can use to describe just an overall upgrade and improvement. So we'll do a full breakdown after, but I just wanted to show you how much of a difference there is between the 2 of these. But let's take this away from now because it's hurting my eyes and I want to feast my eyes on a nice Leonardo figure. And I've got to say, it's pretty fucking cool. I didn't have any doubts. Last episode when I saw Donatello and Raphael, I'm like, yeah, these are definitely the turtles that I need in my collection. And as you can see, it's got everything that you would want. All the accessories, weapons you would want. It comes with a sticker. It comes with a card too in the back. Great packaging. I think it is so cool compared to the kind of lame box that the other one has. We'll do a quick box run before we start looking at the figure and the accessories. Here is the bottom, some boring stuff. On top, we've got a little window, and you can see my little light there. On the left side of the box, we see a nice little action shot of Leonardo coming down on some Foot Clan members. And on the right side, we can see him looking stoic and like he just came out of a nice meditation, His chakras are all aligned. And then on the back of the box, here we can see a nice shot of Leonardo here, all his accessories, and a lot of mumbo jumbo if you're interested in reading. There's actually quite a bit of writing on it. I didn't notice it until I was kind of looking at the box. I'm like, God, look at all the small letters here, all this. It's a lot. Personally, I think this space would be better filled out, promoting the other figures in the wave, but, you got to have your warning labels and stuff, so it's kind of mandatory. I'm not going to open up either Michelangelo or Leonardo. We opened up Donatello in the last episode, so if you're interested in what the articulation's like and the accessories and stuff, I highly recommend checking out the last episode. But for this episode, I'm just going to keep everything in box the way it is. I got my fill with Donatello when we opened him in the last episode, so yeah, just going to leave Leonardo and Mikey in their boxes. But let's take a look at all the accessories. First, we got 2 sets of hands, and they've got black wraps on them. It's kind of a dark brown. It is dark brown, but it looks black on the camera. Dark brown for the feet and the hands. Here we've got 2 small katanas of sorts. I'm not too sure, because his katanas are back there. They're in the little slots, but I'm not sure what these little daggers are for. I know everyone's kind of got like secondary weapons. I guess this is his. They look okay. It's just kind of weird that he's got like big swords and little swords. You know, it would have been cool if he got like something completely different, but beggars can't be choosers. I still like it. On the left side here, we got some blast effect piece. Blast effect's not the right word, but you know, kind of effect pieces going on. And some swooshing motions going on with the sword. So it looks like you can slide the sword up into the effect piece and it would stay on there. I guess you can also have it like a freezing thing. Like, I don't think they fight anybody who has freezing powers, but let's say there's some weird crossover with TMNT and Batman, and they're fighting Mr. Freeze or whatever you got set up on your shelf. These can also act as like Mr. Freeze has frozen the katanas, or you can just give it to a completely different figure. You know, maybe you got your Marvel Legends Iceman, and you know, you have a thing set up with like Deadpool, and obviously Deadpool uses katanas, and you can kind of use this as like Iceman freezing the Deadpool katanas. That could work too. That just came to my head. I actually like that quite a bit. And here we can see the two different heads that he comes with. Here we've got his action head, I would say, where his eyes have been whited out, just like the side of the box. Here we can see the action shot, whited out eyes. And then when he's at peace and calm, he's got his regular pupils, and they've recreated that with the heads. So here is a more action shot. And then here we have him looking very annoyed, like he's trying to run like some practice drills and no one wants to do it. And he's just like, God damn, he's just getting frustrated. And then at the top here, we got the bandana pieces, two separate bandana pieces for each head. They are detachable, as you can tell. I also gotta say, nice shade of blue. Not too dark, not too light. Just the perfect shade. So just to do a quick comparison between this figure and the old Leonardo figure that I have, as you can see, also comes with two different heads, two sets of hands. You get katanas here. Here are the holders for them, and then you get a sewer cover. But yeah, overall, it looks kind of cheap. Not really a fan of the box compared to the IDW style. I think the other style it's more appealing on the eyes. I think it looks good in the box. Where these, they just look like dollar store counterfeit versions of the turtles. I really dislike these. So, little comparison between the two. In case you're interested in picking up some turtle figures and you don't know which ones to pick up, well, if you're thinking between the two of these, hopefully your answer's a little bit easier. So, yeah, there is Leonardo. Now let's take a look at Mikey. Best for last. Well, for me personally, I have always been more of a Michelangelo guy. I related more to Michelangelo. You know, he's kind of that carefree, easygoing, likes to make jokes. And I can relate more with Michelangelo than I can with... Actually, I see a little bit of myself in each of them. But if there's one that I relate more to, I would probably say it's Mikey and just that carefree attitude. So, definitely had to save him for last. Right off the bat, something that I like about Mikey is his shade of green that they got going on. I think it's different from everybody else. We'll do comparisons after, but I believe this is a different shade of green compared to every other turtle. It's a nice shade. It really stands out, especially with the yellow shell and, you know, his orange bandana. It's nice. I like it quite a bit. And another thing about the Mikey figure that I kind of like is I like how scrawny he is. Compared to like Leo and Donnie, who I'd say are more like average turtles. We'll bring in Donnie and just kind of compare body size. You know, here's Donnie, a little bit taller, it looks like, a little bit lankier. And then you got Michelangelo that's kind of like that little kid, you know, the little brother, the runt of the litter. That's kind of the vibe that I'm getting from Mikey here. So I actually like that quite a bit. You know, and we have Raphael, who's more like... He's built like a fucking cement truck, you know, ready to hit you. But like I said, we'll do some group shots after. But yeah, definitely like the body and the color of the turtle skin. We will also take a look at his box. Not too different from what we showed off with Leonardo, but obviously this is themed after Michelangelo. So we'll do a quick little thing. Bottom, nothing. Top, same window. On the sides, we got nice shots of Mikey here. So here he is in action with the whited out eyes. And right here, how can you not love this expression? This just screams Michelangelo to me. Just wants to have some pizza, play some video games, maybe skateboard in the sewer, play a prank on his brothers. You know, he's just a fun little bag of energy. And on the back here, we've got a nice shot of Michelangelo and all his accessories, which will show up. Hold on a second. He's only got one eye? Is that real? Dude, he's only got one eye. He's winking. Why is he winking? No. Why? Why would they do that to Mikey? Why would you give him only one eye? What the fuck? Like, I like the idea of him winking. That's cool and all, but like, why would you not give me him with both his eyes open? I just noticed that when I looked at this. The worst part about it is they cover it up. Like, you can't really see that he's only got the one eye on that head. Did they do that strategically? Possibly, to kind of fool somebody. That's so lame. What the fuck? Like I said, I don't mind them offering it, but to not offer a regular head with both his eyes open, that's nuts. That I don't want to say that's unacceptable, but like, why? Why would you ever do that? That kind of grosses me out now. Man. I'm going to have to deduct some points for that. But here we can see the other two sets of hands that he comes with. Looking nice. We've got his regular nunchucks. I wish they like kind of decked him out. Like, I wish they did this for these. Because like his nunchucks just look so kind of boring. Just the way they are. So I wish they kind of spiced it up and gave it a little personality like these weapons. But you also get these weapons as well. I'm not sure what they're called. I think they're also nunchucks, but like they have blades. I think it's just, there's only one blade on the side. So the top one here has a blade. There's nothing on the bottom. I think the other one has a blade. It's kind of hard to tell. I can't really see. I was going to say, we'll just look at the back of the box and it looks like both of them have blades on them. So here is the old Michelangelo figure, looking the exact same as the Leonardo figure I just showed off. And that's one of the things I hate about these turtles is they're pretty much all the same. They're all the same shade of green. All that's different is the belt with the letter on it and the bandana color, and all the other colors. Obviously they correspond to that specific turtle. Here we have Mikey. We've got two extra sets of hands. We've got two heads. None of these are blinking, which are good. Or winking, I apologize. So you can see he also comes with his nunchucks, and he comes with, I don't know what the fuck this is, to be honest. I don't know if it's a grapple of some sort, but it is quite a different accessory. I like it just because it's different. Actually, does the back tell us what it is? No. It just says his weapon of choice is nunchuck, or the nunchaku. Maybe that's what that thing is called. Maybe this is a nunchaku? For the longest time, I thought it was nunchucks, but there's no M in it. It's just nunchucks, which kind of blew my mind when I learned that. But yeah, definitely an improvement between the two, I've got to say. So here's what my turtle collection looked like before, and here's what it looks like now. Here are the new and improved versions of the turtles. I know I've said it so many times, but these are definitely just such an upgrade from what we just saw. The detail in the turtles, everybody looking unique, each their own shade of green, each different body types, like it feels more like the turtles and not that cookie cutter bullshit that we just showed off. So yeah, very happy to have the team complete and upgraded. Definitely want to get rid of those turtles that I just had here for a second and replace them with these, because these are just a nice set of turtles. If you are looking for a set of turtles for your collection, you're like, oh, you know, I want to buy some turtle figures. I think if you buy these four here, even with Mikey's winking eye, I think there's still a lot of other positives that kind of outweigh that negative. And yeah, I would have to say, like, if you are looking for some turtle figures, I think these are definitely the ones that you'd probably want in your collection. I really, really like how these turned out. Hopefully, there's more of these to come in the future. I know that they have released the I don't know if it's released or it's going to be released. I think it's going to be released. The Shredder. They have a Shredder that they're working on based on the IDW comics. And yeah, hopefully they continue to pump out some designs based on these looks. Very, very cool and very happy to add these to my collection. Next, we are going to be jumping into my Marvel Legends collection. And for this month, I got 2 new additions. One is a character that we might have made mention of earlier on in the episode, and I'll kind of throw back to that. And the other one is a villain that I've wanted for a very, very long time, and I'm very happy to add it to my collection. Actually, technically, they're both villains. But let's start out with the character that I'm kind of less familiar with. Like this version of them. I am familiar with this character in general, just in terms of the Marvel Universe. But this specific incarnation of them, not so much. And the character I'm talking about is the newer villain introduced to the Spider-Man world. Kind of. It's a character kind of reintroduced as a villain. It is the character known as Chasm. Like I mentioned earlier, during the graphic novel section, we showed off a book, the Hallows' Eve book, in case you skipped over it or whatever the case may be. This was one of the graphic novels I got this month, and on the back, it makes mention of the character known as Chasm, Ben Reilly, aka Chasm. This I picked up during a Black Friday deal. I'm not sure where I bought it from, but I definitely bought it at a reduced price. This is a character I was kind of on the fence about. I didn't know if I wanted to pick them up because I've already got a Ben Reilly Spider-Man in my collection. We'll show that off later, but honestly, this is not a Spider-Man version of Ben Reilly. This is him as Chasm. Now, I'm not familiar with this incarnation of the character, but from the little stuff that I've seen, he is basically a villain now, and he has been rebranded as Chasm. And if you do look at him, he still has some Spider-Man-like features. You can see on the mask, the eyes, very Spider-Man-esque. Spider on the chest of his. He's got his little web shooters like he used to have during his Scarlet Spider days. But as you can see with these blast effect pieces, you know, he might not be swinging around as much and might have some different mystical abilities. Actually, let's read the description on the back. Let's look at the box real quick. This is the first time I am getting the newer Spider-Man retro card that they've kind of debuted. So for the most part, when you think of the Spider-Man retro card, you think of this right here. Like, this is just nostalgia. It's awesome. They've been releasing this as part of like the Marvel Legends Spider-Man waves, and it's awesome. Now, something that they've introduced recently, I don't remember if it was with, I think this might be the first wave that they introduced it, where some of the characters in this wave have this style of box, and then some characters in this wave have the newer style of Spider-Man retro card. And I gotta be honest, I'm not too crazy about it. It looks kind of plain and cheap, in my opinion. I think the biggest thing for me, like, I wouldn't mind it so much. Just the font for Spider-Man looks so cheap, I would say. Like, it just looks like such a knockoff. When I look at it, it kind of reminds me of the old Spider-Man cartoon, and not the one from the 90s for this show, the one before that. I don't know the year for it. I want to say 80s potentially. I think the show was just called Spider-Man. I watched a little bit of it when it was on TV. Actually, for those of you who don't know, the famous Spider-Man meme that they're pointing at each other, like, you're Spider-Man or whatever, it comes from that show. And when I see this font, I think of that show. So, not a fan of the font. I don't mind the background too much, like the spider web that's going on, the purple, blue colors that they got going on, a little bit of the orange in the background. I think it's okay. I think it could have a little bit more personality, like you have with this one, where, you know, you see the city in the background, New York City. You got the Spider-Man iconic font, I would say. You got a picture of Spider-Man, so you know that it is Spider-Man. Obviously, you know this is Spider-Man as well, but it's just cool to kind of see him displayed along with the letters, the Spider-Man carding. I think there's a lot to be desired with this style. It might grow on me eventually, but I would say just off the rip, just kind of looking at it and comparing both boxes, I would say this one definitely leaves a lot to be desired, in my opinion. Let me know your thoughts in the comment section, which box you prefer, and if you do like this one, let me know why. But for me, I gotta go with this one. Like I said, nostalgia. I grew up watching the shows, the figures, seeing them in stores. it's awesome. And the fact they've kind of repurposed it again in kind of the newer fashion for the Marvel Legends figures is awesome. But we'll take this away, Scorpion and the retro card. I just want to do a little comparison for the box. So here is a nice shot of Chasm on the new retro card. A little shot of him there. Marvel's Chasm, Legend series, Spider-Man up there, Marvel, blah, 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 blah. On the bottom, there's not too much show off, but I typically like to do these when showing off the boxes. So on the bottom, we just see like a little window with the instructions. On the left, we got a side shot of Chasm here, looking okay. We got a top-down view, and then we got the right view. So, like I said, not too much to show off with the box, but that's what I do for my box breakdown. Here's a nice shot of the back. I guess we'll do a little comparison for the back as well. So here we have the newer style. This is the old retro card. I guess I'll say this one kind of looks better in my opinion. There's just more design to it, where this one is just kind of plain, you know, it's just kind of purple on the back. I do like the figure being displayed on the back because it shows what you're buying. You know, this is not what I'm buying in the box. You do see a little rendition of the figure here, but you can't really tell too much. I mean, you can basically see every detail that you want when you look at the front, but, you know, you kind of want to see it in a cool pose that you can do to kind of entice people to potentially buy it. Like, oh man, you can do that with the figure. And especially with this one here, with the bendy wire scorpion tail, there's a lot of cool poses that you could have put him in. So missed opportunity with this one. So I'll have to give points to the left side here, the newer packaging, in terms of the background. But now let's read the description for Chasm. A near-fatal battle between Peter Parker and his clone Ben Reilly leaves Ben rising from the quantum goo as the villainous Chasm. That actually sounds kind of interesting. I would actually kind of like to read that book to see the fight between the two of them. Like, how far back does this go? Like, when was Chasm introduced? I wish they would do that. I think that would be a cool thing where it's like, if you want to learn more about Chasm and whatever, it'd be like first appearance, blah, blah, blah. Like they do in the comics, where sometimes you're reading a comic panel and I find it specifically in the Marvel or in the Spider-Man comics, where it'll refer to, you know, read issue 601 to learn more about, you know, this story or whatever the case may be. So I think that would be cool to introduce on these back biographies. If people want to learn more about the character, they can go specifically to that issue or story or whatever the case may be and learn about the character and the fight and whatever. Just a couple things in my opinion. We didn't really take a good look at the figure. I mean, we kind of did, but we can kind of break down the kind of color scheme. I do like the purple and the kind of teal going on the suit. I like the teal eyes with the black and the purple. I think that looks really cool. The spider on the chest, it looks okay. It kind of looks like a cockroach to me, in my opinion. I don't know if that's supposed to be a spider. Like, I feel like it looks cooler here because it has more black to it. I feel like if it had a little more black on the bug design, whatever the case may be with the chest, I think it would look a little bit cooler. But yeah, I would say this image of it definitely looks better than what's portrayed in the figure. And then as far as the rest of the body, it's really just black. We got some teal outline around the boots, which looks kind of weird because you see the boot cut, and obviously that's supposed to like indicate that that's a boot of some sort. If you look at it from far away, you don't really notice it, but if you look up close, it looks kind of goofy a little bit. And yeah, like I mentioned earlier, I was kind of on the fence of, do I want to pick this up? I already do have a Ben Reilly in my collection, and that is this Ben Reilly here. Him as Spider-Man. Also, you have Ben Reilly as Spider-Man in that famous like all red suit, and then he's got the blue hoodie. Unfortunately, I don't have a figure of that suit. Maybe I'll get it eventually. I'm not in a hurry to grab it. I actually prefer this look for Ben Reilly. I think it looks cooler. I like the more Spider-Man look to it, where the Scarlet Spider one, when I first saw it, it was kind of off-putting because I'm like, ooh, it's a lot of red on the suit. And it's just a plain red too. It doesn't have the webbing or anything. It is a suit design that has grown on me over time, but I remember first looking at it, I was kind of like, not a fan of that. And then when I saw this one, I was like, yeah, this is the way to go. So yeah, now I got Ben Reilly, the Spider-Man hero, and now I have Ben Reilly as Chasm, the supervillain. which is pretty cool. But yeah, overall, I would say a very cool addition to my Spider-Man villain collection. That's really the reason I bought it, is because he is considered a Spider-Man villain. And like I said, even though he's kind of the same character, he's Ben Reilly underneath that, but a different version of him. So I was like, yeah, you know what? I was on the fence about it before. It looked okay. You know, I wasn't intrigued by it. But then the more I thought about it, where it's like, oh, he is a villain. I could add him to my villain shelf. You know what? I see him on a good sale. It was just kind of like everything aligned for me to pick this up. So happy to add this to my collection. And my Marvel villain, or not my Marvel villain, it's my Spider-Man villain shelf grows once again. And the last Marvel edition I got for the month of December is, like I mentioned earlier, a villain that I've wanted to add for quite some time. This is another figure I got on special. This isn't a Black Friday deal. This is actually a completely different thing. Let me introduce the figure first, and then we'll kind of talk about the circumstances that led to me getting it. The figure that I am talking about and the character I'm talking about is one of those Marvel villains that I would say he's like a high B-tier villain. Like, he's not going to go up against the Avengers and give him a tough time. But in terms of him being a pain in the ass for a certain hero, he's definitely up there. And I am very excited to add to my collection the villain known as Bullseye. I've been wanting to add Bullseye to my collection for a very long time. There hasn't been too many opportunities to pick up a Bullseye. I believe earlier this year there was, I think it was earlier this year, there was a 3-pack that came out. It was Daredevil, Elektra, and Bullseye. And then when it first was announced, I was like, ooh, maybe I pull the trigger and I get that Bullseye. But once I saw the design of it, I wasn't crazy about it. I believe there's some discoloration where like some of the suit's black and then like his arms are blue. I can't remember off the top of my head, but something that I was really not a fan of. This was the version that I wanted to get. And I think if you want to get a Bullseye in your collection, I think this is the way to go. We will break down the contents of the box, but I just kind of want to talk about how this came to be, because this is an older Marvel Legends figure, I believe. Actually, maybe we can get a date on the bottom. 2017. I believe that's when the figure was put out. I could be wrong, but probably around there. So it's a couple years old, and usually with figures that are a little bit older in the Marvel Legends collection, you know, you're going to have to pay a pretty penny to get a hold of them, especially for a bigger character like Bullseye. So what actually ended up happening for me to get the Bullseye is I got an email from eBay, and eBay was having a promotion, I believe it was in November and it ended early December, where they were giving a coupon, a 20% off coupon that you can use to buy a figure. And it was specifically for figures. Like, they do that a lot sometimes with like refurbished laptops. I see they'll give you a code for like $10 off or something like that. Very rarely do they do it for figures. And when I saw that eBay was offering 20% off anything, like anybody selling any figure, you will get 20% off. So I was like, I have to cash in on this 20%. So immediately I went to my collection, like all the things that I collect, my shelves, and I was like, all right, what collection would benefit from me using this 20% on? So I went through all my collections: DC Multiverse, Power Rangers, Beast Wars, video game figures, Marvel Legends, Dragon Ball SH Figuarts. I went through all of them, and I broke it down to Beast Wars, Marvel Legends, or if you watched the last episode, the SH Figuarts for the Big Bad Beetleborgs. Oh, and my wrestling figures too, but we'll get to that when we get to the wrestling figure section, which will be after this. So I looked up a bunch of different characters. I looked up prices and just different things across all my collections, and I narrowed it down to like a list of like 25. And eventually I kind of like whittled down the list, because in my head it was like, I want to get the most bang for my buck, right? So I want someone that's offering a pretty good deal in terms of the figure that they're selling, and who can I really use this 20% on? So I was looking at Beast Wars and they were just so expensive for like the new inbox one. So I kind of was like, all right, doesn't look like I'm going to be going with Beast Wars. Then I was looking at my video game collection and I was like, there's really no one that's really worth using the 20% on, at least at that moment. So I was like, nah, I'm not going to use it on video game figures. And then I was really considering using it on the SH Figuarts for the Big Bad Beetleborgs. And it would just still been way too expensive. So I was like, you know what? It wouldn't be worth it. Even with the 20%, I would still be paying a lot. And with the 20%, I wanted to save money. I wanted to use it to buy it on a figure that's rare, but also, like I said, get the most bang for my buck. So there's a couple different Marvel Legends that I was kind of considering. And like I said, I was whittling down the list, and it came down to two Marvel Legends figures that I was considering getting. One was Bullseye, as we can see here, and the other was Taskmaster. There's a Taskmaster figure that I don't have a Taskmaster in my collection, and if I used the 20% on it, it was a pretty good deal. But the person was already selling it at a pretty sweet deal compared to the Bullseye. Like, the Bullseye was decently priced, but with the 20%, it was even better. But the Taskmaster, I didn't feel like he was kind of gouging me with the price. Like, I felt he was offering a pretty fair price, so it wouldn't have been worth it to use the 20% on it. So anyways, all that to say, I narrowed it down to Bullseye here, and I bought two wrestling figures. But like I said, we'll get to that next when we get to the wrestling figure section. And I gotta say, I'm very happy that I picked this up with the 20%. This is a character I've been wanting to add for a while. You know, I have my Daredevil figure. I've got, Elektra, Kingpin, Punisher, everyone in that kind of world. And one of those big pieces that I'm really missing is this guy right here, and I'm just over the moon to be adding him to my collection. So let's take a look at the box real quick. I will say it is pretty beat up. I don't know what the guy did with the figure, but there is a lot of wear and tear on the box. So some damage here on the bottom, a little here, a little bit at the top. This thing's not going to win a beauty contest, but I can kind of look past those little imperfections on the box. It's not too big of a deal. It's not like there's a big crack across the plastic or anything like that. All this is kind of to be expected. I never expect, when I get figures that are in box, I never really expect them to be mint on card. I expect it to be respectable, but nothing perfect. But like I said, this is a little on the rougher side of things. On top, we've got Bullseye logo right there, and you can see it again on his forehead right there. On the bottom, we've got some boring stuff. On the side, we've got a very nice rendition of Bullseye here. I like the kind of oldie style to it. Part of me wishes it did have a little more color to it, his suit being dark bluish, blackish, getting a little bit of that in the image, but I kind of like this. It really has an art to it. It feels like this was a painting. You would see this in a museum or something like that. It's kind of that style. So I kind of like it. It has grown on me. At first I was kind of but the more I look at it, the more I really, really like it. And we've got the repeating image on the opposite side. And on the back, we got a nice shot of Bullseye here, like I was talking about with Chasm. Or no, it was a Scorpion figure where, you can really kind of do something fun with the figure, put it in a unique pose. And I think that's what they did a great job here, putting on the alternate head and having that hand where he's throwing the knives. A cool thing that they could have done with Scorpion, but whatever, we're kind of past that. Let's read his little description. Motivated by a personal vendetta against Daredevil, Bullseye becomes an expert assassin demonstrating an exceptional ability to use nearly any object as a lethal weapon. He is the ultimate assassin, except when it comes to Daredevil. Then he can't hit a goddamn thing. Speaking of Daredevil, along with Punisher, Elektra, and Jessica Jones here, this is the looks of the characters from the Netflix universe. So pretty cool if you're interested in getting some live action representation of the figures. I think the Daredevil looks pretty cool. Even just in that little shot there, the suit looks pretty good. Punisher has a pretty good likeness to John Berthnall. Elektra looks okay. Wasn't really crazy about her look in the show. And Jessica Jones. I don't remember the name of the actress, but it definitely has a resemblance to her. And then also in the wave, we've got Blade and Bullseye. And if you watched the last episode, you know that I added the newest Blade to my collection, part of the Midnight Suns kind of wave that they had. And this was the Blade I was kind of considering at one point, but once the other one came out, I was like, you know what? I think the other one's kind of the way to go. And each figure in the wave comes with a Build-A-Figure piece to build Man-Thing, which looks very, very cool. Hopefully they just release that on its own eventually. I think it's been out long enough to, kind of repurpose it for maybe a deluxe figure, so hopefully that is in the pipeline. But, pretty cool Build-A-Figure. And speaking of Build-A-Figure, we can see the piece that comes in the Bullseye box. We've got the right hand of Man-Thing, looking very swampy. But let's take a look at that Bullseye figure. And like I said, this is a great Bullseye figure because you get a lot of cool accessories. I think the figure itself looks pretty good. Mine's got a little bit of a scuff on the forehead, which is very unfortunate. But I do like that smile, that little smirk that he's got going on. Looks very, very Bullseye. That's kind of the expression I think of when I think of Bullseye. Also comes with a knife. Comes with a gun, very old school style gun, and one of my favorite accessories in this box is this hand here where he comes with, it's all one piece, it's all attached to the hand, but basically it's him throwing 3 daggers, and it's got a little whooshing effect. He also comes with an extra set of hands, and another cool accessory is an unmasked version of Bullseye. And here you can see he is very, very angry, and you can see on his forehead the kind of engraved dartboard, which is kind of gross, to be honest. It's kind of, when you really think about it, it's like he did that with possibly even that blade. Now let's do some comparison shots. This first one I'm going to do a comparison with isn't going to make too much sense, but it is once I explain it, and the character that I'm referring to is Hawkeye. Now, I'm sure they've had some run-ins at certain points, but the reason I brought in Hawkeye is during the Siege event in the Marvel Comics, Norman Osborn, I think he was the president of the United States. I could be wrong. He had some sort of high-ranking political position, and what he did was he created the Dark Avengers. And one of the characters in the Dark Avengers was Bullseye, and he dressed up as Hawkeye. He didn't look exactly like this. Well, the costume was pretty similar, but he had long sleeves, long purple sleeves. So I thought this would be a fun one to bring in. And, they're both marksmen. I wonder who's more accurate. That is actually something I'm quite interested to know. Maybe I'm going to do a little Google research after, see who would win in like an I was going to say an archery competition. I think this guy right here, but just in terms of like, maybe darts. Maybe they're throwing darts. Playing a game of darts, maybe Bullseye, I don't know, I'd have to take a look, but just a fun little comparison here. Next, we got a character that I'm sure they've had a couple run-ins with each other, nothing that really stands out in my head. We saw on the back of the Bullseye box, we saw, everyone from season 2 of the Daredevil season, and I thought it would be kind of fitting to bring in the Punisher. I know they've had at least one run-in. I know there was a comic, I don't know if it was a mini-series or a short story that involved these two, but there's a lot of similarities in these two characters. Two killers that go to extreme lengths to get rid of their targets. So I thought I'd bring in Punisher. Next, we got a character who is pretty tied to Bullseye for, unfortunately, a bad reason for her, but it is Elektra. And if you know anything about the comics or even the TV show, I think Bullseye kills her in the show. I think. It's been a while since I watched the Netflix Daredevil show, but I believe he kills her in that. He definitely kills her in the comics. Actually, he also kills her in the Daredevil movie with Ben Affleck and Colin Farrell. These characters are tied to each other, and there's also another person that is heavily tied to Bullseye. Actually, we'll give him his own spotlight. Elektra, we'll see you in a little bit. Bullseye is his personal assassin. That's who he goes to when he has an issue. And the person I am talking about is Wilson Fisk, aka the Kingpin. So yeah, I wanted to bring Kingpin, but like I really didn't want to, because Kingpin, as you can tell, it's a very big figure and a very big card. And he is basically the centerpiece of my Spider-Man villain shelf, because he's such a good base, because I can like put people on top of him and kind of lean other boxes on him. So for me to take him out and bring him here was such a mission. I basically had to dismantle my whole Spider-Man villain shelf. But with the addition of Chasm, I'm probably going to have to rearrange it a bit, so I guess it was kind of necessary. But it was a bit of a pain in the ass to kind of like take him out and then destroy my Spider-Man shelf, because I actually do like how I have it set up. It's a little clustered. It could use a little breathing room, but I like it. Anyways, nonetheless, I had to bring in Kingpin because, like I said, he is so connected to not only Daredevil, who we'll see here in a second, but Bullseye as well. Obviously, if you watch the show, you know Bullseye and Kingpin had a pretty good working relationship, and then obviously it didn't end too well. And in the movie as well, Bullseye does work for Kingpin, played by Michael Clark Duncan, who I actually thought was a pretty good choice for Kingpin. He definitely had that like stature and like Kingpin feel. So even though I thought it was a shitty movie, I still thought that was kind of a good casting choice. But anyways, yeah, Kingpin and Bullseye. But now let's bring in the man everyone's been waiting for to see Bullseye up against, and it is none other than his arch nemesis, Daredevil. Very happy to kind of have this duo complete. That's something I'm trying to do with like some of the other Marvel Legend characters that I have, is like have, you know, the character itself, like for example Punisher, who we saw earlier, and then have like one of his main villains, and I have like Jigsaw in my collection. So I like to have a villain for like every hero that I have to kind of go up against, so it kind of looks cool on my shelf. And now we'll do a couple cool group shots. So I think this is probably one of the first ones you gotta do. Bullseye, Daredevil, and Elektra, the trio. For some reason, I really want to say love triangle between the three of them, but Elektra was never in love with Bullseye. Bullseye just fucked with Elektra to get to Daredevil, but nonetheless, cool group shot. We'll get rid of Elektra for a second to have Daredevil against his two top nemesises, Kingpin and the Bullseye. Not the Bullseye, but Bullseye. But yeah, this is a very cool shot that I like quite a bit. And then here's another cool group shot. We got Elektra added into the mix, so we kind of got like a 2-on-2 battle going on. And for the heck of it, since I have him out, let's see if we can somehow squeeze Punisher in here. There we go. That looks pretty good right there. Actually, let me bring in Kingpin a little bit more, because that is a sick figure. All of them are sick figures, to be honest. Otherwise, I wouldn't have them in my collection. But yeah, very nice group shot here. So yeah, all in all, I think these are two solid additions to my Marvel Legends collection, definitely my villain collection. Very happy with my pickups this month. Yeah, nothing negative. Two very positive additions to my collection. Alright, next we're going to be jumping to my wrestling figure collection, and I got some very cool additions this month. It's kind of all over the place. You know, we got some WWE figures, we got some AEW figures, and then we also have a custom piece that is pretty cool. So let's get into showing off the figures. So the first 4 figures I'm going to show off are from Ringside Collectibles. This was part of a Black Friday special that they had going on, and I decided to take advantage of that, and I ended up picking up 4 figures. And the first figure that I got from there was a figure I was kind of on the fence about, because I already have a different version of him, and I didn't know if I wanted to get this particular version of him. And with the price that they had going on for it, I was like, it was too good of a deal not to pass up. So I ended up picking him up, and the person that I am talking about is coming in from the AEW Unrivaled collection. Not sure what series. I want to say 7 or 8. The character I am talking about is none other former 3-time AEW World Champion. It is Jon Moxley. So with Jon Moxley, I'm going to be honest, I was kind of on the fence about it, because I already have a Dean Ambrose WWE Elite figure, and I'm quite happy with this figure. I really like this Dean Ambrose figure. I would like it even more if it stands up, and it is, thank you. And to be honest, it kind of filled that void in my collection of, not void, but it kind of filled that slot of like having, a Dean Ambrose and Jon Moxley figure. So when AEW started producing the Jon Moxley figures, I'm going to be honest, I wasn't jumping on it right away. I thought I would cave in and eventually buy one, but I definitely wasn't in a rush to get one. There's a couple different options that I had for Jon Moxley. He's had so many figures come out. I think he's got about 4 or 5, maybe even 6 different variations going on. And I was taking a look at all of them, and I was like, he's got a bunch of them in like the camo pants. And I was like, you know what? I'm not really a fan of the camo pants. And I saw this one, I saw the price it was going for, I saw the design of it. And I was like, you know what? I think if I'm going to get any Jon Moxley figure, I think it's got to be this one. The key selling point for me was probably the jacket. I think the jacket looks really badass on him. It just kind of really fits his whole look going on, like he's just ready for a fight, and that's who he is. And even though it is a big clunky rubber jacket, I don't know, it just looks really good on him, especially with the attire. Now the attire is nothing special. It's basically black pants, black boots, black jacket. He's got Mox over here in some orange letters on the pant leg, so nothing crazy design wise. But I don't know, this just kind of screamed Jon Moxley to me. So I was like, yeah, if I'm going to get a Jon Moxley figure, it's probably going to be this one. I got to say, I'm pretty happy with it. I think it's a decent little facial expression. There is a bit of discoloration in the beard where it's kind of like dark up here and then lighter on the sides. You can kind of see that. I don't mind it too much, but it is, I would say, a little bit of an eyesore. So I'm going to say, give me 1 second. I'm going to take off his rubber jacket because I do want to show the figure what it looks like without the jacket. And then we'll kind of get into some stuff, some specific stuff, because there is an issue that I do have with my figure. Not sure if it's across all the Jon Moxley figures, but I do find mine in particular does have couple things that I would say was wrong with it. So give me 1 second to take the jacket off. I'll do a little 360 of the jacket. It is a plain jacket, but I do like the hooded look to it, and it looks pretty cool. Not a fan of the rubber jackets, but I don't mind this one too much. And here he is looking kind of plain, but that's who he is. He doesn't really have any tattoos. He does have 2 tattoos on his forearms here. He has a Psy, like Raphael, and then he also has another, it's also a Psy. I swear he had a name tattooed on him. Am I thinking of somebody else? I swear he had like someone's name tattooed on the inside of one of his forearms. I did not know that they were both Sais or daggers or whatever they may be. I'm going to call them Sais because we did have the TMNT figures earlier and we saw Raphael, so we'll keep it on brand. But yeah, he's got Sais on both forearms, so I just learned something. As far as the figure goes, I would say it's pretty good. I do have some issues with mine. Like I said earlier, I'm not sure if it's across all the Jon Moxley figures or mine in particular is just particularly like this, but I find that the legs and the ankles are very loose compared to everything else. Like the arms, they have a good resistance to it. You have to, give a little bit of force to get it to move. But I find with the ankles in particular, they are so loosey-goosey that it's almost annoying. Like, the rest of his legs are fine, I would say. It's just more so the feet, more so the ankle, I would say. Just, it's a little too loose for my liking. I wouldn't say it's scary loose to the point where it's on the verge of, like, potentially breaking or something like that. But I would say it's just like a nuisance. If I were to try and, stand him up, he's probably not going to. I really got to put some effort in for him to stand on his own. So, yeah, that just a small little issue. I feel like the ankles are just a little too loose. Other than that, I would say it is a pretty good Jon Moxley figure. If you're like myself, you're kind of, potentially looking to pick up a Jon Moxley figure. I would say this one would be the way to go, in my opinion. I think this is, when I see this, I can see Jon Moxley. I like his facial expression. He looks like he's ready for a fight, whoever it may be. Might be his fellow Blackpool Combat Club members, might be Eddie Kingston, might be Chris Jericho, MJF. Whoever it is, he's ready to go to war. And again, we'll just do another comparison with the Dean Ambrose figure. I guess there's a particular look that I like with Jon Moxley, because I noticed with this one as well, he's also got a bit of a jacket. It's not a full-on jacket, but he's got the hoodie on. Same guy, 2 different points in his life. Obviously, this is probably more akin to who he is. And then we had Dean Ambrose, who I would say is a more toned-down version of what Jon Moxley could have been. I'm also glad that I did pick him up because, like I said, I was on the fence. I already have the Dean Ambrose figure. It kind of fills me having that. But, I think Jon Moxley, I think he deserves a spot in my collection. So I'm pretty happy with my pickup here. Now, unlike Jon Moxley, these next 2 figures that I'm going to be showing off, which also came from Ringside Collectibles from the Black Friday sale, are 2 AEW guys that I couldn't wait to add to my collection. These are 2 guys who, before they were in AEW, I was not familiar with them. Like, when AEW was announced and they were kind of signing guys, I would say for about 95% of the roster, maybe like 92%, I would say I was familiar with somewhat. Someone like an Angelico, Jack Evans, Trent Beretta, Chuck Taylor, SCU, some of those early guys from AEW I was familiar with too. I knew them quite well. But one thing I liked about AEW was they also had people on the roster who I was not familiar with at all. Never even heard of them. And that was the case with these 2 guys that I picked up. And you know what? I'm just going to introduce them. It is one of my favorite early on AEW tag teams. Unfortunately, they haven't been in action for quite some time due to one of them having an injury. But, they still hold a special place in my heart, especially those early AEW days. And the team that I am talking about is Private Party. We got Isaiah Cassidy here on the left. We got Mark Quinn on the right. And together they form the team known as Private Party. Before they came to AEW, I never heard of them. No disrespect towards them. And that's honestly pretty weird because I would say I kind of keep my ear close enough to the independent wrestling scene where I know some of the bigger names on the independent scene. But when these guys were signed to AEW, they were signed with a little bit of hype. I saw some people talking about like, oh shit, congratulations to them. They're a sick team. Can't wait to see them on a big platform. And I will say when I first saw them in AEW, I was like, I really like these guys. They got a good energy to them. They're exciting in the ring. They got some pretty cool tag team moves. I like their theme song. I like their presentation. I even like their intro whenever the ring announcer's introing them, weighing in at like fluid ounces and cranberry vodka or something like that. Like, it's just fun. And I would say they are a fun team. And early on in AEW, I would say they were definitely one of the kind of up-and-coming teams that I was pretty excited to see. I would say they pushed them a little too fast, in my opinion, in the beginning. Like, in the first few episodes of AEW Dynamite when it debuted, there was the AEW Tag Team Title Tournament where they were going to crown the champions. And they ended up defeating the Young Bucks in like the first or second round, something crazy like that. I think it might have been the first round. And to be honest, even though I like Private Party, I don't think they should have got the win there. I think they should have had a solid showing to kind of show like, oh, they can keep up with, one of the best tag teams in the world. But I don't think they should have beat them. And I'll say that their star kind of burned out quite fast because they were kind of fast-tracked to, the tag team title picture. I remember it was either the first or second AEW pay-per-view, like once they were officially on TV. The first AEW pay-per-view was Revolution. I mean, there were still some other AEW branded shows, but the first one, once they had Dynamite going on, was Revolution. And if I remember correctly, it was the Lucha Bros, SCU, and Private Party in a 3-way for the AEW tag titles. And it was cool to see like fresh young talent being pushed in AEW, but I thought they were being pushed a little too much. I think if it was like a slow burn, where it's like, oh, they pick up some wins, pick up some momentum. You know, they just can't cut it against some of the bigger name tag teams like Santana and Ortiz, the Young Bucks, maybe like SCU or something like that. And then eventually they break through and they end up getting that big win. And then eventually later on, they were mixed up in like the Matt Hardy stuff. And there was some Matt Hardy stuff that I liked, but a lot of it, holy shit, it went on way too long. It got to a point where it was like, all right, just end this. And then unfortunately Mark Quinn got injured, so Private Party got shelved for a bit, which is unfortunate. But anyways, let's actually talk about the figures. And I gotta say, I think these figures look pretty sweet. One thing I like about them is they come with a bunch of accessories. So we'll take a look at Isaiah Cassidy first. And something to make mention of is these were both released individually. They weren't released in a 2-pack. I know I'm displaying them together, but that's because they were are a tag team. They were and are a tag team. You get a pair of glasses. You get a little chain here. And one of my favorite parts about both figures is they both come with cloth shirts. They're Private Party shirts, Life of the Party. The shirts are identical, nothing different on either or. It is the same one, which I don't mind. I think is completely fine. They're a tag team. They should have the same gear, or at least matching gear. And I guess that's something we could talk about as well, where they have, you know, the same pants but different deco, where Isaiah Cassidy mainly black with the white accents, and then you got Mark Quinn with the reverse, where he's mainly white with the black accents. So very cool matching gear. But let's talk about Zay, Brother Zay, the little moan that he does. Let's take off the accessories. We'll take off the glasses. Here's a little look at them. Just plain glasses, not too much to say about them. And then we'll take off his shirt as well. We'll leave the chain on because, you know, chain just adds a little something. Very good likeness to him. I can definitely see Isaiah Cassidy in that, you know, just looking at him. Just do a little 360 of him. We can see his tattoo here, the Statue of Liberty. Again, his black pants. Then he also has a lion. I did not know that he had the lion with the crown. I think MJF has the exact same tattoo, except it's like way smaller. I know MJF has a tattoo here, and I believe it is of a lion. But as we can see, Brother Zay definitely has a bigger lion tattoo. Also comes with an extra set of hands, which is always nice. I do have one issue with this figure. I'm not sure. No, I was going to say, I think Mark Quinn has the same issue, but he does not, if I recall. But something that I had that was an issue with Isaiah Cassidy, and I've had it a few times with the AEW figures, more specifically with the clothing, where sometimes the clothing will stain the figure, especially if it's a black shirt. Luckily, this is a white shirt. I do have a little bit of a white mark here, but I can't say if that's from the shirt or not. I'm going to go with no. This is just, I don't know what it's from, but it was on the figure when I got it out of the package. But something that did happen with the figure, which is a little bit unfortunate, is the glasses. So the glasses that he was wearing actually like bled on to his face. So this side is fine. You can see a little bit of an indentation of the glasses, but on the other side here, there is some gold paint you can see here and a little bit on the back there that looks like it kind of like melted on to the figure, which is very unfortunate. We'll put it on, and as you can see, it covers up the gold. But if we take it off, we can clearly see that the glasses did leave some paint on the figure, which, you know, it's not a deal breaker. It is a little unfortunate, but, you know, this has happened a few times with AEW figures with, you know, the shirt specifically staining the figures. But now, you know, the accessories are affecting the, I was going to say quality. I'll just say quality, the quality of the figures, which is a little bit unfortunate. Other than that, I think it is a pretty solid figure. No issues with articulation like Jon Moxley. All his joints are pretty solid. Can do all the fun moves, the super kicks. I was going to say the gin and tonic, that's their finisher. I believe Isaiah Cassidy grabs the person for the cutter. Yeah, Mark Quinn goes for the head scissors and then flips the guy, and Isaiah catches him with the cutter, and it looks really cool. Like, it's a very fluid motion. It's a simple finisher, but the way that they do it, poetry in motion. So, yeah, here is Isaiah Cassidy looking cool. Now let's take a look at Mark Quinn. I will say Mark Quinn is probably my favorite between the two. I do like Brother Zay. I think he's got a better personality. But in terms of who I find more enjoyable in the ring, I would say Mark Quinn. I would say he's definitely an underrated high flyer. Does all the cool moves, 450s, shooting star presses, planchas over the top rope. He can do it all. He's quite athletic. Actually, I'd love to see him and Ray Phoenix just go at it. Just have like a crazy nonstop flipping contest. Also take off his shirt. Unlike Isaiah Cassidy, he does not have any tattoos, I believe. Yeah, he is clean. He has no tattoos. I'm glad that they went with this hairstyle for him because it's just very unique, you know. I don't think I've seen many, if any, wrestlers adapt to this hairstyle. So, yeah, it's pretty cool. He's got like the double mohawk and some braids going on. And half of them are dyed blonde and the other are black. And then as far as the rest of the figure, pretty basic. Like I said, no tattoos, no crazy decals of any sort. Overall, I'd say I'm very happy with these two. I'm glad that they got figures. I'm glad that, you know, them and a couple of the other guys that were like early on in AEW got some figures. Because when you think of them now, and I'll mention some names in a second, they've kind of been forgotten about. Guys like Private Party, guys like Kip Sabian. They definitely played a bigger part of AEW in the beginning, and they've kind of been overshadowed since with, you know, the signing of bigger names. As the company grows, it's going to get bigger named talent. But, you know, never forget where you started from. We got three new additions to my AEW collection with the Jon Moxley. But as far as these are two brand new additions to my collection. And yeah, they're going to fit in great with the other AEW tag teams that I got going on in my collection. So yeah, very happy with these two, and I'm glad that they got figures. Last pickup that I got from Ringside Collectibles for my Black Friday sale was a character who I've been kind of looking at more recently. This guy has a lot of different looks and a couple interesting figures that I've been kind of keeping an eye on. And I finally made my decision on which version to pick up. And the person I am talking about is none other than Hall of Famer HBK Shawn Michaels from the WWE Elite Defining Moments Ringside Collectibles exclusive. Quite a bit of a mouthful. I was taking a look at a bunch of different Shawn Michaels figures to add to my collection, and there was three I kind of narrowed it down to. One was this one here. Number two was the Shawn Michaels from the WWE Elite Greatest Hits Wave Volume 1, where he's in a kind of similar attire. It's red. And then the other one I was kind of taking a look at is a more modern look at Shawn Michaels, was from the WWE Elite Ruthless Aggression, the Best of Ruthless Aggression line. And there, like I said, it was more of a modern look, what he had when he came back with the more baggier pants instead of like the tights that he would wear here. And those were the three that I was kind of looking at. I was looking at a couple others, but honestly, when I think of Shawn Michaels, I feel like he's in some sort of red gear. And those three do have red in their gear, so those were the people that I were considering, or the figures I was considering. I kind of narrowed it down. I was like, you know what, the WWE Elite Greatest Hits Shawn Michaels, I wasn't really a fan of the hair. It's got like the braided look in the back. Not really a fan of that. You know, I like Shawn Michaels with either like the ponytail or like the long flowing hair. I know this sounds borderline psychopathic, but, you know, I have a specific look that I would like if I'm going to pick up a figure. So I wasn't really a fan of the braided hair, so I kind of wrote that one off. And then I was kind of between this one and the Best of Ruthless Aggression one. And honestly, I ended up going with this one because it was a better deal. And the Ruthless Aggression one is kind of harder to find. Ringside had this for a pretty good deal, and it was kind of hard to turn down, and The Ruthless Aggression figures, they feel so limited because they were a Walmart exclusive, so they're just so much harder to track down. So I was like, hey, you know what? I'm going to save myself the grief. I'm still pretty happy with this one. And it comes with some cool accessories. With the other Shawn Michaels, at least the Ruthless Aggression one, it's basically just him and, his attire. I think he might come with a weapon or something like that. But this one here, like, look at all the stuff that he comes with. He comes with a full-on outfit. He comes in a cool box. That's actually something I want to talk about real quick, the box that he comes in. It is, like I mentioned, part of the Defining Moments line. And I gotta say, this is probably one of my favorite boxes for a wrestling figure. There's just something about it that just looks super epic. And, like, you're getting a special piece. Like, look at that, and you can see it's a ringside exclusive. A little side shot, we see Shawn Michaels there. On top, we got a little window. On the side, another shot of Shawn. On the bottom, some boring stuff. And on the back, we see a nice actual shot of him in the gear. And that is him in the gear, as you can see. He's got the same trunks. We will be taking off the chaps, and I don't know what the hell you would call this top, but this is assless chaps. And I guess we'll read the little description that this attire is based on. So, at Royal Rumble 1997, in front of his home crowd at the Alamodome, Shawn Michaels wanted two things: revenge against Psycho Sid and the WWF Championship. A few months earlier, Sid attacked the Heartbreak Kid's mentor, Jose Lothario, and used this distraction to defeat Shawn for the title. Now, with his friends and family in attendance in a jam-packed crowd, HBK stood toe-to-toe against the monster who once was his bodyguard, tuned up the band, and took down Psycho Sid with a sweet chin music, regaining the WWF Championship and continuing the boyhood dream. Actually, since it's kind of mentioning it, it would have been cool if he did come with the WWF title. In terms of the accessories, obviously he comes decked out in all these clothing pieces. And he also comes with an extra set of hands, as you can see here, and also a nice little backdrop, the Heartbreak Kid Shawn Michaels. Like I said, really like these boxes. I remember when they first were doing the Defining Moments, and when they canceled the line, I was like, dude, that is so terrible. Like, this line is such a cool thing, where it's like you take pivotal moments in a wrestler's career, and then you, like the thing says, defining moments. Whether the person's like in a match, like in this one specifically, in this Defining Moments line, there was 4 figures that were announced. It was Bret Hart, Shawn Michaels, Cody Rhodes, and Mankind. And all of those were pretty important. I believe the Bret Hart one is from his match with Owen Hart at WrestleMania. I could be wrong. I don't know too much about the gear that he was wearing. But the Cody Rhodes, that's the one where he has the torn pec, and his pec the figure actually has the bruising on his pectoral and his bicep and stuff. So that's a pretty cool thing. That was a cool moment in Cody's career, and he went through the Hell in a Cell match. And then speaking of Hell in a Cell matches, you got Mankind, who that figure that they released as part of this wave is from that famous Hell in a Cell match of him and Taker, where Taker threw him off the top of the cage and chokeslammed him through it, and he went on the thumbtacks, and it's a cool moment. It's a defining moment for their careers. So yeah, when they canceled the line, I was like, man, that really sucks. But they have brought it back, and I believe they announced they're going to do it kind of yearly. So I'm excited to see which characters or which wrestlers they're going to be picking out for 2024. But I think this was a solid way to bring it back. I'm probably not going to get any of the other figures in that wave that I was just talking about. I'm probably just going to stick with Shawn. Cody, not really. Bret, I already have a Bret in my collection. The Mankind, potentially. We'll have to wait to see about that, because there's also the 3 Faces of Foley ringside exclusive. So I might decide between the two. But anyways, enough about those people. Let's talk about the Shawn figure. We'll take the box away. So we'll just do a quick 360 of Shawn in his assless chaps and midriff exposed. So there we can see wearing some cowboy gear, because like it said on the back of the box, he is from Texas, so you gotta dress like the locals. So we'll take off the hat. This is just a plain black cowboy hat. Here we can see Shawn with the long flowing hair after a grueling battle with Psycho Sid. So we'll take off the top first, and it's just a Velcro strap right there. Unclip it. It is a little hard to take off because you have to go through under all his hair. But actually putting it on is a lot harder than taking it off. Because you got to pull the hair up, then it goes through, but it doesn't really go through. And then it's just annoying. But now we'll take off the pants, and there's just a little Velcro piece here on the back. And it just slides off. Maybe not easily, but it does slide off. You would think it'd be easier to take off because there's really not that much, it's like half a pair of pants, We'll take a look at the shot in a second. Let's just show off the clothing pieces. So here we can see, it's a weird fabric. I don't even know how you would describe it, but it's very plasticky. Like, you can kind of hear that. It's cloth, I don't think it's cloth, actually. Maybe it's some sort of cloth on the inside, but on the outside, I don't even know how you would describe this material, but very plasticky feel to it. It kind of feels gross, to be honest. Not really a fan of how it feels, but yeah, there is the top portion. They're made out of the same material, and again, very plasticky feel to them, but they look cool. Couple things I like about this. First, the chest hair. When I think of Shawn Michaels, I do think of some chest hair. And I think the other two figures that I was kind of looking at didn't have chest hair. I think the Elite Greatest Hits one might have had chest hair. Ruthless Aggression one, I believe, was hairless. And when I do think of Shawn, I do think of him having chest hair. And I will say, chest hair is a normal thing. Don't be fooled by all these, naked men. Well, not naked, but, hairless men that you see on wrestling. No, it's normal to have body hair, so I do like that he has some chest hair on him, looking like a real man. And then you got the Heartbreak Kid symbols there, and they are with the Texas flag, I believe that is. And then I believe this is the shape of Texas on his knee. The Lone Star State, I believe that is what it's supposed to be. Obviously, Texas is pretty big, but I think it probably captures the shape of it. Has all the elite articulation that you would want. He can tune up the band. Boom! Just nailed someone with some sweet chin music. This is on the newer elite body, so he does have the double jointed elbows, which is pretty cool. I'm going to be honest, double jointed elbows or single jointed elbows aren't. It doesn't matter either way. I think both of them are fine. Actually, also his epic tattoo on his arm, the little heart with the snake and the dagger. I think I made the right choice in choosing the correct Shawn Michaels. I think this is definitely the way to go. And as was mentioned on the back of the box, Shawn Michaels took on Psycho Sid for the WWF Championship at that Royal Rumble. I think Royal Rumble 97, it said. Unfortunately, I don't have the old school WWF winged title. So, unfortunately, I can't bring that in because I don't have it, but it would have been a cool accessory if they did include it in the box. Maybe next time. Because I think that's also a cool thing when you think of, the defining moments. Some of the defining moments for a person's career is them winning a championship. And him winning the title in front of his home crowd and defeating this, person who is such a force of nature and doing it in front of his family. It's a moment. So it would have been cool if it came with the title, but unfortunately it did not. But you actually, know what? Let's get Sid Vicious here. Let's tune up the band. Kicking the floor. He's getting the crowd hyped. And we got to go a little bit higher. Boom! Super kick. And then he pins him. 1, 2, 3. Crowd goes crazy. He does his little Shawn Michaels spin around, and then his little pose where he's flexing and making all the girls crazy. There he is, the Heartbreak Kid. And I know this doesn't really add up with the timeline, but I just thought it'd be fun to bring in the other members of the Generation X. Obviously, Shawn Michaels was a founding member, and then we've got, obviously, Triple H to his right, or the camera's left, and then we have some of the other members, X-Pac, Road Dogg, and Daddy Ass over there. Unfortunately, I don't have a Chyna figure to add to this, but she would definitely be a cool addition here. Telling everybody to, actually, I don't know if he's going to be able to do the suck it pose. It's probably close enough. Suck it! So yeah, very cool. Very happy with my pickup for this Shawn Michaels. And the defining moments, glad to see it back. Very excited to see what they have in the future, what they do. But one request would be championship belts, especially if it's going to make mention of it on the back of the box with the biography of that specific moment. I think it should entail the title coming along with it. Just my opinion. And we are not done with the wrestling figures. I did get 2 more and a special thing to wrap this all up. But as for what I showed off already, those are part of my Ringside Collectibles order that I got during Black Friday. And these next 2 figures were not from Ringside Collectibles. This is from eBay. If you watched during the Marvel Legends section, I talked about, the bullseye that I picked up. I talked about how I used the 20% coupon from eBay that allowed me to buy any figure of my wanting. And Bullseye was one of those figures, and the other 2 were some WWE Elite figures I've been trying to track down for a while, and honestly, this was such a good offer, especially with the 20% off. I had to take advantage of it. Private Party was not the only tag team that I got this month. The other tag team that I got coming in from eBay is a team that I wouldn't say I have any attachment to, but they've only had one WWE Elite figure. I think this actually might be their only Mattel figure ever, because I don't believe they've had many, if any, releases. I think this might be the only figure releases for these 2 guys. Maybe we'll see some more in the future. We'll have to wait to see, but as of right now, this is like one of their only figures. And the team that I am talking about is a former WWF Tag Team Champions, WCW Tag Team Champions. I think that's about it. I don't believe they won Tag Team Gold anywhere else, but that's not to kind of diminish their legacy and their credit. They're definitely a team of their time, and the team that I'm talking about is none other than from Nastyville. We got the Nasty Boys. Brian Knobbs, Jerry Sags. So yeah, when I was doing my eBay search, I was looking through some of the older WWE Elite figures that I kind of want to grab in my collection, and I went through a bunch of them. And then when I searched up the Nasty Boys, someone was selling it for actually a pretty good price. In box, by the way. And I know what you might be saying. You bought them in box and they're out of box? What the fuck? Why would you open them? But honestly, a lot of the prices that I saw on eBay, them being unboxed and loose and kind of in shit condition by some people, they were asking for more money than the ones that I bought in the sealed box. So I was like, you know what? I know it sucks. There's probably some person out there that's like an inbox collector that probably wants these figures and, like I said, wants them in box. But for the price that it was going for, it just made too much sense from a financial reason. Why would I pay more for loose figures that might have loose joints and, scuff marks on them when I can pay less for figures in box and brand new? I know they've never been tampered with. That's kind of the way to go, right? I know it's unboxing probably some of these figures that are not many in circulation anymore. These are definitely older WWE Elite figures. I think this is from Wave 42. I could be wrong. It's in the 40s. I know that for sure. And as of right now, I believe we're on Elite Wave 104, 105, something around there. So, yeah, they're kind of hard to find, especially in box, but the price alone, the price speaks to me more than a lot of different things. So I did consider that when I was buying these. I'm like, man, I don't want to buy these in box because I know somebody's probably looking for them. But I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. The price, the coupon, everything was just perfect. So I'm going to end up buying them. So I did. The guy was offering a great deal for both of them. I didn't buy them individually. They were individually packaged because they came in their own Elite box, but the guy was selling them as a set. And like I said, quite the deal. Very happy with what I got. And yeah, here we got the Nasty Boys. Like I said, I don't believe they have any other Mattel figures. The only other time I believe they got some figures were during the Jakks Pacific days when they were making the WWE figures. I remember they released the Nasty Boys as part of the Classic Superstars line, and I actually had those figures. And, it's kind of cool that I get the newer, kind of upgraded version with the Elite. So very, very cool. And I gotta say, I think these figures look pretty sweet. We'll take a look at Jerry Sags first. And here you can see he's got the missing chip. I think it's a chip tooth or missing tooth. I think it's chip. They implemented that into the head scan, which I think is pretty cool. We'll take off the glasses in a second, is like Macho Man glasses. We'll just do a little 360, because one thing I really like about this figure is this jacket. Now, the jacket is, like John Moxley's that we showed off earlier, it's just a rubber jacket. But when we flip it over, there's a pretty cool detail. So we got some nice deco for the Nasty Boys, a bunch of I'll just call them laser beams. But this chain that they kind of have attached to the rubber coat is Pretty cool. I don't think they've implemented this on any other jackets. I could be wrong, but I don't believe they have. But it's just such a nice little detail for them to add that I actually like it quite a bit. I think it's really cool. It's unique. It's different. Now we'll take off his Macho Man glasses. Oh, yeah. There we can see Jerry Sags with the crazy eyes. And we will take off the jacket because we got to see the beautiful mullets. I think that's one thing the Nasty Boys are known for. They got some sweet mullets. Definitely of their time. And there we can see party in the front. Or no. Business in the front, party in the back. That's how it goes for the mullets. We'll just do a quick 360 of him. And pretty basic looking figure, especially from the waist down, just all black tights. The boots do have chains as well, which is pretty cool. Another cool detail. I don't think they've ever used these for anybody else. I think they just created this mold specifically for the Nasty Boys. And, it sucks because when they kind of, when they create figures, obviously they want to create parts they can kind of reuse with different people. But I feel like this is probably the only two people that have these boots. Because I don't think anybody else ever wore something like that. So that's kind of cool when you think about it. Like, this is just a unique boot mold. He does have a shirt on. As you can see, it is a rubber shirt. And he does have like a singlet underneath that you can kind of see. It would have been cool if it was a cloth shirt, but, I'm not going to be too picky. I still think it looks pretty solid. And there we can see Jerry Sags got a tattoo that says Sags, in case you forget who's who. I think Knobs actually has a tattoo that says Knobs as well. So in case you can't tell between, the black-haired one or the blonde-haired one, they label themselves to make it easier for you. So very cool figure. There's Jerry Sags. Now let's take a look at Brian Knobs. Actually, when I was going through their credentials, and I was talking about all the belts that they've won, and they won belts in WWE, won belts in WCW. I forgot to say they didn't win any belts there, but they were members of the TNA roster at one point. Now they were past their prime, like tremendously. That was when Hulk Hogan came to TNA and he brought in a bunch of people, and the Nasty Boys were one of them. And it was cool to see at first, kind of, but then it was like, oh, they're gonna wrestle, and I think they wrestled Team 3D, and it's just like, all right, we gotta kill this off very, very quickly. And not a lot of fond memories of that time. But anyways, we'll get back to the figure, but it just made me think like, oh yeah, they were in TNA. I completely forgot. But yeah, here we can see Brian Knobs, very similar, and by very similar, they're wearing the exact same thing, same boots, same legs. Again, we can see that sweet, sweet mullet, business in the front, and party in the back. So there he is, looking pretty good, good likeness. Both of them have a good likeness. And like I said, Sags has his own marking on him, and Knobs has his own marking as well. So again, if you forget who they are, just take a look at their arm. And here's a nice shot of the two teams that I picked up this month. Two different generations. They're never going to have any kind of interaction. But honestly, what I just thought about is we kind of got a battle of the glasses going on. We got Private Party here looking pretty fly. And we got the Nasty Boys looking a different kind of fly. But we'll just do a little comparison of the glasses here. Actually, I didn't show off that accessory, but we can just do who wore it better? Was it Private Party or was it the Nasty Boys? Let me know in the comments. But we'll actually show off the glasses. There's not much to it. It's just a regular pair of glasses, and it's got the Nasty Boys little laser beam effects on it. So yeah, pretty happy to add these guys to my collection. Definitely, I wouldn't say I was tracking them down, like actively hunting, but it is someone I definitely wanted to add to my collection eventually. And like I said, I don't know if we're ever going to get more WWE Elite figures of the Nasty Boys. Hopefully, I think they would be pretty cool in the Monday Night War line. I think that would be a cool team to throw in there in the WCW side of things. Actually, to be honest, I don't know if they were active at that time. I'm going to be honest, I'm not the biggest Nasty Boy fan, so I don't really know the timeline of things. I vaguely know about their career, just kind of like the high notes of them, But yeah, in terms of like in depth, not too familiar. But yeah, hopefully we will. Actually, I was gonna say hopefully we see some WWE Elite figures of the Nasty Boys in the future. But I'm gonna say hopefully not, because this happens sometimes where you track down an old figure. And you're like, oh yeah, they're never going to put out these figures again. I got to track it down. Finally was able to track it down. And then you give it like a month or two later, and then they announce new versions are coming out of these figures. And it's like, oh my God, you want to kill yourself because you're like, did a lot of research trying to find the best deal. And then only to find out that they're going to be re-released. It really, really is a punch in the gut. So hopefully they don't release them anytime soon. If they do, might want to do a wellness check on me. That's all I'm going to say. But yeah, very cool to have the Nasty Boys in my collection. And the last thing that I got as part of my wrestling collection is not a figure. It's actually a custom piece. It's actually a custom title. It is a title that I actually really like quite a bit. It's probably one of my favorite world titles. And not only that, it's made by someone who I've wanted to get a belt from for the longest time. So the person I ordered from is called Forbidden Figurines. She's got an Instagram account. I'll put it in the description in case you're interested in checking it out. And I would have to say she probably makes one of the best high quality titles in all of the online custom community. These things are just a thing of beauty, as you will see with the one that I'm going to show off here. The worst part about it is when I was kind of getting into that community, she was like changing up her business model. So when I first became aware of her, she had a store, she has a website where she sells all her belts. She was selling titles from like TNA, WWE, AEW, any company you can think of. And then she just like stopped making belts for a while, and then she went into a different a different approach to how she's going to make the belts. So the way she does them now is she'll put up a pre-order on her website and say, hey, I'm going to have this belt for 2 weeks. You can pre-order it and then I'll make it and such. And basically every month she does a different title, and you'll have a short little window to order if you want, because these belts are made to order. She doesn't make like 1,000 of them and then just sells them. If 300 people place orders, she's going to make exactly 300. So if you miss out, you're missing out on a pretty high quality item, I gotta say. And I've seen a lot of her belts. The worst thing about it, I gotta say, all right, I'm sorry for the abrupt cut there, but there was a phone call that was appearing on my phone, and it was from a number I wasn't familiar with. I didn't know if somebody needed something, but it was just some telemarketer shit. So I don't know why I picked it up, but I got this message saying, hey, your recording stopped. And I was like, what the fuck happened? And then I saw the number come in and I'm like, all right, let me check it out. Especially if the recording stopped. Let me see who's calling me. But I shouldn't have wasted my time. Anyways, what I was going to say about Forbidden Figurines, as much as I like her belts and I think she makes a quality item, one thing I think is really dumb about something that she did is she actually deleted all her Instagram posts. So if you go to her Instagram, it has like, I don't know how many posts, but it's not a lot. Where before, when I became familiar with her and I went on her Instagram page, I would just kind of scroll through and look at all the cool belts that she would make. But for some reason, she ended up deleting all of them. And it's like, dude, why? Like, you worked hard on these and people like to see them. I'm sure she got a lot of requests like, hey, can you make this belt and this belt? So it's probably getting annoying, so she deleted them. But it would have been cool to see her catalog of belts that she made. But you can kind of Google her thing and maybe you'll find some images. But yeah, she has wiped out quite a bit of stuff that she has made, which I think is unfortunate. Anyways, let's talk about the belt that I got. Like I said, it's probably one of my favorite world titles. To me, it really looks like what a world title should be. The belt that I am talking about is the IWGP New Japan World Heavyweight Championship. Oh my God, that is a thing of beauty. Let me make this very clear. This was a custom-made title. Just remember that when you're looking at this belt. Before we do get into the figure, there was something that I wasn't really a fan of, what it came in. So it came in this little packaging, which is very colorful. Opened it up, whatever. Boom, belt was in there, nicely packed, got no issues with that. The thing I did have an issue with is the box itself. Now, the box is very cute. It's a nice thing for a world, or a little custom belt. Like, it's a really cute box. But something I really wasn't a fan of is this box in particular. So I got this belt in December, right? In December, we know that there are a lot of packages circulating because it is that time of the season. And those packages range from like, blenders to action figures to socks to dog food. You never know what's going to be in the package. But with a box like this, especially during that time, the Christmas time, at first glance when I saw this box, I was like, who ordered jewelry? Who ordered a necklace or bracelet or something like that? That was my first thought when I saw this box, and I was like, I completely forgot I had the custom belt. And then once I read the address on the box, I was like, oh yeah, that's the custom belt I was expecting. But honestly, I'm surprised this even made it to my house, because I could see someone definitely like, oh no, this fell off the truck. Oh no, that sucks. And, thinking there's some really expensive bracelet or necklace or earrings or something like that, because this does look like a box some jewelry would come in. It looks like such a target for some shady person. So that was the only thing I would advise against. Maybe a different color. Like, I think maybe I was going to say red, but red would be appealing too. Maybe just a small black box would have been best. But yeah, during the Christmas time, you see a pink box like this, you think there's probably going to be some high-end jewelry in here. And like I said, if some shady asshole is delivering packages and, oh no, this didn't make it to the person that it was supposed to be delivered to, they would be severely disappointed when they opened it up and was like, what the fuck is this thing? Is this a watch? No, it doesn't tell time. Oh my god, are those real studs and emeralds in there? And it's like, no, those are fake gems and stuff. But yeah, I just wish the box was a little less eye-catching. That would be really my only complaint so far. Now, let's talk about the positives. This is the best custom belt I have ever received. Now, to be honest, I don't have a large sample size of belts, of custom belts specifically. I only have one other previous one that I got from some guy. And not to disparage that guy, but there was definitely a clear night and day difference between this one and the other one. We'll do comparisons with that later, but I want to gawk at this beautiful World Championship title. Like, look at all the detail. You got the nice Velcro strap, leather strap here, little tiny gems on the side plates. I'm trying to get it to focus. You can kind of see the little red gems there that she meticulously adds. She posts reels on Instagram, or not reels, stories. She adds little stories of her working on the belts, and she showed some of her working on this one, and just her attaching each little diamond in there. It looked like such a nightmare, but I gotta say, it is well worth it because this title looks absolutely incredible. Honestly, one of my favorite parts is the end here. I really like this little strap that she attached to it. It's a little thing, but it just adds so much in my opinion. And we'll rotate it over, and we can just see some nice leathering here and Velcro strap so we can tie up the belt. It does not have the WWE style with the little holes and stuff. It is all Velcro, and it holds quite nicely. And here we can see a little back shot of it folded, or strapped up, I should say. It's just a beautiful belt on its own. Like I said, I think this is one of the best World Championship titles ever, but man, she really did it justice. And actually, speaking of doing it justice, I already do have an IWGP World Heavyweight title. I got it as a part, we'll put this away for now. I do have a IWGP World title. This came with the Super 7 figures that were released a bit ago, and this title came with Okada. And I gotta say, this is a nice world title. When I saw it at the time, I was like, okay, I'm pretty happy with it. I think it looks pretty good. One downside I would say about these titles and just the Super 7 New Japan titles is you can never really strap them in. Like, these are just so kind of flimsy that it's you can't really kind of pop them in the holes like you can with WWE figures. It's not as easy. In fact, I've seen some people have theirs destroyed I believe it was Brian Myers, Kurt Hawkins formerly, when he was doing an unboxing of the Series 1 New Japan figures from Super 7, the Intercontinental title that came with Hiroshi Tanahashi. He tried to fit it through the holes and it broke, and I saw a couple other people that their straps broke as well, so it always kind of worried me, and I actually never ended up putting them in. But even if I wanted to, it's just such a nightmare. It doesn't fit like it should. It's difficult for no reason. I have no idea why. But now I have a nice NWGP or IWGP World Heavyweight title, and we can just kind of do a comparison. On top is I don't know if I'd describe Super 7 as a big company, but they are a company, and here we can see just some, I was going to call her a jabroni, but just some person making world titles at home, and just the quality of difference. But I will still say this does look pretty cool. But now I got this one, so I have no need for that one there. And like I mentioned, I did get a previous custom belt from, no disrespect, I'll put it on the screen, but right now I'm blanking on the name. But I got 2 titles from him previously. I've gotten the WCW Hardcore title, and we got the NWA World title. And like I said, this is not to kind of show up one over the other. This is just to compare in case anybody is interested in buying either one of these belts. I just kind of want to show you, hey, this is what this person offers, this is what this person offers, and then you can kind of make a decision for yourself. So we saw the Forbidden Figurines one, the IWGP World title, looking great, and the belt that I'm about to show off is a custom title of the NWA World Heavyweight title. Again, not to disparage this one, I think this is still a cool looking one. But when you compare the two, just the quality, the paint, I think there's definitely a significant upgrade. Now, something to consider, it is a significant upgrade with the IWGP one, but you're also going to pay a bit of a premium price. I will say I did pay a little bit more than I wanted to, but I knew I was going to be getting a quality product. I've heard people rave about her titles, and I've always wanted to get one, like I said, and I finally got one. And I don't regret paying that price. I think it's solid. And then, if you're on a bit of a budget, but you still want some custom belts, it's not bad for what you get. Actually, well, let me bring in some WWE and AEW titles. We'll compare it to this one as well. Give me 1 second. I don't know why, but I didn't prep those ahead of time. So I got a few titles to compare the IWGP World Heavyweight Championship against, and I thought it'd only be fitting if I compared it against other world titles. So here we have the IWGP against the AEW World Heavyweight Championship. And the AEW Championship is similar to the WWE Mattel style belt, where it's got the little pinholes compared to the Velcro of the custom belt here. Just a little comparison between the two. And then we've got the former WWE World Heavyweight title, former WCW World Heavyweight title. Here is their comparison. I feel like their comparison is a little more similar just in terms of the gems, where we showed off the gems earlier with the IWGP World Heavyweight title, and then we see the little red dots for the World Heavyweight title. And I gotta say, that's where I think the meticulous, perfectionist in her is just so cool, because she could have easily painted these little gems, the whatever color, green, white, red, but she, put them in one by one. I watched that Instagram story where she was, like I said, meticulously putting in each one with tweezers. It was nuts. And now this is the part that I've kind of been waiting for, is I brought in a couple figures to display the title with, and all of them are former IWGP World Heavyweight Champions. The first one that I'm going to be bringing in, I'm going to pose with, is none other than, I think he won the title 2 or 3 times, but current WWE superstar, it is Shinsuke Nakamura. He definitely won this iteration of the title. There he is, looking pretty nice with that title around his shoulder. And we will also wrap it around his waist with the Velcro. As you can see, I didn't line it up well, but you kind of get the gist. But there is Shinsuke coming in with a Kinshasa, defending his IWGP World Heavyweight Championship. Looking very, very cool. I like this one quite a bit. I just like the figure too. Actually, I totally forgot that this, like the Shawn Michaels that we showed off earlier, this is also from the Defining Moments line. This is Shinsuke Nakamura's first WWE Elite, and it was also in the Defining Moments, which, pretty cool. Pretty cool connection that I just realized. But anyways, regarding the title, I think it looks good on him. This next person that I'm going to bring in didn't win this iteration of the world title, but I thought it would be a cool one to kind of show him off with. It is the first American to win the IWGP World Heavyweight title, and it is none other than Big Van Vader. What time is it? It's Vader time. But here he is. He won it, I believe, 3 times. Before, the likes of like AJ Styles, Kenny Omega, Jay White, the like non-Japanese people that have won the title. It all started with Big Van Vader. And again, he didn't win this version, but I just thought this would be a cool one to show off with. And I don't think it's going to be able to fit around his waist. We'll hold it like that, and I think he is too thick. He is too thick to put together the Velcro, but I'll kind of hold it in place. Looks good on him. I like that quite a bit. Next person is one of the names I just mentioned, alongside Vader as being one of the non-Japanese people to win the World Heavyweight Championship, and it is none other than the Cleaner, Kenny Omega, coming in. Look, that looks pretty good on him right there. I like that attire with the belt right there. Woof, that is clean. I believe he won the belt twice, or maybe it was just once. Maybe it was twice. I don't know. I'm going to be honest, I don't follow New Japan very closely. I follow it from a distance. I like to think I know of all the big things that are going on there. But in terms of like every title change, who won what, my knowledge isn't so good. But I know he definitely won the World Heavyweight title, and here he is with it, looking quite nice. And again, there's the back of the belt. I lined it up this time, so it looks even nicer. Next person we have is actually the next 2 people that I'm going to show off along with Kenny Omega. Kind of all have something in common besides winning this title. They were all former members or leaders of the Bullet Club, and the person I am bringing out is none other than the phenomenal one, AJ Styles. Looking very, very cool with the title. Looking very nice. God, it feels like yesterday when he left TNA and, started to spread his wings in like Ring of Honor and New Japan. And when I saw that he won the New Japan World title, I was like, I'm glad other companies are seeing how big of a star and how talented he is to make him their world champion. So yeah, when he won this title, I was super happy for him. So this is a very cool one here. Happy for AJ. I believe he's a former 2-time champion. I could be wrong on that. I think it's 2-time though. And again, if you followed what I was saying, is each person is a former leader of the Bullet Club and former world champion. And there's really not too many people that have that distinction. So the next person I'm talking about, in case you're not familiar, it is the Switchblade, Jay White, coming in. This is a custom elite that we've showed off previously. Unfortunately, he's got a little scuff on his nose. If you watch that episode, you know that's how it came. But yeah, looking very cool with this. I also like this jacket. A little side note here. This is a Brodus Clay tracksuit. That's what the BC stands for. But I was going through my accessories. I got a little bin of accessories of like clothing, rubber shirts, cloth shirts, a bunch of different stuff. And I was just kind of looking through it, and I saw this, and I was like, I think that would look really cool with Jay White, because he's got the white and red gear. And I'm like, oh, he always wears a jacket, and I thought this would be really cool. Plus, the BC could stand for Bullet Club, so that's why I put it on him. It does look a little big on him. We'll just kind of display him with it. Sorry, belt, we'll come back to you. It looks quite huge on him, but I don't know, it fits. I really like him with this jacket on. And I like him even better with the World Championship. I believe he won this version of the title and the newer version of the title, the like winged style that they got going on. I believe. I think he's a 2-time. I'm not too sure. I know he won the world title. at one point. I don't know who he won it from. I want to say maybe Okada. I think that happened at a Wrestle Kingdom. Could be wrong on that. Again, don't know the specifics, but I know he won the world title at one point. And that's why he's here. Let go Velcro. Want to put on the belts. And there is the switchblade. Breathe. What's it saying? Breathe in with the switchblade? Breathe in with switch? Something along those lines. But yeah, let me fix this so you can see the BC, the Bullet Club, or Brodus Clay, the Brodus Clay Club. That would be quite funny. But yeah, here he is, jacket and all. Looking very, very cool. And the last person I'm going to show off with the IWGP World Heavyweight Champion is none other than the person that has won it the most. Former 8-time World Heavyweight Champion. It is the Rainmaker, Kazuchika Okada. This is his Super 7 figure. We showed off the world title earlier. This is the IWGP. This is the figure and the belt that came with the package all together. But now we're going to replace this with this one. And oh my god, it is quite the upgrade. Looking very sweet, jacket and all. He's got the chains. These Super 7 figures, I love and hate them, but you know, I'm glad they exist. But they are come with a lot of cool accessories, but in terms of articulation, a little rough, and some of the skin tones were very, very rough. But here is Okada with the world title. Now let's put it around his waist. I think it's going to look nice with the chains and the jackets. And here is Okada decked out in all his accessories, jacket and all, world title there. Looking absolutely epic. So some very cool pickups this month. And you might be saying, where are Shawn Michaels? You got that, you know, you added that figure as well this month. And I was trying to like put together a little set here, and then I'm like, you know, where am I going to put the world title? Am I just going to put it on the floor here? And I'm like, nah, that's disrespectful. This title's too beautiful. Has to be held by somebody. And I'm like, what if, in an alternate reality, we have WWE superstar Shawn Michaels leaving the WWE and becoming a huge superstar in New Japan and becoming the IWGP World Heavyweight Champion? That is a crazy alternate world that I would love to see, but yeah, I just thought I wanted to bring in Shawn with the world title. Awesome additions this month. We got some WWE figures, some AEW figures, and a nice custom title here to add to my collection. So yeah, very happy with my pickups this month, and a little teaser for next month. We're going to start off the year hot, because for January, I'm going to be getting some customs that I've ordered. They're ready and they've been shipped, and they should be here in time for the January episode. So something to look forward to for the next episode. But in terms of this episode, I can't say it enough. Very happy with these figures. Great collection, like I said, from WWE, AEW style figures. We got the past, the present. He's more the present, and then we got the future, two young guys. Thumbs up for everything, especially that world title. Again, if you're interested, her Instagram will be in the description. You can go check out her Instagram. On the Instagram, she has a link to her website. You can go check out the website. She has monthly drops for titles. She'll put up a pre-order for a couple weeks. You can pre-order if you want. I would definitely potentially be interested in picking up some more stuff from her in the future if she makes something I think is worth picking up. For me, if I'm going to buy a custom title, it's going to be a custom title that pretty sure is not going to get made anytime soon, or there's not a good version of it. And she does a lot of the WWE and AEW titles, and I'm pretty happy with the Mattel versions, so I have no need to kind of pick up the kind of super custom version. But if she does like maybe a TNA title, or what other title would I consider picking up? I don't know, something kind of unique and different and rare, I would probably inquire about. So yeah, very happy with these, and again, nothing but positive things to say about all these figures. I think they're awesome. Very happy with them. And last but not least, we are ending out this episode with Power Rangers just Power Rangers. I was going to say Power Rangers Lightning Collection because that's typically what I add to my collection because that's mainly what it consists of. But this episode does not have any actual Power Rangers per se. It's all in the world of Sentai. Quick little recap in case you're not familiar. In Japanese, the show is called Sentai, and then when it comes to America and other parts of the world, it's called Power Rangers. So I'm going to refer to it as both. But in case that triggers you, you've been warned. So I'm going to call it Power Rangers and I'm going to call it Sentai. It basically means the same thing. But yeah, technically, these are all Sentai editions. And we got 2 editions this month. One is a figure that I've been looking forward to since it was announced. And the other thing, I'm going to be honest, the second thing might be a gateway drug for me. I'll explain more when we show it off. But I'll say it was... I wasn't expecting to buy it, and now I bought it, and now I might be hooked. So that's why I'm saying it's my gateway drug. But let's start off with the figure. And the figure I'm going to be adding is coming from the SH Figuarts side of things. From time to time, they will pump out Power Ranger figures or Sentai figures. And this is one of them. This is one of their newer releases. And the figure that I am talking about is from the current season of Power Rangers that's going on, or Sentai that's going on. It is the Red Ranger from the current season, King Oger. We have the Kuwagata Oger. Very excited to pick this up. Honestly, I was a little concerned because this was a exclusive to Premium Bandai, which is a site that offers SH Figuarts, but unfortunately that website does not ship to Canada. So I was like, oh fuck, I'm gonna have to pay some scalper a shit ton of money to get this figure. And it did cost me a little more than I would have wanted to. I ended up ordering this through the American Amazon website. They had it listed for a pretty decent price, but once you consider all the conversions from American to Canadian, shipping fees, imports, taxes, duties, then you want to put a gun in your mouth. So it was unnecessarily a little bit more than I wanted to pay, but I'm happy to finally get this in hand because I honestly like a lot of things about this current season of Sentai. I'm going to be honest, I have not watched too much of it, but the stuff that I have seen and a couple other things I really, really like about this season. Actually, a little side note before we even get into this season. They just revealed the suits for the new season that's going to take place after this series once it ends, the next one. They revealed the suits, and I've got to say, they are probably one of the most hideous suits I have seen in quite some time. The series is called Boon Boonger, and it's a car-themed thing. Just the suits are fucking atrocious. I'm going to be honest. When I first saw them, I was absolutely disgusted. I'm like, those things look horrible. Like the big wheel on the helmet, that just looks so stupid. It has grown on me the more I look at it. It's still not great, in my opinion, but I don't have as strong feelings as I did when I first saw them. But I will say they still do not look great, especially compared to these. And these are honestly one of my favorite suits I have seen in quite some time. I really, really like the armored look. A lot of armor going on here. You can kind of see the underneath portion, the spandex part of the suit. But for the most part, a lot of armor going on. And I will say we're going to be opening this up because I do want to have this in hand. But we're going to be building up to it. So yeah, one of the things I like about this, a couple things I'm going to talk about and then we'll get into the figure. So maybe you want to skip ahead a little bit. I really like the suits. I like the theme, the medieval theme. It's very similar to Game of Thrones where it's kind of like, it's got a medieval setting and there's different villages and families and stuff. I'm not too familiar with the full-on story, but the little bit that I've watched and kind of interpreted and a little bit that I've read, that is kind of like the synopsis of the show. Actually, we can see a better shot of him on the back. Armored suit. I really, really like that because honestly, when you think of Rangers sometimes, you got to suspend your disbelief sometimes when you're watching. I mean, Power Rangers is all fake and stuff, but I remember as a kid always seeing like them in thin spandex and then them taking like blaster shots and sword shots and they never sustain any damage. You know, there's just sparks that fly off their suit. And I was like, that's kind of dumb. But with this one, in the armor, it actually looks like they're protected, so I really like that part about these suits quite a bit. I like all the suits for the team quite a bit. And speaking of team, that's another thing I like about this figure. Actually, I'll show off the front instead of the back. This is going to sound kind of dorky, but as a Power Rangers fan, every time they would announce a new season, something I would always look forward to is the color of the suits, the color scheme that they would have for the team. Now, the colors that have appeared the most across any season is red, blue, yellow, green, and pink. In terms of a team, that's the one that's appeared across a good amount of seasons. You know, you got Turbo, you got SPD, you got Zeo, Time Force, Lightspeed Rescue, Lost Galaxy, and I'm sure there's a couple more that I'm missing. The second I would say is probably red, blue, yellow, black, pink, Mighty Morphin, In Space, Operation Overdrive, that's another one that has that same color scheme. And then every once in a while, they'll kind of change things up in terms of the colors of the suit. One that comes to mind is like Wild Force, where typically it would be like red, blue, yellow, black, pink. Instead of the pink one, they had white. And I thought that was a pretty cool change of things. And then some of the other seasons later have kind of changed things up, where majority of the team is like 3-person, like Ninja Storm and Dino Thunder, where the core of the team is like red, blue, and yellow, and then they'll get Rangers later on. But speaking of Ninja Storm, actually, they changed up the team quite a bit with their color scheme, where it was red, blue, and yellow. And then for the 4th and 5th Ranger, they had navy blue and then crimson red. They had another blue and red Ranger. Which honestly, I do like when they change up the color scheme so it's just not the same. But when they first did that, I was like, why the fuck would you have the same colors? Why would you have 2 Red Rangers and 2 Blue Rangers? Doesn't make sense to me. It has grown on me over time, but I will say it irked me at the time. And then more recently, in terms of Power Ranger suits, them changing up the colors, is Dino Charge. I believe, yeah, Dino Charge and Dino Fury, where the 3 colors that have been consistent across every single season is red, blue, and yellow. They were like, hey, you know what? We're just going to do away with the yellow. And they did red, blue, black, green, and pink. And that was the core team. And I was like, okay, that's a difference. You know, I kind of miss the Yellow Ranger, but, you know, it is what it is. I do like that they're kind of changing it up. And then with this season specifically, I really like what they did with the suits. So the team consists of a red, blue, yellow, black Ranger, and the 5th Ranger is actually a color that hasn't appeared too often, and it's purple. There's only a handful of times that there's been a Purple Ranger. I think you can count it on one hand. In Sentai, they have done Purple Ranger more often. They have done a couple seasons that haven't been adapted into Power Rangers where they have had a Purple Ranger. So purple isn't so uncommon in Sentai, but it is less common overall. So to have purple be a part of the main team, I thought was a pretty cool change. And then their 6th Ranger is a White Ranger, which I thought looks pretty cool as well. The Spider Kimono Ranger. And when you think of White Rangers, especially in the 6th position, there's not too many. You know, you think of Mighty Morphin, you think of SPD, you kind of think of Dino Thunder. I wouldn't really associate that as the 6th Ranger, but he does look different enough where he's kind of considered a 6th Ranger. And then you have like Mystic Force, where the lady, I don't know her name, I'm not too familiar with Mystic Force, but she's a 6th Ranger and she's a White Ranger. So yeah, White Rangers aren't used too often, especially in the 6th position, because typically for 6th Rangers, it's like gold and silver. Those are the ones that are typically reserved for the 6th spot. And usually they rotate it where they'll do like silver and then they'll do gold, and then they'll do silver and then they'll do gold, and then maybe they'll do gold again and then they'll go back to silver. And every once in a while they'll kind of change it up, you know, like Mighty Morphin, the 6th Ranger was green. Ninja Storm, 6th Ranger was green. Lost Galaxy, the 6th Ranger was the Magna Defender, who was in black. And then you have some seasons like RPM that like really change things up, where they have a 6th and 7th Ranger and it's gold and silver. And one more thing I like about this season, and then we'll get into the figure, is I like the theme of the suits, the bug theme, because this has not been a theme that has been used before. You know, in Power Rangers, there's like 3 themes that have been used the most. It's dinosaurs. Well, I wouldn't put dinosaurs at number 1, but they are one of the more used themes, where there's like 4 or 5 seasons. Then you got a couple seasons that have used animals. And then the third one that I would say is probably used the most is just kind of like vehicle stuff, like Turbo, Lightspeed Rescue, Time Force. SPD, where it's kind of like rescue vehicle type things. And then with this one, using insects, I was like, oh man, that's actually quite interesting because, like I said, it's been a kind of untapped theme that they haven't used before. They have done a couple bug-themed Rangers. Going back to Ninja Storm, like we talked about earlier, the Crimson and Navy Thunder Rangers are themed after bugs, and Beast Morphers, the Gold and Silver Ranger, are also themed after beetles. But we've never had a season dedicated to just bugs, so I thought that was a really cool concept. So honestly, all those things combined, the cool suits, the color of the suits, and the theme, makes for a really cool season in my opinion. I will say, the little bit of clips, there is one downside to this show, is they just use way too much green screen. I think the whole show is shot on green screen. I don't think they've created any sets or anything like that. And I'll be honest, it doesn't look great. It's really just overused, and it's very noticeable, where sometimes I would say with like the Marvel movies, they use a lot of green screen, but it doesn't really feel like it. Like sometimes it does, but for the most part, you're just kind of so immersed that you're like, oh, this is just like we're in space or something like that, you know? Or even a movie like Godzilla, where they fucking add a CG giant lizard. Some scenes are touch and go, but for the most part, it's like, holy shit, that looks real. A lot of the stuff that I've seen in this show looks kind of hokey, in my opinion. Anyways, let's actually talk about the figure. I'm done sucking off this season of Power Rangers, so we'll just take a quick look at the box. I really like the design for this box. It looks very, what would be the right word? Kind of like royalty kind of thing. Like I like the kind of like brownish look for the box. I like the little gold trim here. It looks very proper. It looks like it fits the theme of this, with it being like a medieval theme. I really like how this looks. We see a nice shot of the figure here, and we see the figure here himself. We'll be seeing this in person in just a second. On the bottom of the box, we got some boring stuff, but we do have a nice shot of him there holding his sword. On top, we've got his little logo. That's a symbol. Each ranger has their own symbol based on their insect, and this is what his symbol looks like. Again, we got Kuwagata Oger and SH Figuarts. On the left side, again, we see the crest here, but we see it like how it's supposed to look like. Very professional. There's a word I want to use, I just don't know what it is, but it just looks like royalty, basically. And there we see a nice shot of him there. Again, Kuwagata Oger. And then on the other side, we see the symbol again, and we see his arm from the side of the box. And on the back, we showed it off earlier, but we'll show it off again. Here we got a nice white background. We see the logo in the background there. And again, a nice little gold trim. And now we are going to open this bad boy. So I don't know the best way to. It's going to be on one of the sides. I'm probably going to cut through here, because I might have it displayed like this, where you can see the figure, or I might have it displayed like this. With this, there's really nothing here, so I'm probably going to cut here. And I brought my trusty blade, envelope cutter, but don't come to me, because I will cut you, and you should be scared, especially if you're an envelope. But we are going to cut it. So piece of tape there, piece of tape here. I didn't show off the tape, but trust me, it was sealed. And those are the only two ways that you can open the figure. You can't open it from the top or bottom. I mean, I'm sure you can mangle it and then, open it that way. But the easiest way is going to be on the sides. We cut it open. Now we are going to slide this out. And here we can see some instructions. Warning sharp. Actually, I need to read that, because last time when we got a SH Figuarts Sentai figure, I think it's called Two Kaiser, they said his helmet was pretty sharp. And it was. So it's saying that the top of the helmet is pretty sharp. And then I don't know what's here, but apparently it's sharp as well. So let's open this up. Let's slide this bad boy out. Oh my god, I'm so happy to be getting this in hand. Oh my god, ever since they announced it, I was like, I gotta get this. It's so cool. In the box, we can see the hands that it comes with. We see fisted hands. We see, why isn't it focusing? I can't really zoom in, but we got fisted hands, weird, looks like sword gripping hands, posing hands, more posing hands. Let's throw the box away and let's take a look at our buddy here. And oh my god, I love the candy apple red just right off the rip. It just looks so nice. It's really got a nice shine to it. Now let's crack it open because I want to see what this looks like in hand. Make sure all the hands don't fly out. So let's take out that. Okay, that's an easier way to do it as well. And then we're going to take the figure out. I was going to say in terms of hands, I'm not really going to show them off because they're just hands. But this one fell out of the package, so I guess we will show this one off. And again, just a nice candy apple red. This is a sword gripping hand. And yeah, not too much to say. Before we take a look at the figure, let's take a look at his accessory. And here is his sword, and this is actually a sword that each ranger has, and you can see representation for it for each ranger. So we got the yellow ranger here, we got the purple ranger here, we got the red ranger here, blue ranger here, and black ranger at the end. I believe this acts as their morpher too, if I remember correctly. I think it does, yeah, they pull down whichever one is their respective colors, and then they morph with it. So if you're red, you click down that. If you're purple, you click down that. I like the wood handle there. It looks very, very nice, the paint that they used. Along with the other additions, little deco on the back of the sword. Quite a difference, where it's just black on the back, really nothing to it compared to the front where there's just a lot of color going on. We see a lot of the behind the scenes mechanisms, and then we see a lot of detail in the sword. Very nice sword. I actually like this quite a bit. Looks really epic. And now let's take a look at the man himself, the Kuwagata Oger, the Red Ranger, the leader of the team. Let's take off this plastic. I don't know if I pop him open. All right, it looks like it's coming out. I don't like that. I don't like that noise. That sounds like something's broken already. I'm sure the camera can pick it up, but yeah, it sounds like something is broken already, which I hope is not the case. I hope it's some little trinket on him that's kind of making that noise. But yeah, that is... Oh, you know what it might be? Is it the belt? No, that sounds like something's internal. I'm trying to like see where that might be, but I don't want to think of this thing already being broken. Oh my god, I'm gonna try and forget about it. Hopefully that's not the case. Hopefully I don't know, something good and something not horrendously bad. But yeah, here we see the King Oger, Kuwagata Oger. I think I'm nailing the pronunciation. I could be butchering it, but let's just take a quick 360 of him. Again, that armored look, looking very cool. And I even like how the underneath, the spandex has like a dark red to it. And you've got the cape that they all got. Each ranger has a cape. And it looks like this one is on a ball joint. I did see someone who's popped off. I'm not going to attempt that because I don't want it to like potentially break even more on top of whatever the fuck that is. So yeah, I'm not going to touch that. But yeah, it looks very cool. Here we can see the crest on the chest. There's even like a translucent piece of plastic on top of that. So it looks very, very nice. Helmet looks very cool. There's a bug theme. Some sort of beetle. Not sure which kind. The Kuwagata kind. Try out the articulation. So head rotates very nicely. Does not look like it has an ab crunch. Nope, not at all. Then we got some arm articulation here, and it is limited by this little shoulder piece here, but this also comes on a hinge, so you can adjust it however you'd like. If you want to move the arm, then you can move the little armor piece. And if you're just going to pose him, you can move it back up. Nice touch there. We've got double jointed elbows, pinless. Nothing but the best for SH Figuarts. Hand articulation, we'll probably change it out because I do want to pose him with the sword. We got waist articulation here, and that's about it for ab crunch. Very limiting, but I kind of expected it with the armor. I expected it to be like chunky and kind of in the way. Now let's check out this arm here. The cape is also on a hinge, so it won't get in the way. It is a soft rubber. It's not cloth or anything like that. It's soft, rubbery plastic, and yeah, moves it around quite nicely. Doesn't really get in the way, to be honest. Just, you know, just a little thing there. And then we got bicep cut there, double jointed elbows, hand articulation. We got the belts. Oh shit, hold on. You can actually see his symbol. That's really hard to see unless you like really look at it. You gotta like put it on an angle and you can see it. Here we got the sword holster, which, oh, and another symbol of his. Wow, they put that thing everywhere. We will try and put the sword in the holder in just a second. We'll just finish going through the articulation. Legs should be interesting. We'll do a split check real quick. Not bad at all. I don't want to go too far because I don't know where that loose piece is. I think it sounds like it's in the legs, to be honest. Fuck, I don't know what it is. I hope it's not broken. That's the last thing I would really want for this to happen. But here we have a thigh cut on the inside. Leg goes up quite easily as well. We'll put him in a sitting pose. Sitting is not too bad. Actually, I would say that's kind of serviceable, in my opinion. Kind of what you would want if you were to sit him down. I was going to say sit him down in his Megazord, but their Megazord is kind of similar to Pacific Rim, where they have this like whole exoskeleton type thing on top of them. It actually looks pretty cool. I liked it quite a bit. It's quite different. We got double jointed knees. Oops, that definitely had to be worked in there. Let's do this one too. This one was smooth. No little issue there. Boot cuts. No boot cuts. We do have a foot cut and some articulation and even ankle articulation. And we've got toe articulation for all two people that care about that. And then same on the other side. Foot articulation, ankle, you can see it there, and then toe articulation. Next, let's do his sword on the holster. I remember the note said to be careful. Oh, that's interesting. I was going to say, I don't know how you can fit it under here, but you can twist it and then angle it, and you can put the sword in. I don't know if it slides in. It does not look like it, unless it's the other way. Nope, does not, does not slide in at all. It seems like it kind of clicks in there. I don't want to apply too much pressure because, you know, I don't want to break this thing. There we go. It fits like I thought it would. So you got to do it on the right angle. So I got it like this. So I put it like that. And then I knew it clipped in somewhere here. It just looked too unique of a shape to, you know, be like that. So I just kind of pressed it in. And there's no clicking noise, but you can see that it is in place. And there he has his trusty sword at his side. Now let me trade out one of his hands. So let's pop off the right hand. Yep, that's what I brought in. Pretty easy. Small little peg there. Pop in the hands. There it is. And now let's pop out the sword. And let's put it in his hands. Put it like this. And here he is to vanquish evil, the red Kuwagata Ogre. I want to put him in like some cool action pose. Look at that right there, swinging his blade. You got the cape blowing in the winds. That actually looks pretty cool. This figure actually you can put in some pretty cool poses because of the cape. Speaking of cape, it just came off of the ball joint. I guess I'm glad that happens because we can kind of talk about it. I was just finishing talking about how the cape can do so many cool things, and then boom, it just falls off. Timing, folks. That's what we call in the biz timing. Hopefully I can put this on quite easily. Oh, hold on. That was actually quite easy. Okay, that's actually not that bad. I thought it was going to be more of a pain in the ass where the peg would constantly be shifting and I wouldn't be able to put the cape on, but that was actually quite easy. But yeah, it looks like you can't really go too crazy with the cape positionings because it looks like it will fall off the ball joint. But there's still a lot of cool things that you can do. Maybe he's doing an attack the other way, kind of blowing back. Maybe he just got hit with a blast and then you could pose the cape going that way. Maybe he's falling down from the sky and then boom, and then he hits the ground as the superhero kneel, and then the cape would be resting. I think the figure looks sweet, but how does it look next to some other figures? So let me clear the board, but let me set up a couple shots with other figures. So here we got SH Figuarts, Kuwagata Oger, and I am going to bring alongside him from my Power Rangers Lightning collection. It is the Dino Thunder Black Ranger, and here they are together, and let's see how they look. Because typically, the SH Figuarts are shorter in size. That's just a fact. They come like a little shorter than 6 inches, where like the regular Power Rangers Lightning Collection figures, they're 6 inches, sometimes a little more, sometimes a little less, depending on the person. So I know that the SH Figuarts is going to be a little bit smaller, but let's see how small they are. And here I have them standing perfectly, well, never mind, lined up as straight as they can be. And they're pretty much face to face, which looks very cool. That it is cool that they size well against each other, because it's definitely a concern that sometimes the SH Figuarts might be too small. But I would say this looks pretty good. I think that we'll do a back-to-back shot as well. I would say that black is a little bit taller, but just because of the helmet, because it's kind of a weird shape, kind of goes up a little bit. But honestly, they're pretty neck and neck when it comes to size comparisons, which is really cool. And honestly, the two of them together look really, really cool. But I also brought in some other figures to compare them against. So if you watched the last episode, I talked about a series that's kind of Power Rangers adjacent that has also done a bug theme. Now, compared to Power Rangers, where Power Rangers has done like little bug themes, where, like I mentioned earlier, with some of the Rangers kind of being themed after bugs, this series that I'm talking about is all themed after bugs, and I am talking about the Big Bad Beetleborg figures, Riedel. Whoops. And the figures I'm talking about are the Big Bad Beetleborgs, or B-Fighter, whatever you want to call them. Before there was King Oger, we had the Big Bad Beetleborgs who were kind of doing the bug theme. And honestly, I think this would be a really, really cool team up. Some parallels between the two besides the bug theme. Very similar suits. Well, similar in the sense of armor, not similar in the sense of design. Let's see how these guys stack up with each other. I would say they look a little taller. The the Sentai one looks a little bit taller than the Big Bad Beetleborg one. We'll do a back-to-back. And yeah, it looks quite taller than the Big Bad Beetleborgs. I think the only reason the Big Bad Beetleborg is kind of even comparable is just the helmet on its own, because you've got the pincers that kind of make up for the lack of size. But actually, let's do a red size comparison here. Red King Oger towers over the red Big Bad Beetleborg. But that's kind of fitting because this is a female character, and the female characters are generally shorter and smaller than the male counterparts. So yeah, not a bad size comparison. I would say it still kind of works with each other. I wouldn't say it's too out of the realm of things. And then here's a nice comparison of Hasbro Lightning Collection, SH Figuarts, the Juco B-Fighter Big Bad Beetleborg figures, and the King Oger SH Figuarts figure. I think the size comparison between all of them is actually pretty good. I'm actually surprised how much red sizes up with Dino Thunder Black and the Hasbro body mold. Like I said, I thought it was going to be not severely undersized, but kind of similar to this is what I expected it to be. And I'm happy to say that they made this one a little bit taller. I've got to say, SH Figuarts really knocked it out of the park with this one. I think the figure is really solid, feels good in hand. I am still a little concerned about the rattling that's going on in there. I hope there's not some broken piece, or if that's just how the figure is. But yeah, it'd be really shitty if it came broken, especially something I was really looking forward to. I will say there is one downside with picking up this figure if you are interested, is you just have to kind of come to the realization and acceptance that they're not going to be making the rest of the team, unfortunately. Now, there is still another King Oger planned, and it is the Silver Ranger, but for the most part, it's basically just a repaint of this guy. Which is honestly crazy, because I don't know why they're charging so much more for the silver one, with it being repaint. Yeah, it comes with a couple different accessories, but fuck me, why is it so expensive? Like, it was $140 on Big Bad Toy Store. That's fucking robbery. Now, honestly, maybe the packaging or the figure or the accessories might be really special, but just off the rip, price-wise, holy shit, what thieves you guys are. And honestly, that's something that kind of pisses me off, because technically, for the most part, Power Rangers is all repaints. When you think of the figures, really, we'll pick any team. We'll do In Space, because if you watched the last episode, I got the Megazord, and I showed off the whole complete team. For the Red, Blue, and Black Ranger, they all use the same body. The only thing that's different is the helmet, because they have different shapes for the visors. Other than that, it's the same body mold. Nothing is different. It is a different color, because depending on the ranger, it has to correspond with whatever. But for the most part, it's just the same body. And I really don't know why they don't do that for these rangers, because they can easily pump out the black and blue ranger version of the King Oger, because everything is just the same. The whole body will be the same. Like, bottom half, all this is going to be the same, with the exception of this and the logos that are like kind of hidden everywhere. Those will have to change due to their respective King Oger. And then obviously the different helmet change. But honestly, you have the mold already. Why not just make the rest of the team? I really don't understand that. Now, maybe they might, but honestly, the way they've been doing the Sentai figures is they'll do the Red Ranger and then they'll do the Sixth Ranger, and that's it. And honestly, that is extremely frustrating, because I don't want just one Ranger or two Rangers part of the team. I want the whole thing. I want to complete the whole team. And for some reason, I don't know if they're just not successful enough, these figures, and there's just not a demand for it. But for me, it just seems so easy. Now, granted, it would be different for the other ones. Like for yellow and purple, you got to create a whole different body mold, because those are female figures. I'm sure there's a couple different pieces that you can use. You could probably reuse the cape, the belts, the sword, maybe the hands. But in terms of the body, it'll have to be different, proportionate for a female body mold. I have my fingers crossed that hopefully they will cave in and do the whole team, but honestly, I'm not going to hold my breath due to, like I was saying, the past few figures that they've just done Red, and they've done the Sixth Ranger. So fingers crossed that they actually still might do the White Ranger, because technically he is the Sixth Ranger. The Silver Ranger that I was making mention of is actually like an evil Ranger. I think he might turn good by the end of the series, but for the most part, he is an evil Ranger. So I think there's still a chance we might get White, but honestly, it's really disappointing to not have the whole complete team, in my opinion. And like I mentioned, I did order the Silver Ranger, even though it was like stupid expensive. I know it was more of an exclusive, even though it was like available on Big Bad Toy Store. I just assumed that there's not going to be as many of them. So I'm like, I got to get mine in quick before it sells out. And it probably won't sell out, to be honest, because I don't think anyone's going to cave in for that price. But I'm a dumbass, and I did, so. This next thing I'm going to show off might be the end of me, so let me clear the board, and let's bring this bad boy in. And the last thing I picked up for this month is, honestly, something I had no intentions about buying. I honestly didn't even know it existed. But now that I have it in my hands and I own it and I'm looking at it, it's like, oh my god, I kind of want more. That's why I was kind of saying that this could be my gateway drug, which I hope it's not, but I definitely can see me going down that route. You know, on one hand, you got the normal life, you know, you have family, job, kids, a good career, all that kind of stuff. And that's down that path. And down this path here, this is the coke and the hookers and gambling, all that type of stuff, the fun stuff. And, I'm driving my car and I'm kind of skidding right now, especially with this purchase. It could take me down a very dark path, but I'm going to be honest, it's too cool to kind of focus on the negative. So let's focus on the positives. Let's introduce it. And actually, we got to introduce it correctly. And this next item actually corresponds with what we just saw, the King Oger Red Ranger. Kind of have him in a pose where, he's kind of looking for assistance, I would say. And that's kind of what he's doing. He is in position to be calling for backup in the form of his Megazord. And that is what the final item is. Let me introduce the King Ogre Megazord. Now you can see what I'm talking about when I'm going down this dark path, because this is a very big item. A little bit of an expensive one. Obviously, you can just see the size. You saw the size of the box compared to the King Ogre figure. So this is like almost 6 inches. We'll actually even bring in the box just to compare. You can see the size difference, so just imagine the price difference. And yeah, this is something, like I said, I didn't even know existed. I didn't even know I wanted it. It just kind of came together really randomly. So I was on Big Bad Toy Store one day, just kind of browsing, and I was actually looking in the Power Rangers section of all things. And what the Power Rangers section of Big Bad Toy Store is, it's everything. Well, that's with any brand that you go to. If you go to Marvel, DC, whatever, it's going to show you everything that's Marvel related or DC related or Spawn related, whatever the case may be. And you can kind of filter your search results. So like hypothetically, if you want to like specifically look for Lightning Collection, you can do that. Or if you want to look for Funkos, whatever you're looking for. And I was just kind of taking a peek. I don't know why. I think I just wanted to kind of browse and look at the different stuff. And I was kind of just scrolling through, and I came across this Megazord. Now, not this one specifically. I saw a pre-order on Big Bad Toy Store for this Megazord, but it was a special finish. It was a metallic chrome finish for all the Megazords. And I was like, oh, that's kind of cool, but like, you know, if I were to get this Megazord, which, you know, I don't have any intentions of buying, I would probably just like to get the regular one, you know, just the regular color scheme, no special edition, just the plain one. And in my head, I was like, you know, I'm not interested, but hypothetically, if I wanted it, is it easily available? How much is it? Like, you know, I'm not interested, but, you know, let me take a little gander. So I did a little bit of research, went to a couple different websites, started off with eBay, and immediately was like, yeah, fuck eBay, I'm not going down this path. Then I went to my next favorite site, Kijiji, just to see if anybody in the area of myself or just anyone in Canada is kind of selling a Sentai Megazord. And I think I saw a few people. They didn't have the King Ogre one, but they had some other older models. And I was like, oh, that's cool, but, you know, I'm kind of like looking for the King Ogre one. You know, I'm not looking for it, but I'm looking for it, you know? And then, I don't know what made me look it up, but I was like, let me try Amazon, of all places. Now, Amazon does have an insane selection of stuff and figures, collectibles, but they also have secondhand vendors that also sell stuff on Amazon. Now, you got to be careful with that sometimes, because sometimes it's sold by the company or person or whatever it may be. We'll just call them a vendor, and then it's fulfilled by Amazon. So Amazon has it in their warehouse and they're selling it on behalf of the person, but Amazon takes accountability for the shipping, and then sometimes it's completely on the vendor. And you can see specifically when you look at listings, it'll say sold and shipped by, and it'll let you know. I went back to the Big Bad Toy Store, the page for the Megazord, and I was looking how it was titled, and I saw the word Sentai DX. You can see it right there, DX. I don't know if Sentai is anywhere on the screen. It might be in Japanese, I'm not too sure, but DX, which I believe stands for Deluxe. That seems like the most logical thing. So I searched on Amazon, I put in Sentai Deluxe, or DX, sorry, and a bunch of cool stuff ended up popping on my screen, and one of them was this Megazord here. And when I saw it, I was like, okay, that's a decent little price, but that's way higher than what I want to pay. So I'm like, you know what? I'm not really considering it. You know, I have no interest in buying this. It looks cool. But, you know, I'm just going to add it to my cart, and we'll see how the price fluctuates. We'll see if it goes up. We'll see if it goes down, and we'll kind of go from there. So I was kind of keeping on it, I would say, for about 2 weeks or so, and I don't know what kind of triggered it, but eventually it actually did go on quite a bit of a discount, and I was like, do I really want this? That was a stupid question. The answer was yes. I'm going to be honest. As soon as I saw this thing, I was like, I have to have it. You know, I had the angel and the devil on my shoulder. It was like, buy it, don't buy it, buy it, don't buy it. And then eventually the angel and the devil agreed and said, you know what, actually you should buy it. So I listened to both of them and I was like, oh my God, am I going to go down this dark path? Am I going to go down this path of buying Japanese Megazords for Power Ranger seasons I've never watched? And it does look like I am going down that route. Now we'll see. I can definitely see myself picking up some more in the future, but depends how this goes. Because I do have a little bit of a reservation with this figure. The box was kind of mangled in my shipping. I don't know if it was shipped like that. I'll show off the tape when we get to it. But I wasn't too happy with the condition the box came in. It almost came in like it was used. Now I will say I did take a peek in the box just to confirm that all the pieces were there. And it looked like it. I'm going to be honest, I didn't take a great gander at it. I just kind of did a quick zip. Everything looked like it was there. Hopefully it wasn't returned or anything like that, or opened or previously used. That'd be really, really lame. Hopefully this was just kind of like a one-off thing where the box was just kind of in a shitty condition. But that is something I do have my reservations about. We'll see. We're actually going to open this. And actually, I'm going to try and build this, which is actually kind of funny because, you know, I've opened a couple like Zord Ascension Project Megazords before, and I've never built them. You know, I've only kind of fiddled with them on camera. And it's funny, like the one I'm going to build is the instructions I can't understand. So we'll see how it goes. If it ends up being too complicated, it looks pretty straightforward where the yellow and black Megazord act as the feet. You got the purple and blue Megazord, which actually, that's something I'm really not a fan of about this Megazord. Just a little quick side note. I hate how cosmetic that purple and blue are in terms of this Megazord. Now, for me, when I think of like a good, solid Megazord, I think of 5 Zords coming together and building one gigantic robot. And if you actually look closely, the Zord consists of red, which is the main torso and body, and then for the legs, it's black and yellow. And then you've got the purple Zord there and the blue Zord, which is the little like sword thing. They add nothing to the Megazord. They form a weapon. You know, if you want to display this Megazord just on its own, like just fighting like another Megazord or a monster or something like that, you know, you don't even have to use the purple and the blue Megazord. So that's one thing I dislike about the design. Has nothing to do with the figure, but just the design of the Megazord. I wish that purple and blue played a bigger role. Most of the times for a Megazord, it's like 2 Zords will play the feet, 2 Zords will play the arms, and then 1 Zord will play the torso. And I wish they did that with this one, but, you know, it kind of is what it is. But we are actually going to do a box breakdown before we do get into the box. And just to start it off, I absolutely love this shot of the Megazord here. I think it looks epic. The font looks really cool. It's in a really cool pose. I love the background. You see like a ship in the background there. You see like sparks there and just kind of flying about over here as well. They're in like some kind of town square. I like the little buildings and shops and stuff that are there. It looks really cool. I really, really like the design of the box. So fantastic job there. And then we see some other logos. We see, I believe that's the King Oger logo up there. Bandai Namco, you can see King Oger there. I don't know what the fuck that is. Bandai, DX, don't know what that says. And then I can't really see what that is. So freaking small. This is actually going to be a little bit harder to show off because the box is just so huge. You know, I did the comparison with the SH Figuarts box. I don't think it really puts into perspective. This is a very large box. We will do a comparison. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. Let's do it now. Let's do a little comparison, box size-wise, with a Lightning Collection box. So here we have the Sentai Japanese Megazord version. And then here is the Lightning Collection, the Zord Ascension Project Dino Megazord. And you can just see the size difference. This is a pretty big box as well. Again, I will bring in the SH Figuarts box to play a little bit of size comparison. You can see this with this. You know, it's almost relatively in scale, it's closer to it. And then you can see, compared to the King Oger one, it's tall, it's massive, it's wide. It's a beast of a box. So I'm going to do my best to try and show off the box, but this is the left side. Yep. And we can see a nice shot of the Megazord here. Some more Japanese letters. Don't know what it says. Craft and action. Another shot of the Megazord there. On the left side of the box, it's kind of weird the way the box is lined up, because like this is how it is standing up. You know, you might see it like this on your shelf or on a shelf at a store, and usually the not instructions, but like the price, the barcode and the do not eat the pieces kind of stuff is usually on the bottom. But for this box, it is on the left side, and we can see all that boring stuff here. And it's even more boring because I don't know what it says. And then here we got another shot of the Megazord. I think they just reuse the same shot over and over again, it looks like. On the bottom of the box, I actually really like this shot quite a bit. We can see all the Zords uncombined. We can see yellow, blue, red, black, and purple, their respective Megazords, and I actually like that they're all color-coded as well. And actually something that's kind of cool about this Megazord, you know, I was kind of shitting on it because the 5 Zords don't really play a huge role in the combination, but something that's kind of interesting with this Megazord is they have a couple auxiliary Zords that also play a part in the transformation of the Megazord. And as you can see, we got a ladybug here, an ant here, and then we got like 2 spiders. We got a gray spider here, and we got a red spider here. And if you look closely on the box, you can see a couple of them. You see the ladybug there, you see a spider here. We can see the ant on the sword, and I think that is the other ladybug, and then I'm not sure where the other spider is. Oh, it's right on the chest, actually. The gray spider and then the red spider here. On top of the box, here we can see the team and their suits. I was kind of talking about their suits and how they look cool before. Red, we obviously saw earlier, and then here's yellow and blue, their respective suits. And then we can see purple and black. I will say black probably has the lamest helmet out of them all. Just the orange and black design, because his Zord is... It's either a bee, a wasp, or a hornet. Not sure which one. I'm going to assume bee. He's got like that color coding on his mask, and it looks a little dorky. I'm kind of surprised they didn't give the bee to yellow and then make the grasshopper black. I'm sure there was a reason for it, but I don't know. I feel like it would just kind of make sense to make the Yellow Ranger the bee, but whatever. We can see a shot of the team, the 5 members, and then we see the Megazord in the back there. And also you can kind of see how the box came. This is how it came. So it's kind of opening up here. This was ripped, and this is where I actually opened it up. But I will say the tape that was holding this on was very, very flimsy. We can even take a look. There it is. Just a little piece of tape right there was holding this together. So yeah, when I saw that, I was like, yeah, I gotta open this immediately and confirm that everything's in the box. So I mentioned it earlier, but I did take a look at the pieces. And here we see a nice shot on the back of the box. The top is a similar picture of what we showed off on the bottom of the box, but obviously it's more expanded. And if you actually look closely, I'll do a close-up as well. Actually, I'll do it after, because there's a lot of distance here between my hands and the box, so I gotta stretch to reach the box. I'll do it after. I'm leaving it the way it is posed now. On the bottom, we can see the Megazord completed, and something I actually think is pretty cool is we can see all the pieces that play a role in the Megazord. So we can see that red plays the torso. We got the ladybug. That ladybug goes there. That spider goes on the chest, etc. So nice cool diorama there to kind of show off what goes where. I mean, you can see it from the picture, but I do like this breakdown of the pieces. Looks very, very cool. And then, as I was saying earlier, if you look closely on the banners here, you can see each symbol for the specific ranger, their colony, their group, whatever. The crest, that's the word I'm looking for, the crest for their kingdom. And I think it is now time to open our bad boy up. So we are going to, like I said, the tape's good here. I will show the tape on the bottom. There is only 2 ways to open it. And the tape here looks pretty solid. Doesn't look like it's been tampered with like it has at the top. So I have no issues here. My only issues are at the top of the box. So let's open it up. We can see the tray with all the items. So we're going to slide this out. Boom. I'm going to put the box... Actually, speaking of the box, there is nothing inside. No instructions. Instructions may be... Actually, maybe there's no instructions, unless it's like tucked away under one of the Zords. There is nothing, but there is, nothing in the box, but I am going to keep it close. And then in this cardboard box, there's a little tray to kind of keep everything in place, and it's got tape on both sides. And here we can see all the different Megazords, which look pretty cool. I do not see any instructions, so I'm hoping that it's relatively easy to assemble. So let me unbag everybody, and then we'll take a look at them all, and then try putting this bad boy together. So I have unbagged everything. We are going to start with the auxiliary Zords, and we'll start out with the single piece, the one that's kind of on its own, and that is the Black Ant. Actually, hold on, that definitely looks broken. Hold on. Let me take a look at this closer. Yeah, there definitely looks like there's a broken piece on the butt here. Now, it could have been a factory error, but I will say it looks like a piece that just kind of snapped off. So right off the bat, I'm a little concerned about the rest of this unboxing and how it might go. But yeah, just a little ant, just a solid piece of plastic. Really nothing to it. Man, okay. I went from so excited to like, but maybe it's just a one-off. Let's see the rest. So we got the ants. I'll put them here. Next, we got the two ladybugs, and here they are. We'll look at one. I'm assuming they're both going to be very similar. So we'll look at one. Oops, just a cool little robotic ladybug. Don't see any deficiencies or defectiveness with this one here. Oh. That's just going to be the plastic, I'm assuming. It doesn't look like anything broke off. It just looks like it's bad plastic that when it was being put together. So that's one ladybug. We'll just take a look at the other one, make sure everything's good. Actually, this one is the same thing, so I'm assuming maybe it's a factory defect. Next, we got the two spiders. We got the gray silver spider here, and we've got the red spider here. And I will say this is the first thing with articulation. The ant and the ladybugs, you could not move anything on them, but the spiders, their legs do move. And it looks like this clips on somewhere. I believe it was the chest or the crotch. One of them is the chest, one of them is the crotch. I will figure that out when we assemble it, because that should be fun with no instruction, but I think it's relatively easy. But because this is my first time dealing with like a really like expensive Japanese product, I want to be quite careful because, you know, I don't know if it's going to be like fragile or anything. I don't know. I've never bought something like this, so I'm kind of, I want to treat everything like I'm handling a newborn baby. So, yeah, I'm going to be very gentle and careful. But yeah, spider looks pretty cool. I like the green eyes. And then we got the red spider here, and it's pretty much the same thing as the gray one, except reversed colors and same articulation with the legs. Also has green eyes, which look quite nice. And yeah, just a basic little spider bot. And now we get into the meat and potatoes of the Megazords. And let's start out with, actually let's start out with purple, because it's the smallest one. And I don't think there's really too much to it. But yeah, here is purple's Megazord. And it is the butterfly, the papillon. That looks fucking beat the hell up. What the fuck? Dude, this is like a fucking CSGO unboxing where it's like, oh, you can get factory new. This is battle damage right here. What the fuck? The paint's like chipping? No, that's crazy. Hold on. Take a look at another one. Yellow. This one's kind of scuffed up too. Hold on. Actually, hold on. I just saw that this part's blue, and it's not blue on the other side. Black. Do you have any deficiencies? He's got white there, no white there. Is it a design thing, or is it actually fucked? Red has blue and yellow here, and then fucking black and white. What the fuck? This has got to be... Hold on. Let me just take a look at the box. There's no way I just bought, like, some expensive-ass figure that some kid just drew on with paint. That would absolutely piss me off. Hold on, let me move these Megazords. We got blue and yellow there, so that is accurate to Red's Megazord. And then it's got black and white there. So I guess it's supposed to be kind of scuffed. You can even see the scuffness on the white there. That's a design choice, because we can see right there it has the same markings. That the paint is kind of fudged up. Okay, so that's an artistic choice. You know what? That's not bad. Actually, I would say that's kind of cool that it kind of has some battle damage to it. That's actually supposed to be part of it, not that some kid fucking tortured these poor figures. But the fact that, you know, the Megazords, they take a little bit of damage from the battles. And that is kind of cool. I feel a little bit better about that. I was ready to lose my mind. Holy shit. Here we see Purple's Megazord. And it looks like Purple actually... Please tell me that goes back in. Okay. Oh my god, my heart just skipped a beat there. But I was going to say, it looks like Purple... Oh, hold on, let me pop this off, I guess. But it looks like Purple's Megazord actually plays a bigger role than besides being cosmetic, because it looks like this is the head of the Megazord. I don't know how I get to it. I'm trying to, like, see if anything fucking opens up, because the actual butterfly is used for the sword portion, so I guess the helmet's... Would it just... Oh, okay. Did I break it? I don't think I did. I just kind of put a little bit of pressure, and it ended up falling out. I think it was like this. I don't even know how it was in. Oh, God. Okay, I don't know how it's supposed to be, but I have the head for the Megazord out. Ooh, that was a little stiff there. A little scary. But yeah, here we have the Megazord head. Pretty cool. And behind we see the purple for the papillon, the butterfly. But as far as the butterfly itself, a little bit hollow here because we did take out a huge part of it. And this goes... Where does this clip into? Okay, that goes on the back of the head. So we might even need this part for the Megazord portion. Actually, this probably looks right in terms of how the Megazord head is going to be. But the head has some good articulation, which is quite nice. I'm going to put this piece aside for now. But yeah, here we have Papillon, butterfly. It's Papillon, that's what they call it in the show. And I believe that's what it's called in French, a butterfly. It's called the Papillon. But yeah, we got some wing articulation here. Purple looks nice. I like the blue as well. Not bad. Next, let's take a look at the Black Ranger's Megazord, and it is the bee, wasp, hornet type whatever, and he's got some nice translucent wings that look very, very nice. He looked like he was already in his foot form, judging by how everything is. This looks like he was ready to be put into his foot form, but I want to... Does this go... Okay, it's got a ratchet in there. That's nice. Oh, it even moves. Wait. Oh, that's probably some, like, articulation for the leg or something. But I'm assuming this is probably what it looks like just on its own. And that's something that honestly appealed to me about this Megazord. Like, when I think of a nice Megazord figure, I think of being able to take out the pieces and play with it as you may. Like, if you want to have it together and then, have it be combined. That's cool. But, sometimes you might want to have it on its own. You might want to have all the individual Zords kind of lined up. And I like having that option. So I like being able to build it myself. But, the bee, hornet, wasp thing, whatever it is. I'm going to go with B. I'm just going to call it a B. And it looks nice. We'll put it, we'll leave it in its regular B form for now. And actually, I just noticed that they actually have 3 flying characters. Next, we'll go with Blue, which is a dragonfly. He also has nice translucent wings. And his piece came separately. This is his tail. And it looks like it just clips in easily. Yes, okay, there it is. Here's the combined version of the Blue Zord, the dragonfly. And it looks pretty cool, and no articulation in the tail, it looks like. I like the nice green eyes. They look pretty cool. I like the translucent wings. Like, them on the bee and on the dragonfly, they look really cool. I don't know. Ever since I was a kid, there was just something about like a translucent figure and like being able to see the inside of it and like see through it. I don't know. There's just something that kind of always appealed to me about translucent figures. So I like this. I like this effect on it. And the tail comes out quite nicely. And I believe that this will go onto the back of the Megazord, because I did see some wings on the back, and I believe this just clips on like that. So we'll get to that when we get to it, but we'll put him back together for now. I don't remember if I finished my thought, but actually something that's kind of cool is they have 3 flying Zords, which usually there's like one designated flying Zord, and then there might be a second one. But this one has 3 flying Megazords. That's kind of cool. Next, we'll take a look at Yellow, the Grasshopper. And again, just like Black, this looks like it is ready to be in its foot form. So we'll change it into its regular Grasshopper form. And as you can hear, the ratchet joint in there. And then here are the legs. I don't know how a grasshopper looks like, so maybe it's just like this. Yeah, this looks about right, and then maybe this comes up. Oh, this, I think this is how it is. Yeah, this is most definitely how it's supposed to be in its regular form. Looks pretty cool. I like the pink eyes. They look quite menacing. And I like the claws too. Very, very cool. Not really too much to it. Just a nice looking Megazord, I would say. Put him here. I'm trying to like squeeze all the swords in. And the next Zord, the final piece, Red Ranger Zord, the Kuwagata Zord, is pretty big itself because this is the main body of the Zord. And it does look incomplete, and that's because the other pieces came separately. I was going to combine them on the video. I didn't want to do it beforehand. So this looks like it's going to be an arm for when we transform it, but for now, I think it would click in here. Like, how are the legs supposed to work? Or if it's like this and then it goes on this side. I'll just put it in here for now. If this is how it goes. Okay, it did click in. Okay, yeah, this seems right. Possibly. It looks more right than what it was. I don't know. We'll see. Let me just combine the other arm, and then we will see if I fucked up anywhere or something like that. So I took a look at the back of the box, and I think this might be correct. It doesn't look right, but I think it's probably as close to correct as it's gonna be. Like, I don't know if it'd be able to hold itself up. Let's kind of clear the board here. Let's see. It's not really able to hold itself up, so I think I might have the arms on backwards. But I actually don't want to waste much time on, the individual forms. I just kind of wanted to show them off. I'm more so interested how it is going to look combined. So we're going to keep it like this for now, but like I said, we'll be taking it apart. And I guess let's start Actually, I didn't really show off red. Let me show off red a little bit. We got the pincers here, and they do have articulation, which is very, very nice. Got a little bit of a pincer attack. Very large compared to like the other Zords. Here is yellow and here is red. Quite a difference. We can see who's really the leader of the group, the guy with the biggest Megazord. And inside we can see, you know, what the majority of the body is going to look like. And another thing that actually really appealed to me about this Megazord is for as big as it is, the amount of articulation that it has. Like you can see it's got leg joints here, shoulder. Like it's pretty decked out for being a gigantic figure. And that's something that kind of happens with the Megazord figures as well, is because they're so big, the articulation sometimes kind of limited. Does not seem like they skimped out at all when it comes to that, so that is pretty cool. And I guess this can fly, or I don't know if this is part of the transformation, but I guess it could possibly be wings for it to fly. I think most beetles fly. Or they have wings, but I don't know if they fly. I think they're kind of like the penguins of the Bugverse, where they have wings, but they do absolutely nothing. Not too sure. I don't know my bug facts. But I do know that I want to put this together. So let's start out from top down. So we'll start with the yellow here. And I know that this has got to flip backwards because this is going to be a foot. This, I believe, is correct. Click back in. And then this goes down, and the arms probably tuck in, or is that it? I see a clip here, but I know that it clips in here into the leg. So I don't know what this clip is for. Actually, I just clicked in my mind what it might be for, and I'll talk about it at the end when I have this fully combined. So yeah, we've got one foot here. I'm not sure if this is the left or right, so I'll take a look at the diagram after. But there we had one foot. And then we've got the Black Ranger Zord, and his, I believe, yeah, goes forward like this. And you can see he's got some ankle articulation for the Megazord, which is actually pretty cool. This looks about as far down as it goes. And then the wings go down. And that looks like it is done for foot number 2. Next, we will prep blue and purple, so this comes out. This we will see again later. And then this clips on probably here? Nope. Oh, is it like this? Oh, I think it is. So we see a clip here, this piece here, and a clip here, and then boom. And then the hand would go in here to hold the sword, and here we have the sword weapon. Not bad. Actually cooler than what I was expecting, and I guess you can kind of close it like this if you want, but it looks cooler with the wings out, let's be honest. So here we have the weapon. I'll just kind of put it here. And now comes the fun part. So I'm going to take back the arms that I clipped on, because I think it'll make the transformation easier. Now, this is where I don't know where the fuck what I'm going to do. Ooh, this looks right. Okay, so, yeah, I think that is right, actually. So we fold it down, and then it clips. We can see the clip here, and it clips in there. Boom. And I think this goes down like this. That looks correct. And then we got the leg articulation. So I guess let's fold this backwards. And then this is probably where the butterfly comes in. But actually, I want to start actually assembling it. So let's put in the feet. So we got the feet here. I don't know if one foot's designated for one spot. I'm just going to put yellow on the right or the left here. And it actually fits in quite nicely. And now click in. Boom, clicked in. Let's see if we can take it out easily. Yeah, I don't know if there's a button that you can press where it kind of disengages, but not too bad. So let's put it back in. I think black and yellow are kind of interchangeable, so, you know, black might go on the right, yellow might go on the left, but for this here, I'm going to do yellow on the left and black on the right. And here we can see, look at that. Fucking, look at that articulation already. Knee joint, ankle joint, Black had the ankle joint, kind of, right? Yeah, here. We can see. But yeah, look, fucking... Oh, that did not sound like a good crank. Little rough. But we can see waist swivel in there. Pretty cool. Leg articulation up. Knee articulation. Oh my god, this is already so fucking cool. We'll leave the body there. Here we'll take the arm. Looks like this goes forward like this. And you probably put the legs to the side. Here's the hand. Fold that up. Ooh. Okay, so that's going to click in the shoulder. Okay, that's as far back as it goes. So this is probably... This is the left hand right here. Okay, yeah, I think we're in business. Or no, this is the right hand. Sorry, I might have said that backwards. But actually, it looks too long and goofy, so I think if we fold this, then we rotate the hands. Okay, wait, no, that doesn't. So this is going to be... What the fuck? Alright, so I got the box beside me, and it looks like the pincers actually go up instead of going down. And it looks like we'll start clipping in the spiders. So the red one goes in the crotch here. So there's the clip. And we see the clip there. Boom. And it's supposed to stay like this, but I guess you could kind of fold in the legs, but we'll keep it as it's supposed to be. Next, we got the chest piece, which is this spider here. And again, clips in here and fits quite nicely. Sick. All right, it's in. And then I guess I can just put this in for now because it's really not going to do anything, but the ants goes just right above the dragonfly on the sword there. Doesn't really add anything, but that's where it's supposed to go. So that's one piece down. And then I guess we can actually clip in Blue here. Where the fuck are you gonna fit, buddy? Actually, I guess he fits in right there. So we see the clip there. We see the clip on the bottom. And I guess just click in. Oh, it slides in. Oh, nice. Okay, so see, you can kind of see how the piece fits. Boom, slide it in. And then it clips in the back there. I guess since we got him out, we will... Actually, no, we'll save the head for last, because that's probably the coolest part. So now I got to figure out how the arms go. And it looks like it's just like this. I don't know how I ended up fidgeting it to where it's supposed to be like this, but yeah, we got the arm there, and that looks correct. The hand looks good and everything. So we'll bring these pincers up for now because they're kind of getting in the way. Actually, we'll move the wings back as well, so I have more clearance to clip in the arm. And again, we see the piece. Squeeze. Oh, it clicked in. Beautiful. So there we got the arm. And I guess now we can bring down the... Actually, no, I got to do the other arm now. Try it. Boom. It is in. Holy shit, this is actually coming together quite nicely. Let's spread those wings out. I think No, we're not ready to bring in the head. We got two more pieces we got to clip in. And that is the ladybug pieces. And it looks like they just fit on the forearm. Just like that. Sits, clips in. And then we got the other ladybug on this arm. Damn. The ladybugs actually look cool. They kind of look like machine guns a little bit. And then the last piece we got is going to be the head that clips in right there and right at the bottom there. Oh, hold on. I was going to do something cool, but I don't think it's going to work out with the dragonfly there. I was going to put the head down and then rotate it as it connects, but... Because usually the head kind of is the last piece. If you ever watch the show, the head like spinning around and it's like, oh, it's online now. It is now complete, the Megazord. But I don't think I have enough clearance to kind of adjust the head, so I'm just going to kind of clip it in. And boom, it is fucking complete. Holy shit. We'll do a little 360, but there you can see. Oh, hold on. Do not fall. That's the last thing I would want this to happen. But yeah, we can see the Megazord complete, the spiders, the ladybugs, yellow, black. We see the blue back there. We will put on the weapon in a second to have it really, really complete. But just a little 360 of the Megazord. And I guess we can kind of open this up. Is this probably... it's probably supposed to go like this, because then you have more room to articulate and stuff. But the spider's going to limit... I guess you can have the spider like that, and then you have more room to articulate. But, yeah, look, you got fucking double jointed elbows on a goddamn Megazord figure. That is insane. And now let's call in its weapon, and I might have to move the ladybug, because I don't know, yeah, it's not going to fit with it here. So ladybug will have to go into the next slot. Boom. And then we got the little peg. Just slides in the hand. You see that there. The peg hole in the hand. And slide it in. Oh, this might be the hardest part so far. And now it is super complete, weapons and all. Holy shit, this is actually so much cooler than I thought it was going to be. I'm going to be honest, I thought the auxiliary Zords were going to be kind of dumb, but they actually look pretty cool. The spider on the chest, the crotch, the ladybugs. Honestly, the ladybugs, I did not expect them to be as cool. I think they're probably one of my favorite parts. I just think they look really cool as the gauntlets on the hands. I will say the ant doesn't really add anything to the sword. It just gives it a little bit more color, you know, breaks it up, but not too much, in my opinion. I feel like you can... If you didn't have that piece, it wouldn't be missing anything. One thing I was kind of skeptical about this Megazord is because my collection mainly consists of the Zord Ascension project and the Lightning collection, how was this going to size up with, let's say, a Megazord from the Zord Ascension project? So I brought in one of my favorite pieces. It is the Dragon Zord from Mighty Morphin. I might have to adjust the tail so he can fit in here. But here we can see a little comparison. And I've got to say, this looks fucking good to me. I like the scaling on both. I would say that this would definitely be bigger because it is, you know, a combined form of 5 different Megazords. The Dragon Zord on its own is pretty tall. But if I would have to give like a height advantage to something, I would definitely say probably the King Oger Megazord. And just the two of them together... look fucking... oh god. He is a little top heavy. And by a little top heavy, I mean a lot top heavy. So I gotta be careful with how I move him. But yeah, the two of them together actually scale really nicely. And I'm actually really happy to see that because that was a concern of mine. Even though I keep them in box, and I know that's a thing, but like visually I have to see that they are going to mix together well. And I think that they do. This was a very King Oger heavy part of the Power Rangers section. And like I said, this isn't even like Power Rangers related, it's Power Rangers adjacent. But I gotta say, the figure, awesome. The Megazord blows me away. It's so much cooler and awesome than I thought it was going to be. I did have my hesitations. I did watch a couple videos just to see reviews and just to see how the figure kind of operates. But I gotta say, from watching it on video to having it in hand, like the videos made it seem cool, but once I actually had it in hand and actually put it together, it was awesome. Like, I don't have any other words. So I'm glad that this ended up being something that is really cool. Honestly, this whole thing, you know, like I mentioned at the beginning, this could be my gateway drug into buying more of these. And something that I actually think looks really, really cool is this Megazord. I don't know if anybody noticed, but there's a lot of clips that are not being used at the moment. So you can see a clip on the spider's legs there. There's clips here and here. And on the feet, we can see clips there. One thing that actually really appealed to me about this Megazord is that there's like I think it's 25-ish Megazords that all, and technically, like, these ladybugs each count as, like, one Megazord, right? Like, that's one, this is another, that's another. That's 5 right there. So some of them are small and insignificant, but some of them are big and awesome. And there's actually, like, a bunch of other Megazords. This does not want to stand now. And I've seen a completed photo of, like, all 20 plus Megazords come together, and it looks fucking insane. Like, like, this already looks really cool, and with everything combined, all extra Zords, like the 6th Ranger, the spider, the white spider, goes on the back and acts like a gun. There's, like, this big black beetle Zord that goes on the feet and kind of elevates it. It looks really cool. Now, I don't know if I'm going to get all those. I'm going to try. I'm going to be honest. I'm going to try. I really like this. I think the figure is fucking awesome. I really wish SH Figuarts will complete the whole team. They still might, but right now it's looking like a no. So I can have the whole, like, King Oger set complete. But yeah, figure blew my expectations away. The SH Figuarts and the Megazord, but the Megazord especially, I'm happy to say was an awesome pickup. I don't regret it at all, and what it might lead to in the future. Well, the future, I might regret it eventually, but right now, in this moment, I love this, and I want more. I also want to give a special shout out to the box, because I think the box for the Megazord looks really, really epic, as we saw earlier. I'm not going to fix my setup to get the whole box. We saw what the box looks like before, but I really like the box design. I think it looks very, very nice. So, yeah, very happy with this. Happy with the figure. Happy with the Zord. And we might see some more Sentai DX Megazords in the future. Who knows? I will say, with the lack of Power Rangers Lightning Collection stuff that's going to be coming out, I'm going to kind of need to have something to fill that void of, stuff being added to my Power Rangers collection. And this just might be the thing that I'm looking for. So, yeah, I would say stay tuned. We might be seeing some more down the line. So, yeah, very happy with these. I can't speak highly enough. I'm super ecstatic, but we got to end the segment and move on. So that is going to be it for my figure pickups, and now we will get into the things that I pre-ordered and a couple little news bits. So without further ado, let's jump into, we'll start with the pre-orders, so let's jump into that. All right, now we are going to be jumping into the pre-order and news section, and we're going to be starting out with the pre-orders. And honestly, this section is going to be very short, the news and pre-orders, because I didn't really pre-order too much, and in terms of news, most of it's going to be outdated by the time this video comes out. So there's just like 3 news bits that I want to talk about that I thought were kind of interesting. So we're going to start with the pre-orders, and the only thing I pre-ordered for the month of December is going to be a 2-pack from a company I'm not too familiar with, but honestly, these figures look quite sick. And I am talking about the Legend of the White Dragon 2-pack. You've got the White Dragon and the Dragon Prime. So a little backstory for this 2-pack. This is a fan film that's going to be coming out, I think, in late 2024. And it is starring Jason David Frank, formerly known as Tommy from the Power Rangers, and basically plays this character, the White Dragon. It's kind of supposed to be Power Rangers, but they can't use the word Power Rangers because it's trademarked. Pretty excited to watch that whenever they release it. But they are releasing some figures from the movie. It's basically the same figure, just painted a different version. So for the White Dragon, it's kind of a combination. It's like you take the White Ranger suit and then you take the dragon motif from the Green Ranger from MMPR and you combine them together. Well, now you get the White Dragon. And then you got Dragon Prime, who's supposed to be a evil version of him, and he's in black and red. And honestly, I was kind of on the fence about this because I do want to add it to my Power Rangers collection for a couple reasons. One, it's Jason David Frank. I'm a big Tommy fan, and I just think it'd look cool in my collection. 2, I was kind of on the fence about it because it's from a company I'm not too familiar with. It's a company by the name of Multiverse. and this was the first time I was kind of hearing about them making these figures. And I did a little bit of research on what they create, and they create like these kind of G.I. Joe figures. I believe they do some other stuff as well, but I think it's called Action Force, and these are like, I believe they're best sellers in terms of figures. A lot of people were speaking pretty highly of it, so I was like, okay, it seems to be like a reputable company. I'm like, you know what? Pre-orders on Big Bad Toy Store. I was kind of afraid because originally when it was kind of announced, it seemed like the pre-order was only going to be on their website. So I was kind of like, I don't know if I want to do that for a company I'm not too familiar with. But once the pre-order came to Big Bad Toy Store, I was like, yeah, I got to pre-order this immediately. And I wanted to pre-order it because I would assume that it'd sell out. And I wanted to make sure that I reserved my copy. I don't think it has sold out. I could be wrong, but I will put the link in the description if you're interested in checking this out. And I would say so if you're a Power Ranger fan. I think this would be worth adding to your collection, in my opinion. I think it looks that cool. So that's it when it comes to pre-orders. Like I said, just the one thing, and now we're going to quickly go through the news bits. So first, we got some Marvel Legends news. So in the month of December, they did have a fan stream, and they did announce a lot of cool stuff. But there was one figure that they announced, and it was right at the end of the stream, and I was like, holy shit, thank God. I've been waiting for a version of this figure forever. And the figure that I am talking about is Angel from the X-Men, and it is just a regular version of Angel. There's only one other version of Angel in the Marvel Legends before this, which was him as the Archangel, and that honestly does look like a cool figure. I would like to add that to my collection. But when I think Angel, I just think more of like his regular version, him with the wings and, his red and white costume. And he is the most lamest X-Men there is. Like, I don't think there's anybody that can dispute that. But he's still like one of the original 5. He's always like a core member of the team. So I always wanted to get a figure of him in this version. And they finally announced it. I think the figure looks solid. The wings look nice. The suit. I mean, there's not too much to the suit. It's pretty kind of plain. But those wings, they look beautiful. And to finally have this and add it to my collection, oh my God, I am so excited for this figure. I cannot wait. I'll be pre-ordering this immediately when it becomes available. But holy shit, this is like the last big X-Men that I want to add to my collection that's kind of missing. So yeah, I am beyond excited for this version of Angel. So shout out to the Marvel Legends team. Next, we got some wrestling figure news, and it is coming from a company that doesn't really have too much wrestling figure news in general. Haven't had much wrestling figure news in the past few years, and the past few years that it did have, it wasn't really good news. So the figures I am talking about are for TNA Wrestling. First off, shout out to TNA Wrestling for rebranding back to TNA Wrestling from Impact Wrestling. TNA, as an acronym, for a very long time was just tainted. When you thought of TNA Wrestling, you didn't think of a very good product, so eventually they went to Impact Wrestling. And I thought it was okay, but I definitely do think it hurt the brand. And now with them kind of seeming to get their shit back together, I actually really like this change for TNA. So very excited to see the rebranding. And with the rebranding comes a couple new things. Specifically, as you might have guessed, it is figure news. So in the month of December, they announced that they are going to be partnering up with Powertown Wrestling to release some TNA figures. So before we actually talk about Powertown, there was some TNA figure news earlier this year where they were partnering with a company called Cella Toys. That company went out of business, and then that company got bought over by another company called Epic Toys, and then nothing ever came of it, and then eventually it got canceled because the company couldn't commit to making it. And now they're partnering with Powertown to hopefully bring some wrestling figures to fans like myself. And something that I think is pretty interesting, I don't know if they're going to make the deadline, but from the little press release that they announced is that they have at least 2 waves planned to come out in 2024. So it seems like they're already working on, or they've already been working on Series 1 for a while. But honestly, this is pretty exciting news. I'm glad to see TNA partnering with a company to bring figures to fans. The news is cool, but there is a little bit of a thing that I'm not happy about. So when it comes to Powertown Wrestling, I think they make some pretty cool figures. They've released a wave of, I forgot what the wave's called, but they have released a set of figures already. It is a newer company, so they don't really have a large product catalog to kind of show off, but they have released a set of figures. It was a wave. I don't remember what they were called. It's based on like classic wrestlers, and there were 6 of them. It was Stan Hansen, Bruiser Brody, Kerry Von Erich, and a couple others. I'll throw a picture up on the screen. They look cool, but honestly, when it comes to like actually being a wrestling figure that I'd want to add to my collection, there's two things that I'm not a fan of. One, it looks a bit clunky. Like, it looks like it has very, very limited articulation when it comes to what a wrestling figure should have, in my opinion. Plus, the biggest thing for me that I think is not gonna be good for these figures is the size of them. These wrestling figures are coming in at the 7-inch size compared to most wrestling figures, which are 6 inches, if not a little less, depending on the wrestlers. But with Power Town, their figures are always going to be 7 inches. And they're just going to tower over everything else. I mean, there's already scaling issues with like AEW figures. They're usually way taller than they should be. But now you're going to have these Power Town figures. If you collect everything, if you collect WWE, AEW, Super 7, Storm Collectibles, whatever you collect, these Power Town figures are just going to absolutely be monsters upon your collection. The one thing I'm excited about with these figures is belts. Power Town has done a very good job so far when it comes to belts. The whole first wave that I was talking about earlier with the classic wrestlers, each one of them came with belts, and they honestly look really fucking good. There was honestly a couple figures in that selection where I almost bought just because I really, really liked the belt. I mean, I wanted to add the wrestler as well, like a Bruiser Brody I thought would have been cool in my collection, but those belts, man, those belts were fucking cool. Hopefully they eventually release some belt packs. That would be awesome. But honestly, I'm going to wait to see the figures before I kind of criticize them, but just based on what's already been released in terms of what Power Town has done already with the classic wrestlers, I'm assuming they're going to do the same type of style for the TNA figures, or maybe the TNA figures might have a different articulation set. I don't know, we'll have to wait to see, but if they're based on the Power Town style, I'm going to be honest, I'm not crazy about it. I'm more excited for TNA to beat TNA again than I am for the figures, but I'm glad that there's like positive news for TNA. And then last but not least, we got a bit of Power Ranger news, kind of. This, you can kind of file it in the Transformers section or the Power Ranger section. I'm mostly going to file it in the Power Ranger section because, to be honest, there's usually not any Power Ranger figure news, so when there actually does come some, I kind of want to talk about it. So the thing that I'm talking about is in the month of December, there was a little press release that came out, and it was between Hasbro, who owns the Power Rangers and who owns other brands, who we'll talk about in a second, has entered into a multi-brand licensing agreement with none other than McFarlane Toys. So the idea is for McFarlane to take properties that Hasbro owns, properties like Transformers, G.I. Joe, Power Rangers, and Dungeons and Dragons. Those were the 4 brands that were mentioned specifically in the press release. The idea is for them to take these brands and implement them into the Page Punchers lineup, which honestly doesn't really sound as cool. It kind of takes the wind out of your sails when you read that part where it's like, oh shit, McFarlane and Hasbro are going to make figures together? But with Page Punchers, there's 2 different I don't know the word I'm looking for, but there's 2 different Page Punchers lines. You have the Page Punchers that we saw earlier, which is a 7-inch figure coming with a comic and lots of accessories and articulation stuff. That was the Black Manta version. But then there's also a different set of Page Punchers figures, which comes with 2 small figures and a comic book, and that is what the Hasbro figures or brands are going to be implemented into. And when you hear that, you're like, God, why? Why? You have the Page Punchers brand, and you can do so much cool shit with it, and then you fucking implement them in the 4-inch. I don't even know if they're 4 inches. They might be smaller than 4 inches. 4 inches is being generous, but they're tiny figures, and it says with that they're articulated figures. They have very limited articulation. I think the legs can go up and down. I think the arms can move, and I think that's about it. I don't own any of them, but just based on pictures that I've seen, they don't look that articulated. And even still, I don't know how many people are looking for small figures like that. So immediately it goes from, oh wow, what a cool collaboration, to, oh man, this is kind of lame. So hopefully it expands into the 7-inch figures, because I would like to see some of those brands implemented into that, specifically the Power Rangers one. Now, I do want to see what they even do with the Power Rangers. Obviously, I'm assuming it's going to be Mighty Morphin, because that's the only brand that people are familiar with. They did announce that they're going to be starting this whole Hasbro McFarlane collaboration with Transformers and G.I. Joe, and then I guess eventually they'll get to Power Rangers. But I went from being excited to where it's like, oh, you know, that's cool for Power Rangers. Me, I'm still kind of holding out hope. The Lightning Collection returns. I've kind of given up hope, but I still hold hope. But honestly, I would have loved to have seen McFarlane in his style design some Power Ranger figures. I think that would have been cool. I think they would have been super stylized, and I think they honestly would have been some fun figure designs. We'll have to wait to see if it does happen, but in terms of like the 2 articulated figure, like that does not interest me at all. I'm a 6-inch figure kind of guy. Sometimes 5. Sometimes 7, but nothing less than 5, because it doesn't fit with everything else I have in my collection. Actually, no, that's a fucking lie, because I do collect 4-inch figures. I collect the World of Nintendo and Sonic figures. But for the most part, my collection does consist of 6-inch figures, if we were to, like, break it down. I thought this was a cool little announcement. It kind of sucks to see, because it's just, like, kind of one of those things where it's like, oh, it doesn't seem like Hasbro's gonna be putting any money into making any Power Ranger figures, even though they own the fucking brand. But I guess if you own the brand and you're not going to do anything with it, give it to these other companies. They'll take the license and do something with it. So, yeah, shout out to McFarlane. Hopefully they make some cool Power Ranger stuff. In terms of the other brands, Transformers, G.I. Joe, and Dungeons & Dragons, I don't collect G.I. Joe or Dungeons & Dragons. Transformers, it would have to be only Beast Wars. But even still, I don't think I would collect a McFarlane Beast Wars figure. I mean, never say never, but most likely not. So, some good and bad news for Power Rangers. We're getting more Power Ranger figures, but it's not the figures that you'd probably want, so. That is unfortunate, but like I said, it's just cool to get Power Ranger news in general. So that is going to be it for this episode of my monthly figure purchases. Hope you guys enjoyed. Look forward to the next few episodes to be coming out. Honestly, the only thing that is really holding me back now is just editing. Recording, almost caught up. It's just editing the hours and hours of footage. It's just, it's draining, to be honest. But I will say I'm making some good progress. But look forward to those future episodes whenever they may come out. But you do have other episodes that you can go back to and watch, and maybe they can kind of hold you over until the new episodes come out. So yeah, the series is not dead. It's just behind. So, as always, I want to thank you guys for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed. I'll catch you guys next time. Keep up with everything that's going on the channel. Let me know what you picked up in the month of December. And I can't wait to show you guys some of the things that I got coming up in the next few months. It's going to be pretty exciting. So, look forward to the next episode. I want to thank you guys for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed. I'll catch you guys next time. And until then, guys, peace out.